Hold on. How'd you get out there? How did you get out there in that place? What were you doing outside in the rain? You wet dog. I didn't know you got stuck out there. Yeah, Joe. You're sneaky dog. You're just a sneaky dog. How does the dog get outside? The dog was outside, pretending to bark at something, really saying, "I'm outside, for gosh sakes. It's not my fault." Okay, yeah, I'm on a really weird schedule now. My wife is on a trip and back to Hawaii, and I can't handle going to Hawaii, so I'm not going. But she helped sync me because I like to work late. But so between her being gone and then me, I'm finishing up with the contract for a big company, which was interesting. I'd rather work for startups. But anyway, so we're closing that up. I'm writing documentation. It's like, oh, the more time, the better. So I've been working till like 7 and whatnot. Last night I went to bed at 3. No, it was like 4. It was probably coming on 4. And I woke up at 1, fed the cats, went back to sleep, woke up at like 3:30 p.m. So I've been up about 2 hours. I forgot it was Sunday because I've just been working. And I have a lot of work to do tonight. Probably work through the morning just because now it's not even working late. It's just like when you wake up at 5 or 3 in the afternoon. So anyway, but I figured I will take a little bit of time for this. Now, I don't know if anybody's going to notice. I'm an hour and a half off when I open. Sometimes I open now. I will put the links in just in case. Hopefully this cannot be a marathon session, or at least I will have to let other people carry it on. I can always leave it open and sit here. I'm going to be in my office working on this machine over here. And not that one. There's one here. See? It's my laptop from that company. I'm going to have to send it back to them in a bit. Okay, so yeah, I'll put the link up. And I wanted to talk about a couple things. Not that interested in talking about the trolls, but we could. But I'm more this thing where I pointed out, for example, there's 3,000 deaths a year in France, and that we should factor in what's such a danger. Like this one user, Valhalla, he's decided that my thinking ISIS is something we can handle. It's not like an end of the world threat. Is like climate change denial, which is funny because climate change denial I'm also not that worried about, but it's probably going to kill more than a few hundred people just because it's going to come roaring in as a storm and people are going to get flooded and whatnot. And we really should be spending money to prevent that so that, a massive flood doesn't destroy a city or endanger many lives. It's just funny to say, like as if your evidence. I mean, my main thing with ISIS is they are serious. I think somebody does have to go in there militarily and occupy. We cannot let them have this revenue stream and this legitimacy that grows from having a state. But on the other hand, if this is a war, they're not the most dangerous thing. And the issue is this guy is a Sam Harris fan, and his point is kind of like, he wants to talk about this as though it's a religious issue. And it's not. I mean, just like when it was Irish Catholics versus Protestants, and the Protestants and the Catholics both made it religious and about the Pope and blah, blah, blah. And we know it was really about the history of occupation or whatever you want to call it with Britain. That's the real reason. It is people that are talking about world history in terms of religion. Look, I'm an atheist. Anytime you're talking about religion, you're talking about fairy tales. It's like if a person says his dog told him to kill people. You don't go, oh, that fucking dog, or it's because of his belief in the dogs should tell you what to do. It's like, obviously that's his own psychology. This dog was not telling him to kill people as the son of Sam. His brain was projecting that into the dog. That's what's going on with God. So when people say, oh, we want to kill you, no, you got to look at it more simply. ISIS wants us over there. So somebody has to go break up that and reoccupy that area. Possibly reestablish, though not necessarily, the border between between Syria and Iraq. Possibly create a new country there. Whichever. Thing is, it can't be us because ISIS wants to fight us. That's what they want. They want the boots on the ground, which I agree is a bad term, but they want on the ground troops in there to fight. Now, I think that's silly of them, but the thing is, that would be in their advantage in that it would keep them united. If we don't be involved, there's very likely a lot of factions to form because crazy madmen listening to voices in their head tend to start fighting with each other if they can't keep their focus on a common enemy, right? And ideas to the opposite are really just sort of, naive. Okay, so I'll post the thing. But first, actually, okay, so I'm going to post the link to this, but first, actually, let me all right, just setting up the policies of the room. Okay, here's the link. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. It always does that. So okay, I think I need. Okay, where is it again? Live control room. Yeah. Okay. And I have to go over here. Comments are always turned off for some reason. Here we go. Okay, to join. It's in the description because it doesn't let me add comments until the thing's over anymore. Okay, so yeah, people really objected to like, yeah, but these guys want to kill us and they've declared war and so on. Well, where's the auto accidents? Well, I don't know. What about GM? They made auto accidents happen. Costs about the same amount of lives. What about the banking crisis? People have lost their jobs, and I think that leads probably to death and struggling and whatnot. No panic about that. And people are like, people just don't understand. And I was talking about the Nazis too. The Nazis flash and plan, bunch of losers, self-destructive losers. They last, what, 5, 6 years, depending on how you count, maybe 10. And people are like, oh, oh my God, that's so naive. Oh, such a big, no, you just don't know history. Look, there's a government in Indonesia. That's the government of Indonesia right now that killed over 1 million of its own people with the help of the West. Because anti-communism, theoretically is the why. Though that's almost like the religious issue. It's, it's the communist effect on the ability to economically occupy a nation or region. That's a government that's still in command right now. It's in control right now. So you guys just don't realize that, yeah, the Nazis are a bunch of losers because there's people like that have managed to have movements 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Our world is the result of movements, vicious, homicidal, let's call it, movements that succeeded. You know, and even the Catholic Church has gone through that stage, though I don't think they're there now. So okay, did that save? Yeah, save changes. So I was gonna. Okay, so let's do this. I noticed I had a lot of comments in my incoming comments about these various things, probably. So okay, this is the truth about the Syrian refugee. Oh yeah, this is Stefan Milionew's video. So somebody's responding to me. Piro, right. So it's basically back to what I've said before, which is to make millions upon millions of dumb, unskilled lemmings do. Oh yeah, what I had said to him, and there's like 7 comments now in a subthread, was, how can a libertarian believe in borders? It's supposed to be market driven. If it's a better thing for them to come here, it's supposed to be libertarianism. And the guy said, yeah, but that doesn't count when we have social services. So I said, well, you know, I think social services should all be work programs. And people are like, work programs? What? Why should we make work? What, do you want to put 100 people on a job that takes 20? And I'm like, no, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I don't think there's going to be a problem finding stuff that needs to be done. And especially since, why do you think I'm saying more money for a work program? No, I'm talking about the money we give out right now. We should associate it with work, including if somebody is disabled and can't leave their own home and is on, you know, SSI or whatever, then, you know, there's things they could do. There's things they could do from home. Now, we don't have to do envelope stuffing, but in the old days, you know, a human being had to take a piece of paper and put it in an envelope to get it out into the mail. There are jobs like that for people that can't go out. There are jobs like the Conservation Corps kind of jobs, where all these parks that haven't really been worked on for decades and decades now. There's trash on the sides of the roads. There's maintenance and trash in parks and schools where the kids are exposed to it. There's places where there's needles that need to be picked up. There's rivers, and there's so much environmental cleanup. That's a job that almost anybody can do. And we have billions and billions, if not $1 trillion worth of Superfund sites that that are the example of things that need a lot of labor in addition to needing science and engineering of environmental cleanup. So he said, millions of unskilled lemmings do work at the intelligence. Oh. So now he's acting like those jobs that I've talked about, they're, you know, but they're not good, and we'd be forcing people to do. Oh. Oh, these people are fucking stupid. I'm not going to answer that. It's a waste of time. Oh, this guy's talking about 9/11's fake and how much he hates Jews. And I said, look here, if you want to deal with the Jews, forget your stupid, you know, forum that turned you into an anti-Semite. I said, go ahead and read Nietzsche. And I put a bunch of Nietzsche quotes there. Wherever Jews have won influence, they have taught men to make finer distinctions, more rigorous inferences, and to write in a more luminous and cleanly flat fashion. Their task was ever to bring people to listen to reason. Only spelled it raison. Quote, these are all Nietzsche quotes. With the Jews, there begins the slave revolt in morality, that revolt which has a history of 2,000 years behind it and which we no longer see because it has been victorious. Quote, Christianity, growing from Jewish roots and comprehensible only as a product of this soil, represents a reaction against the morality of breeding of race of privilege. It is the anti-Aryan religion par excellence. Interesting thing to say. All that has, quote, all that has been done on earth against the nobles, the mighty, the overlords, is as nothing compared to what the Jews did against them. The Jews, that priestly people who were only able to obtain satisfaction against their enemies and conquerors through a radical reevaluation of the latter's values, that is, by an act of the most spiritual revenge. It was the Jews who dared to invent the aristocratic value equation, saying, the wretched alone are the good ones, the poor, the helpless, the lowly, and you who are powerful and noble are to all eternity the evil ones. Quote, the Jews, on the contrary to Rome, were the priestly nation of resentment par excellence, in whom there dwelt an unequaled popular moral genius. One only has to compare similarly gifted nations, the Chinese or the Germans, for instance, with the Jews, to sense which is of the first and which is of the fifth rank. The slave revolt, my man, it's not over. That's me now. So then he just said, was 9/11 an inside job? And I said, no, they let it happen. But did I watch that? No, I have not watched my own video. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Yeah, I set this up so you're muted by default, just in case. So it doesn't let me unmute. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, we have Napalm is here. Hold on, Napalm. So I don't necessarily know what I'm doing is the problem. Okay. I have people coming in muted just in case this week, but it's not letting me unmute you. So I have a feeling that is because. Hey, I saw your angry liberal video there. You're good at that politics stuff, I think. So let's see. So I guess this is it. Live control room, info and settings. Oh, no. Live control room. Yeah, how do I unhide you? Is there a show and broadcast? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, no, it's a different thing. It's not the mute button. So I think you're legit.
Yeah, I saw when I came in. It was like you're hidden from conversation. So I was like, oh, that's probably a problem.
Yeah. No, yeah, I decided to do that. I mean,
it makes sense when you put your link out, because any fucking jackass can come in and you can't block them. They'll just keep coming back.
Well, last week, I mean, I titled the thing "Trollerism" or something, and so by a fortuitous event, somebody posted to raid forums, which I spent about an hour and a half getting them to tell me where it was from, and I'm not sure anything's true, but seemed like it'd be raid forums, and they said some kid was, who knows which part of the story would be true, but that it was random, that they're just looking for things. Yeah, but that's interesting, to me anyway. It's like, oh, good, an example. But and I invited them back, but I don't necessarily want everybody to flood in, and it's not always on topic. So I figured I'd start doing it this way. So yeah, it's easy. I just thought I was going to go over to the I forget what they call it, the control.
Yeah, I have a friend, Crowd Demon. He did a hangout, and he randomly put his thing up on Twitter, and he's not really a big person on YouTube, and he got random fucking trolls.
Yeah, that was it. It was. Yeah, I think this is a part of what people. It's funny because a lot of the people that are saying that, like Anita Sarkeesian went to the UN and asked for censorship of the internet, they're not really facing the fact that there is swatting and raids, and there is this kind of Wild West hordes of, not anarchists, but just these hordes of people, punks, gangs, little, goofing out. In a way, it's just a joke because sticks and stones. It's in the world of, names can never hurt me.
Compared to like Mad Max with roving gangs and shit.
Well, or compared to over in Iraq, because I've noticed a lot of what we're dealing with terrorism as opposed to other conventional enemies, especially ISIS, which is this Facebook, Twitter, in an international club. It's they're a lot like trolls, and you can be a place where those bands are going around shooting everybody that said something bad about ISIS or about the Taliban or about the police. And Frontline had this, Dynacats Love Me showed me this Frontline, which I got to start watching. They had a good thing about ISIS in Afghanistan, and I interviewed, the guy actually went around with the Taliban, some soldiers, with the ISIS soldiers, with the police, who were just like the others. I mean, they get their money from the state, but they have to buy their own bullets and stuff. It's just another 30 guys out there, and then also with the, some citizens that are just like, we're fucking sick of all of them. You say anything bad about any of them, they come and kick your ass.
Yeah.
It's the real world version of the same thing. So my point then would be,
that's why they're having trouble getting people who actually have expertise doing anything. Like, it's good for getting like the rank and file, but like getting administrators and like people who know like agriculture, it's like not so much.
But I mean, I think the thing is that, okay, so online it's not as serious, but it can be if you live on the internet. If you have an internet business, it could be actually directly damaging, and society's not going to put up with that forever. You can have that kind of atmosphere in California and back in the Barbary Coast days, but it's not a part of the culture that's going to be held onto. As it becomes more established, people are going to notice that. And if you want to not have actual censorship on the internet, you're not going to be able to ignore these bands of people. And you cannot unleash these bands of people and pretend they don't exist and then act like what people that are complaining about that phenomena are talking about just opinions on the internet. Because the danger there is, yeah, it might be understood that way, and society, if it has to decide between us getting to talk our bullshit online and letting these bands of people roam around, they would like to censor both of us, and they will use those bands to censor us. We have to be smart enough, including the people on the Thunderfoot side or Quintica or whatever, if we want to keep it as liberal as possible, we can't ignore the fact that 10-year-olds are allowed to come in and fuck our shit up. Nobody's going to ignore that. That's not how the world works. We will do shit about it eventually, whatever it takes. It might take a while. So, anyway, I think it's an interesting issue also, especially because not only is it like the real world, but ISIS is just like Occupy Wall Street, but if Occupy Wall Street wanted to blow up Wall Street. I mean, it's an internet, Twitter, people can come from all over, online friends can use it as a meetup. They have an extra social reason to show up because it's a place they can all justify showing up. And in ISIS, you see that actually mixing with guns, not just chanting or weird, not just your weird little subcultural things that develop, but you actually see people doing it with guns and killing and, but there's a very similar psychological phenomena, I think. And so anyway, I kind of want to engage it that way. What did you make your political video on? You made a really good, you're good when you just ran about.
You know what's actually funny about that video? It was inspired by a comment on your video about that.
Oh, yeah?
It was the Kuros comment. As soon as I saw Kuros 1's comment, I was like, God fucking damn it, this shit pisses me off. And then I stewed for like an hour, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm going to make a video about this shit.
Well, I'm having a brain fart, and I just got up at 3 p.m., so, but what was the topic? Not the topic, but the angle. You had a particular point you were kind of grinding on, and I'm just brain farting it.
Because we're just like vengeance minded, so we're like who do we have to kill? Who do we have to kill to fix like this Paris problem? And it's like, no, vengeance isn't fucking justice. Justice is justice. Vengeance is fucking just stupid.
That's right. And about taking the refugees, right? Which I'm really depressed about this in the sense, well, that's the wrong word, but they're doing some polls now, and Americans don't want these refugees, and it's like, what happened to this country?
Did anything?
Yeah, and besides, where's the bravery? Fucking John Wayne up, you motherfucker. I'd rather have 100,000 of those refugees over here with 1,000 of them being jihadis over here where I could fucking do something, where we could put them in jail. If there are 1,000 over there killing our soldiers and breeding more and training and shit, yeah, I'd rather have them over here try to fucking be a sleeper cell. And the only thing we really, really need to like be super vigilant, go over the top in terms of avoiding, preparing I mean, a regular military attack is terrible, and you want to have some safety, but you don't need to fuck your whole society over to prevent a conventional attack. Okay, you got millions of people. It's terrible if you lose 10 or 20 or 100 or 200, but if that's war as hell. All you don't want is the fucking nuclear, right? Even a nuclear, a dirty bomb nuclear is clean upable. The thing is, a regular actual nuclear bomb, a fission bomb, okay, that would be pretty bad. On the other hand, you can tell from space, it is really, you cannot hide nuclear material. You'd have to put it in a lead case, which you also cannot hide. You can see radioactive material from space. So let's spend the billions of our covert money making sure we watch all of the nuclear materials and have scanners in all of the possible places that we need them. We could have some paranoia on that, because that's an example of something we don't want to clean up after it fucking happens. On the other hand, we don't need to give up every fucking freedom because guys with guns can fight war against us. You know, and if it's a war, Mr. Warmen, then fucking grow up a little bit. Oh, we got somebody else here. Okay, I gotta bring you in, Gary. Just grow up, you know, fight the fucking war. And if you lose 165 people in a goddamn battle, then man up. How many fucking died on the Normandy, the beaches of Normandy? Wasn't it? It was thousands and thousands, you know. And so just man up if it's a fucking war. The fact is, it's a little bit like a war, but it's more like a gang or organized crime. Why is it so devastating to lose, say, 200 or 300 people? It's because that's a lot for a crime. If the mob in New York went in and killed 150 people in a store, that would be a big fucking deal, red alert. But it's not quite the same thing as a war.
Basically what ISIS did is like the terrorist equivalent of like the St. Valentine's Day massacre, where they were just like, we're going to kill a bunch of people in one day, send a point.
I don't, you know, yeah, well, to do the counter argument, why should anybody want a bunch of religious kooks in the country? Why? I mean, you know, this is all such a canard. I mean, you people should be able to see that we're being screwed by a political minorities here. You know, it's this cabal of minority interests. The rich want to drive our wages down, so they say, yeah, go ahead, import all the fucking lunatics from around the world. You know, this other side, I don't even understand you. Piro, you're really telling me that somehow you want a bunch of Muslims to move to Maine?
Well, I'm not trying to go out and recruit. I want
people are
France refugees.
10% Muslim. France is 10%
yes, I do want
Muslim.
that. Yeah, I do want that.
I mean, you really want to see France turn into a Muslim nation, because that's where it's going to head.
That's not at all where it's going to head.
Yeah, it is. America's
no, most French Muslims are secular.
Oh, yeah, well, sorry. I mean, the secular Muslim, it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, it does. We're talking about people that vote like ordinary human beings and aren't trying to jihad.
Well,
they like their ritual.
You say they vote like ordinary human beings. I say bullshit on that. They're obviously anti-abortion and anti-liquor and anti-this and anti-that, and that's
every single Muslim. Every single Muslim, Muslim, everybody who calls himself Christian.
Yeah, that's right. If you're a Muslim, you know, there's the whole idea of the moderate Muslim, like somehow the lying Catholic. There aren't too many lying Muslims. I mean, in the sense that they don't have the privilege of being hypocritical because the religion is so draconian.
Well, you're wrong. That's just not the case. I mean, I met plenty. I went to school with Malaysian.
30 years ago, I went to school with. Okay, I'm talking. Where have you met a Muslim recently that wasn't a kook?
Well, I don't necessarily memorize what people's ostensible.
Yeah, well, especially when you're
so I'm sure I've known some Muslims. There's not that many Muslims.
Living in your isolated world where you don't see them.
Oh, right. You know what, Gary? Shut up about that. You don't run into any Muslims either, so... And I'm sure I do. I would just have to think about it.
I live in a state where there's plenty of this diversity shit happening, and it's really corrosive to our civilization. You can't even go to the store anymore. The dominant language is not even English anymore.
I think the mistake they made in Europe is that their understanding of multiculturalism is kind of a separate but equal sort of thing, where you make a little Muslim town, just like there's Chinatown and stuff like this. Now, I'm for there being a Chinatown.
Yeah, that's why there's a lot of radicalization.
Well, I mean,
but they really should have mixed people in better.
Happening. You're for something that isn't happening anymore. So the fact is that immigration is not benign anymore.
No, you're wrong. Their idea of multiculturalism. Let me say something. Their idea of multiculturalism was like, hey, put forms in their language and have social service people talk in their language. I don't believe that. I'm American enough that's like, start learning English when you get over here. You'd have translators and stuff for the early period, but basically, yeah, I believe in a melting pot approach to accepting everybody. That's the one that works. You're going to come over here and we've got jobs and shit. You're going to take part in what we're doing. Great, come on over here. I don't believe in, oh, we'll take care of you. Here's a neighborhood. That's not how we should do it. So, I mean, and I think America is pretty good, even though they do import people to certain communities. I just saw a story about a Georgia town that has over 50% of the people are refugees over the last 20 years. And, you know, I think that's okay if it's, yeah, they're refugees from different places, so it's mixed. I don't think it's okay if you just took all the Syrians and put them in Syria town. You know, in New York or in New Jersey or whatever.
It's not okay, but I'm just saying that's the fact of how it's being done. So I mean,
off topic,
you're supposed to know a little bit about California. California would have loved if they didn't have to be bilingual, but they had to be because people weren't learning the language, and there was no practical way around it. You had
that's
to
a different situation.
Spanish.
See, that's not,
I don't see how it's different. It's exactly
the difference is those are not refugees. Those people are coming up.
Well, fuck this refugee word. I mean, what's the difference? I mean, a Mexican crossing the border is just as much a refugee.
No, the difference. Here's
just
the difference.
As much a refugee as the Syrians. Come on, get real. They're fucking fleeing their country because it's a shithole, and that's the only reason.
No, actually, many of them have always planned to go back, or they do.
There's no.
I want to finish a statement, though. I want to be able to say that. The difference is that ag business in California needs those workers. That's
what they think. The migrant workers. Different subject. Different subject.
You're going to have to let me finish. You're going to have to let me finish my sentences, Gary.
Bye. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you too. I don't need to be interrupted by you.
I'm not going to need. I'm not this muting shit. Right. Goodbye. Goodbye. Fuck you.
Bye. Get
out. You. Fuck you.
Leave. Get the fuck out. I don't need to be interrupted in my room as well as your fucking rooms that you don't have anymore. The difference is the agribusiness, the people owning those farms, they feel they need that labor, at the very least because they can't compete with the people that use that labor, and the labor is endemic. You go to any Home Depot, anywhere in California, there are illegal immigrants waiting to work for you, do day jobs and stuff for you. They feel they cannot turn down that crack of that hardworking, cheap labor. So they are pulled up here, and it doesn't fucking matter what language they speak, because the point is, will they pick the fucking walnuts or whatever? So that's why that's why Spanish has gotten a foothold, because if you say, hey, we want workers, you happen to speak Spanish, fine, you don't have the option to go, well, you better learn English before you pick these, you know, raspberries. That's just not how it's going to fucking work.
Yeah, also, you don't really need to know English to do that. You just pretty much like point at the raspberry and like pantomime picking.
Well, right, no, but see, that's what the thing is, Napalm. This is the thing, is that it's not that hard to know Spanish or find somebody that knows Spanish just because we're bordering a Spanish nation. It's not like, California had Spanish in it. So it's easier to find a foreman or something that speaks just enough Spanish, or for that matter, to learn it. You only need a little bit of pidgin, like you're saying, you're 90% there with pointing, and the other 20% is, here's the numbers of what you get paid for per bucket and whatnot. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. So, I think that's different. On the other hand, I believe we, as a liberal, let's have some respect for people, for other languages. And hey, in Chinatown, it might be fun, put the Chinese names on the streets and stuff.
Actually, that's an interesting thing too, is like Chinese have replaced Hispanics and Mexicans as like the #1 group of illegals. Like a lot of the Mexicans are going back.
Well, I've been telling people this for a few years. Get ready. This is not the place to come anymore. With all the hatred and they get paid so shitty. And really, if the Mexican government wasn't so fucked up for 50 years, you know, it wouldn't take much economic development down there. They got shit tons of resources down there. They're just kind of too corrupt. You know, they had a one-party corrupt family kind of system for too long.
Yeah, and then they had our shitty fucking drug war imposed on them.
Yeah, but as time goes on, you know, they are developing just naturally, even without the help of a bright government, and you know, and other countries in South America, and it's like, you know, Chile. It's like, well, the Mexicans can go work in Chile. You know, Chile's got their shit together. You know, I mean, if there's Chile has had some problems, but you know, they're like they've got a great college system. They're they're like a star. Good engineers from down there. You know, there's other countries now in South America, whereas back in the 70s, 80s, you know, that was struggling from
Brazil's got a lot of shit they're building.
An Africa kind of problem. Yeah, so there's exactly. So I think we're going to see that, and it'll be funny. Bill Maher in his last show was just like, we're going to have to build a wall to keep them in. But anyway, yeah, I don't think. So, I mean, I think in general, though, I do believe in a kind of a melting pot. You know, there's some liberals that have said, no, it's more like a salad, you know, where you keep your own flavor, but you blend together. But I'm a little bit of 50-50, you know. I mean, I do think melting pot is okay. Yes, I think you melt some of your culture, and we get it. We get Chinese food. And I went to New York recently, and it's like the main food on the street is kebab. Besides pretzels and hot dogs, there's just awesome kebab everywhere. Thank you. I mean, I do not want to kick you guys out of the United States if I can't buy delicious kebabs as a result. Seriously, I mean, that's really my line. I will take, for every 100 kebabs, I'll take a terrorist and I'll just deal with him. If he kills me, okay, hopefully the cops will get him.
But also, let's be also completely fucking honest here, too. In this country, it's not the Muslim terrorists we have to worry about.
Well, right.
They'll get like maybe one attack every 5 years. Every other terror attack, it's some creepy white dude who looks like me.
Well, have you seen the statistics that are adding up that since 9/11, there's been more domestic terror from, you know, school shootings and things like this, and, you know, yeah. Timothy McVeigh types, though nothing quite that big, yeah. But the thing is, it's just how afraid do you want to be? You know, I believe global warming is coming. It's going to kill more people than terrorism, probably, unless we get our act together. And I don't mean our act together to stop the warming. The warming's coming. I mean our act together to build bigger dams and move New York inland. You know, it's time to start building Manhattan. Time to rebuild Manhattan in upper New York.
I think the scientific consensus at this point is like, yeah, it's fucking coming. We're fucked.
But we're not really fucked. Think about it.
Well, I mean, you know, a lot of the old stuff is fucked. We're fucked if we don't take precautions.
You know why we're fucked, Eddie, is because, in my opinion, I mean, is because, look, we have this property system where it's hard for people to move. If you have farms here and that becomes a desert, and a desert 100 miles away becomes, you know, gets rain, you can't just move there. If we had a society where we moved where we grew our agriculture to wherever the sweet spots were, it wouldn't matter if those sweet spots moved every day. Farms are easy to move. As far as cities, you just need to not, you know, Florida is a goner, you know, so it's not all a bad thing. And Manhattan's going to go underwater. You just move.
New Orleans is just gone. New Atlantis, basically.
Yeah, no, New Orleans, but it, you know, I didn't believe this. I didn't know this, and somebody was saying how dangerous it was for Florida. And if you go to Google Maps, Florida's like 12 feet above sea level, like everywhere. I mean, the whole southern part is like at sea level, all these swamps and stuff, right? But even inland, it's pretty fucking wide across. I would have thought it got up to 1,000 feet. But it might peaks here and there, but you look where all the people are, yeah, they're like 12 feet. So they're, you know, they'll be the first ones that we're watching going. And the thing is, it won't be after the sea level raises. What it'll be is hurricanes, you know, like, I forget what that storm was that got
like Everglades
Sandy.
Pushed in.
Sandy. Well, they're just going to have floods where it comes up and wipes the people out, and then it'll go back out to sea. You know, as the sea is rising, it's just going to punish us. So 100 years till it's 10 feet, 20 feet higher, and you don't get to have Miami. But way before that, we're going to have storms that wipe people out. Now, we should stop spending money on killing each other and, you know, make flood. You know, like you have bombing, you know, underground, you have your little bombing shelter. We should have flood shelters on the top of, you know, buildings and, you know, 70 feet up and things like this, and just survive it. There's a lot of surviving we can do, but over the next 7,500 years, we're just going to have to move some of our towns inland. On the other hand, a warmer world is potentially a very productive world. There will actually be an opening up of new agricultural areas, and if we're flexible enough to move there, but you almost need a more socialistic system where you know, the government or just our social society helps with the fact that there's no water where I farm now. Okay, well, there is over here. If you're willing to move over here, you get some kind of a stake or a help, or you can transfer deeds from your useless land to this land that's now valuable but wasn't before. You know, there's mechanisms where you can make that happen, and I don't think it'd be that big of a deal. So we need to get on that, but, you know, on the other hand, even if we don't, well, you know, it's something you can react to. It's not going to end the world. All these people that are so paranoid that everything's going to end the world. It's like we had bombs blow up in Japan, and Japan's an economic power.
Yeah, the world's been hit by space rocks, like.
Yeah. And human beings can live in any condition that any other land animal can live in. Everyone. I mean, that's fucking amazing. You know how hard killing off all the humans on this planet requires the red button, you've blown up the actual whole planet kind of Gary idea, because in fact, you can't wipe out the human race. It would be very difficult. Blow up 10,000 bombs. Wherever humans could live, they would still live. And so what? They got cancer and died at 35. That was our old lifespan anyway. We would survive. The real issue is that the living conditions we want? No. So let's start focusing on the living conditions we want instead of panicking about the end of the human race like every fucking movie is some comic book hero saving the planet yet again every fucking day. I mean, this fantasy is like, it's getting tired. I love it. I love comic books, but it's fantasy. You never save the world.
I say it's more post-apocalyptic than comic book fantasy. Because, like, everybody wants to, like, they have, like, the image of them being, like, Mad Max. Just surviving the fall, being in the ruins, being some kind of badass. That's how I see it.
That's fast. Okay, so I'm 47, and that is not true in my generation, but I have always been that way. Like, you know, Robert Heinlein I've always loved every post-apocalyptic thing. The original, I think it was the Fallout, but I might have the name wrong. There was an old 2D version of the Ultima that was used the Ultima engine, and it was like, you know, post-apocalyptic and everything. And that's interesting because I only recently realized that was the same brand that's the current Fallout, because that was a great game, better than Ultima. But anyway, so where was I going with that? Yeah, so I'm really into that myself. And I think I went through a stage of liking like the idea of intentional communities, and I think that's related, the hippie side of that, because it's kind of like how you band together to survive, like the idea that
that's like
it's already post-apocalyptic. What?
That's like one of the reasons why the dark side of me kind of wants Donald Trump to get into the presidency, because I'm like, that's like a dystopian movie. Like, Donald Trump becomes president, destroys America. We all have to start over.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, and maybe there's a deep urge in us to reset. I mean, the thing I didn't know is that this is that popular. I mean, it's always been a kind of fiction and in science fiction, but you saying that maybe this is a widespread thing now is interesting, because I don't think in my age group it quite was. It was available as a thing. I mean, I had a bunch of friends and we loved Mad Max, and we were totally into dystopian stuff.
You guys were like more close to it, with the actual, like, everybody was pointing nuclear weapons at each other.
But you're right, man. No, think about it. Terminator and Matrix and all of these things. This is not the subculture the 60s and 70s sci-fi that had that. It's mainstream. It's all over, actually. It's just constant. So that's an interesting point.
Yeah, that's what the zombie genre
what is it? Yeah.
When you think about it, it's just post-apocalyptic.
Yeah. Well, you know what I think? Yeah, I've come to a conclusion about the zombie thing, that it has become, zombies are a metaphor for the homeless. And so it's a post-apocalyptic thing where we don't take care of the homeless problem until everybody's homeless, and not homeless, but, you know, monster homeless.
Like, I actually read an interesting thing on crack.
Not how real homeless people are, but how the monster version of it.
Where conservatives typically like vampires. Like, they typically like reading stuff about vampires. And while liberals typically like stuff about zombies.
Interesting.
Because, like, they're like, vampires feed into, like, the conservative fear of the foreigner. And, like, zombies fit into, like, the liberal fear of, like, the flock mentality.
Yeah. So that's an interesting subtlety in this idea of just that there might be a super widespread sort of desire for the post-apocalyptic in the sense that it's a fear scenario, and people wouldn't say, I really want that to be, but they would put it like you did, like, secretly, I'd like to see Trump because, you know, I really want to see what it's kind of, don't we just want to reset? We know things are fucked up. I mean, my view is this is post-apocalyptic. We've had 2, maybe 10,000 years of constant war. This is the post-apocalypse. This is the dystopia already. And in which case, nothing to sweat about. We can handle this. There's no thing. I mean, it's easy to get better from here. It really is easy.
I think my scenario, I don't really want everybody to fall. Like, I want like, just like maybe 1 or 2 countries fall at a time and, like, get fixed.
Yeah. But see, Ayn Rand brings the post-apocalyptic to the conservative and the whole Gulch. And I've only ever really laughed at it because, you know, if you've ever read it, I mean, they go to Gulch and make this intentional community. And so people that were mega billionaire bankers are now just baking and getting personal satisfaction from it. It's like, yeah, I really see that happening. But the important part maybe is
like
just
they kill each other in a week.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it wouldn't work out. I mean, would they kill each other? They just wouldn't do all the necessary. They would import people to bake and stuff like that. I just don't see a banker as being a banker.
I think the more, like, heartless, like if the Koch brothers were, like, in a community, because, like, I could totally see the Koch brothers turning. Okay, it's like, oh, we can't destroy people's lives through economics. I gotta murder somebody.
Okay, yeah, but let's not put too much realism. The way Ayn Rand puts it is it's a sweet little intentional community like the farm with a bunch of hippies, except for they're conservative hippies, and they have the little stone pass back and forth, and they all do the things they really love, very hip, and it opens up this kind of, hey, the post-apocalypse will allow us to have pockets of what we want. Right now, there's nowhere on earth we can go and make the government we want. If there's a post-apocalypse, all the laws are down, and we can make our own system. You know, maybe the solution is, I believe we should have a granted land. I have a whole fucking series of stories about this idea of granted lands where we choose places on earth where people can file, and as long as they have a constitution that satisfies certain human rights, you know, requirements.
What's actually interesting about that is Greece is selling off some of their bigger uninhabited islands. And, like, one of the people who wants to buy it is this, like, buy one of them is, I think he's Jordanian, but he wants to buy them and resettle Syrian refugees there. And he's like, I want to make a country for Syrian refugees. Because let's be honest, Syria's probably fucked.
It would only take one country to do this, because if one country would just pass the law to give up their sovereignty for a territory and it would go international, but the country did it in a really regular, lots of paperwork, went to the UN way, it could really be recognized very quickly. And in this world, there's enough Western countries to act as protectorates so it wouldn't just be invaded, right? If you had an island there, the world would not let, you know, ISIS, let's say ISIS succeeds and makes their own country like Indonesia did, and they're going to invade this Syrian island and take it over. You know, people wouldn't have to tolerate that. So I think we're in a situation where there's enough international forces that if one single country, you know, if the United States decided to say, hey, you know what, Hawaii, you can be your own country. Japan's not going to invade them. Indonesia, Thailand. Nobody's going to send their navy over and invade them because the
Yeah,
United
Puerto
States
Rico,
and the UK
What are
wouldn't.
your own country? Like, whatever. Like, you're basically kind of your own country already, anyways.
Yeah, well, I'm in Maine now, but yeah, they basically are. There's a sovereignty movement. There's every reason for them to do that. I don't think Hawaiians want it, so it would have to go through some process. It's a minority of activists that are really into it, but I think it should be back to its own nation. It was illegally annexed. That's been proved and admitted by the U.S. government, and but that's less likely to happen than someone like Greece. Or what about Spain? Or what about any of these countries? You could sell sovereignty is so rare, you could sell it for, $500 billion probably. At least hundreds of billions you could get. Some fucking, for that matter, fucking some bank will buy it and make Bankistan. And that might suck, but go for it. Why not get back on the ledger?
Like, this reminds me of the concept of a micronation, but not silly and dumb.
A what nation?
A micronation. It's basically like, it's where people basically just declare sovereignty on shit around them.
Yeah. Well, in my granted land scenario, what it is the UN is gone and there's an international forces and an international union. It doesn't really cover the whole world, but all the regular nations, any place that's not chaotic is pretty much in it. There's a mysterious war area that people haven't been able to live in, and I'm abstract about where it is in the world. And they both allow territorial grants where you have a nation, a big territory, but then they have this whole area where most of the granted lands are actually just city-states. And outside of the city, it's kind of lawless, potentially. And inside the city, it's whatever government that city, has been granted, and they can have police forces and everything else to enforce their own laws. And I think the city-state idea is really cool. And if you go back, read Aristotle, Aristotle's in his Politics goes through all the different systems. There were a lot of different democracy was included in a lot of Greek islands, the Greek cities, in different ways, and non-democratic systems and policies like, at one point Aristotle talks about, I'll talk about the policy of promoting homosexuality as a way to control population, which we don't have any remnant where he actually did talk about it, but people assume it exists and we just don't have it. But so there was so much experimentation, and it's kind of like we did round one of democratic experiments. Why not do round two where we have thousands of them or hundreds? Why you could take a place the size of California and there could be 500 city-states in it. Some of them only 3,000 people, micro-states, and we could actually see how that stuff works out. And if some libertarians want to go and live in Galt's Gulch, I would love to watch that happen. I would not go there. Their kids.
You have like a place the size of Delaware and still have like hundreds, maybe even thousands of like small nations and stuff.
Yeah. Well, and assuming you build them somewhat urban and you develop for concentrated populations, fuck yeah. So, I would like to see that happen. Now, it seems kind of weird, but when I was a kid, there was no third-party runs, and I thought we should see more. And then we saw a series of significant, couldn't win, but made an influence of 10, 20%, whatever. And even Nader, with just a tiny percent, having ended up making a difference. But also, Perot, Brown has run. There's been Dean, people that didn't even get to the end of the elections, but that have had these kind of movements. And so that has happened. And then I always was one of these geeky kids, and I was in the civics club and stuff in high school, even going, it's possible for the popular vote to go different from the electoral college, and people would prove to you how unlikely it was. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but it could happen. And then I fucking saw this. So, and then also I thought, shouldn't countries divide and become, they should separate some of these countries, Czechoslovakia or something. There's really very distinct cultures. North and South Korea should join back together and other countries should split back up. And that has started happening. So actually this weird dream, which is related to this liking dystopian fiction thing, probably in some maybe unhealthy way, of having like city states and this kind of thing, it seems totally impossible, but not really any less possible than the electoral college getting the election wrong or third-party candidates arising, or, it's not any more unlikely than that. So, I think we could see it. The problem is who wants to give up some of their country. So in my story, there was a big war that made a place unlivable for 100 years. And then as it becomes livable again, of course, there are already people going over there as rogues, but they decide to, let people live there again. And in our real world, it's more like a company that's a country that's economically strapped like Greece and has beautiful country and resources like Greece, countries in Africa.
Yeah, just a bunch of islands that's like, nothing grows here but like olive trees. You want it?
Yeah, what if the Palestinians had actually been able to sell the sovereignty for Israel? That would have been worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and then they wouldn't have had to live in fucking prisons. They would have just spent that on the land they kept. And
also, there's a lot of like crazy libertarian people too now, like who are going like out into international waters and building like giant platforms and being like, "This is a country now."
Yeah, well, that was another thing. One of the real formative thing. I was involved with this guy, this libertarian, this anti-taxitarian guy. A really interesting idea called NSPIC, which is the neurosemantic political illusion complex. His whole theory that the government doesn't really exist, and he was one of these guys that his hobby was not paying taxes and fighting the government. And his point was, when you do that, you need to realize you're not fighting the whole government. If you're in Texas and you're doing blah, 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 you're fighting some federal official that's in charge of Texas. And he has a certain number of tanks and helicopters and stuff that he has. He doesn't have the whole fucking government. There is no one whole fucking government. There's a lot of little petty bureaucrats that own jurisdictions, and that's who you're really fighting, individuals. And it depends on who that individual is, how they'll react. And that's the idea that there's a monolithic government is really what he calls this neurosemantic, in our words, in neurological political illusion. The idea that these political establishments actually exist, that actually have legitimate a dominion over an area. And that it's a complex, it's a whole set of metaphors that work together to make people assume that's really the case. But if you're into this stuff, there's all kinds of great examples from Pitcairn. You ever heard of Pitcairn?
No.
You know about Mutiny on the Bounty, right?
Yes.
It's a real story. Okay, Mutiny on the Bounty is a real story. The mutineers ended up making a colony in Pitcairn, and it was rediscovered in the 1800s or whatever. It's part of the British Commonwealth.
Oh, I have heard of that, but I didn't know that was the name of it.
Yeah, and there's
like a bunch of like fair-skinned islanders.
Yeah, and they know for a fact that it's those guys. And then the weird thing that's happened, though, because that's one of these things where like, oh, cool, rebels, and Captain Bligh put him out to the ocean, and then they made an intentional community. Yeah, well, in the 2000s, it's turned out that like over half of the men got convicted of child molestation. The British government won't let any of its diplomats that go to manage it take their children. So it's like, okay, maybe that didn't work out. Maybe that's not such a, but there's that history. There's a platform in Britain that was created, I think 50 miles or some number of tens of miles off of the coast, maybe as much as 100. And it looks like an oil platform, but it was a World War II, I think, platform for defense. And then it got abandoned. And people moved in there, made a pirate radio. They have gotten away with it. They still exist. They market. They have their own money that they market, which is it's all just a novelty. And so there's examples around the world. I remember seeing one time a speech by a guy who was actually a space lawyer, talking about the law in space and this weird international situation that you have. And he'd sold an example of a guy that went and landfilled a little island, some atoll. He landfilled it, put a flag on it, and then he started trying to sell this flag. You could have your ship run under his flag, and it'd be like, one of these tax havens. You could have you fly your ship, you'd be protected by international standards, but you don't really have to pay taxes. Well, the king of Tonga evidently got in his canoe in all his war canoes and paddled out there and is like, fuck you, this is our island now. And it's like his point was that in the end, it doesn't matter these tricky ideas of what you can do. If you make your water platform, good for you, but how are you going to stop the Navy SEALs from coming on board and taking it over if they think you're a threat? And if you're a threat, even economically, you're broadcasting pirate radio or something, governments can use that as a justification. And if you have no way to protect yourself and you don't have any friends that'll protect you, then you're fooling yourself. Your country is going to last 6 months. And I think this is sort of an interesting thing. To ever try these, you would have to have the UN acting as a police to protect people. It would never work if every one of these 100 city-states needs their own military, actually needs to motivate a military to protect themselves in the conventional classical way that's been necessary by nations.
Yeah, the space laws are weird. Going back to that, like only individuals and corporations can legally claim stuff in space.
Yeah, it's weird.
Which is I wonder if Ridley Scott read that when he was making Aliens and came out with the mega corporations owning everything in space.
Did you? Yeah, no, and it's likely to happen, and it's likely to be a good thing. I mean, I'm not a libertarian, but I would actually prefer private people trying to work this out than have government. Well, at least the private entities would be trying to make money and have reasons to make deals, whereas we know governmental institutions, they want to fight successful other governments. They don't want to cooperate with them. Whereas businesses, it's a more modern thing to have a businessocracy, which I want to defeat, this international corporatocracy. Well, it is better than when we had these fucking royal families running Europe, So I think in space, it might not be the worst thing, but it's obviously not the final solution. Have you ever read Robert Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress?
It sounds familiar.
So it's a great Heinlein book about a revolution on the moon, and it's kind of like this where, the families have a certain amount of freedom there, but in reality, they're so easy to control because when the government isn't just pumping water to your house, but it's the only way you could get water, and it includes they're pumping oxygen to your house. It's like you're very easily enslaved by economic means, and yet they pull a revolution. And partly with the help of the fact that their computer system has become sentient, and so that helps them. And it's another good model. I've always been, the dystopian and revolution thing has always been huge.
That sounds like something from the Dune universe a bit, like a prequel.
Yeah. Well, Heinlein, if you haven't read much Heinlein, it is high quality awesomeness. Heinlein. He covers a lot of dystopia, making your own way, even in his old pulp stuff. Like he has one great story, it's just kind of a short novelette size thing where a bunch of students are teleported to a planet and they got to get their shit together and make a working, like Survivor. It's a 2-week test. They're of terraforming school or whatever. But
here's your final course, hope you don't die. See ya.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of a harsh, but they're only supposed to be there 2 weeks. But then the portal doesn't open in 2 weeks, and they really struggle to make this stuff work. And the guy that makes it all work, and he gets them all working together, and he overcomes the internal conflicts, and they get things going smoothly. And it's like a year and a half, 2 years later, I don't remember. And the portal opens because it's kind of a quantum time, wormholes. It's like, oops, we aimed the wormhole wrong, so it landed a year late. And he's all like, well, fuck that, man. We got it better here. It's better here. We've got our shit together. Let's just keep this going, because he's all invested in it. And everybody else is like, are you fucking shitting me? And they all, they all take the portal back home. And it's an interesting thing because it's kind of like, it's the differences that we're talking about. I mean, he ended up wanting to hold on to what he built. Everybody else wasn't building anything. They were part of the problem. He managed to get them into a system, and but when they were able to escape it, they didn't really love it. They hadn't built something they loved or were working for. Anyway, lots of his stories are like that. Time Enough for Love, a guy lives 2,000 years because he just has no genetic predisposition to disease by luck, but also a little bit by eugenic breeding. And he ends up going off on his own, and it's kind of a misanthrope, and he doesn't like having to pretend to grow old because people notice after 20 years if you haven't aged at all and things like this. And so he ends up doing a lot of the going off. What is it? It's what's that? They made the Disney movie, Robinson Crusoe family. Swiss Family Robinson. He has a lot of those kind of stories where, oh, shipwreck, now we got to get things working, and there's political problems and there's physical problems of how do you get water and how do you cut the wood and you don't have a saw, and so he's got a lot of that kind of shit. And I think maybe maybe our American mindset is at that point. I think that science fiction, the ideas of science fiction are, lead 10 or 20, maybe 30 years, the ideas of culture. And maybe this is a mindset that people have fallen into now, that we're all kind of wishing there was a way to reset, a way to try out some of the ideas that we like. Maybe we don't know that our ideas are good. I have 5 or 6 ideas that contradict each other. Why not have 5 or 6 city-states where people that believed in just one of them got to try it out? That's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see that it really is a democratic experiment, and let's open up the lab.
That's what China should do. Since they're like building just some islands and shit, they should build an island and be like, hey, we'll sell it. We'll recognize you as a country. $80 billion or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Think of how lucrative it could be for almost any country on Earth.
I could start like a whole weird race where everybody is just fucking plopping down islands and shit and being like, what bit of territory would we just skeeve off?
Yeah. Actually, it's funny you should say this. I had the idea before I found out the libertarians were in it, when I was like 10, of making a big island. And I was talking to my grandmother, and she liked the idea, but she also turned me on to the idea that, Craig, you just want to escape from all this stuff. It's sort of escapism. You're going to have to like grab by the horns the world and what the situation is, as opposed to escape. But my Granted Land story has a prequel story, the first thing I actually wrote, which was about these people that create a big floating city to create their own nation, the problems that they have with the international community, and they actually end up winning just through political appearances. They outsmart, make it so that they get left alone, and then that's why the granted lands get opened up, because basically the international union is like, hey, okay, we have to have this new sovereign nation. They've established their own sovereignty. How can we dilute that? Well, we can dilute that by, we just start letting people establish their own sovereignty. And it doesn't look like we lost this war so much as it was the start of a trend. And, I think there could be, there's a lot of countries, India, you name it. Now, I don't think India and China are so cash strapped, but then again, once you're an economic powerhouse like China and your growth slows, it doesn't have to make you poor before you might want to beef it up with a few easy 100 billion to make here and there by selling. They do have so much territory. They wouldn't even, they don't have to make islands. They could de-sovereigntize Tibet, for that matter, and just charge somebody for it. They could let Tibet be itself again. I mean, they only went into Tibet because the British were going to go into Tibet and be on the border of China. The reason for needing Tibet now is it's gone. So they might do that. But then India.
At this point, it's pretty much just pride which keeps Tibet in China.
Say what?
Pretty much it's at this point, it's just like pride that keeps Tibet in China, where it's like, well, we kind of have it now, so.
Well, yeah, no, and just the traditions. But I mean, if there was any inkling of, hey, we can make money from releasing the sovereignty of an area, especially an area that still has its own identity, and not so the libertarians could buy it, but so that the Tibetans could have it back, and you would have international support for that and people trying to get in on that. The funny thing about Tibet to me is, isn't it lucky that their leader, that the Buddha, has decided to reincarnate exclusively as their leader? I mean, how lucky is that? That's not even where Buddhism is from, but the Buddha decided to go and freeze his fucking ass off in Tibet. And boy, I just amazed how lucky it is.
That's why I like China, where they found like some weird Buddhist loophole where they're like, actually, we can declare Buddha.
Yeah. I mean,
so when you die, old man, we're making a Buddha.
Yeah. So another thing, I have a life dream now. It's just a couple of years old, but now it's my plan is to go to Bhutan, which I just Bhutan's this country that invented this idea of gross national happiness and stuff. oh, it's the whole country's kind of like a Pokemon. You know, their main patron Buddhist monk, you know, like their patron saint, was the drunken monk, and his symbol is a phallic symbol. So you just go into a little village with conservative little families in there, and they'll have a big phallus, you know, painted on things because of this. And the interesting thing about them is, you know, Tibet and the Dalai Lama, and he's an okay guy, but I mean, all the liberals, you know, I rent a house and the Dalai Lama's picture is up there and stuff, all these liberals. Well, in Bhutan, to Bhutan, Tibet is the aggressor. Historically, all the villages in Bhutan are organized like at the mouths of little valleys and stuff to defend from Tibetan invasion. So, you know, Tibet is the fucking historical, you know, they're not the fucking Dalai Lamas.
That's like what people forget. It's like, yeah, the Buddhists could have a violent streak. Like, look what's happening in Burma.
Yeah, no, and well, I was arguing about this recently because people want to act like, oh yeah, but Muslims, Sam Harris, it's especially Muslims. Well, we know all religions bullshit, but you know that when the Catholics were blowing up Protestants and vice versa, shooting each other and blowing up Harris, nobody said, you know, it was because of Christianity, except for the people blowing each other up said fuck the Pope and this and that. They made it religious. We all know it was really because of the history of Britain and owning Ireland and Ireland wanting to be, we knew what it was really about. And if you could go to any religion, if they were Buddhist over in the Middle East, we'd have Buddhist terrorists from the Middle East, because it's really about how they got raped for their oil starting in 1908. That's the real reason. The religion is what people go to when they have to become fanatics, when they're in a fanatical situation where they feel like, you know, fuck it, it's open season, fuck it. They will make a religion if they need to. In some of these crazy people that kidnap the girls and stuff in Africa, you see if they have any religion at all that's well known, it's just a minor thing, and they're really creating their own version, you know, to explain why it's okay to kidnap girls and stuff. And you do have, you know, also Hindus. Hinduism is supposed to be very peaceful as well, and it's maybe a little bit more chaotic than Buddhism about that, but it's supposed to be peaceful. And they're going and burning up and killing Muslims they used to live with fine 50 years ago. And yeah, Buddhists, you've had it as well. I mean, and Buddhism's probably the best example.
Recently, like last month, like a crowd of Hindus beat like a Muslim man to death in front of his elderly parents because there's rumors that he ate a cow, and they were like, "There's this cow meat," and like,
no, it was lamb. They said,
yeah, they were like, it was goat, you dummies.
Yeah, no, I saw that one, and that is not the only story. And really, it's cultural conflicts and people of any religion. I mean, I do believe to a certain degree, if you don't have a religion, if you believe in let's say the religion of rational, trying to reason things out, you won't get things right all the time. I do think it'll make you a little less likely to just go nuts one night in a mob and kill some guy that might have eaten beef. So, or that did eat beef for that matter. I think without religion, it's less likely to happen. But it could still happen. It just is, you know, the needle needs to go a couple more notches higher, and, you know, atheists will go lynch some motherfucker too. And so we could create a case where we'd be one of those guys who's like, yeah, he was a fucking child molester and he got away with it because he was the mayor. So we went and we fucking lynched him. You know, I mean, you could even, the needle can get to that point where almost anybody will react in a warlike way. And because there's a certain point of self-defense, or you've just been driven crazy. But even if religion makes that more likely, you can't really call it the cause. And you certainly can't not let people trying to flee oppression in because ostensibly they're religion. And one reason is because even if that was a good idea, these Republicans saying, let's have a religious test, how the fuck are you going to have a religious test? You're going to force a Muslim to say they love Christ, and you don't know whether they did, or whether they're going to put their hand on a fucking Bible. Are they going to put their hand on a Quran and swear they really believe in Jesus? I mean, what the fuck are you going to do? It's just, we should not live in this make-believe land where that actually fucking matters. Whether
it's
you
like,
talk
what about
to
the Mormons? GOP. Like, most of your base doesn't even believe Mormons are real Christians.
Yeah, exactly. How do you define that? Somebody comes in with some weird kind of Christianity. And then people say, well, but Christianity, we're over that. Are we really? Because I know the Westboro Baptist Church, and if they ever got more followers and they started electing people to government, I don't see how they wouldn't likely kill the people they think deserve death. I don't think Christianity's over it. It's like when you have a virus. Yeah, it recedes, but I'm sorry. You know, if you don't have Hep C in your blood for 2 weeks, they call you cured, but the Hep C will come back. You're going to have to keep monitoring it. And that's what's going, all these religions are like having the virus of justified violence in your culture. So yeah, let's wipe out religion, but we haven't done that yet. So when we're taking refugees, let's base it on, do they really need someplace to go? Yeah, they need someplace to go. If you want to add on top of that, how about the fact that it's all our fucking fault? And so maybe we should help out with the problem that we've created. Though that's a hard one, because the whole Pottery Barn thing I always thought was funny. It's like, we went into Iraq and broke it, now we got to fix it. It's like a drunken guy in the Pottery Barn. He keeps breaking things. Oh, I'll fix glue in it. And while he's trying to glue this, he knocks that fucking thing. Oh, no, I don't want to leave. No, I'll fix it. No, I'm so sorry. Just keeps breaking things. And by the time he's done, the whole thing's broken. And it's like, well, at least, you know, I'm a good person and I tried to fix it. Wanders off to the next store.
Yeah, it's more like, it should be more like, look, here's some money. And I'm sorry.
Right now, I think that's right. I think what we need to do right now is Bernie Sanders is right. A lot of people actually on all sides of the spectrum, we need to create a local coalition. And the best local coalition.
China's smart on that. Like, they made their own, like, investment bank. And they're like, we're going to give, like, countries up to, I think they said, like, 500 million, like, free. Like no interest on loans of 500 million or lower for countries.
Yeah, no, that is smart. No, that is smart. And that's why they're going to profit from the development of Africa, because they're actually over there doing.
Yeah, they're like, we'll build roads and like power lines and shit. Like,
you know, for all of the money that we spend
cool.
in Iraq,
China's cool, dudes.
There's like 30 million people in Iraq. And if you want to talk about money and that bribes actually work better than bombs, and we could just given every individual in Iraq $10,000-$20,000 for the same cost.
Yeah,
and
we should have been like, look, here's some money. Just make sure a scumbag doesn't get back in, because we might have to come back.
Well, here's the thing.
We don't want to, but we might have to.
If we gave them $500 billion in money, we'd give it to the government and let the government spend it. That won't work. But if we actually gave every Iraqi citizen $10,000 for every family member, I think that would work. I do not think you'd have, people would be telling their cousins, don't fuck this up. Don't spend all this money on
there'd be some scumbags who'd be like, I'm going to buy a gold-plated blimp. But, like, most of them would probably be like, oh, let's get together and fucking make good shit.
Yeah, I think most would. People don't realize that it's just like in the ghetto. If you go down into so-called ghettos and walk around the street, you meet mostly nice people, and they'll help you and they'll give directions and all the rest. They'll warn you about what's dangerous. It only takes 5%. And if you get 10 or 20, it's a total hellhole. But you still have 80% of the people that are just trying to go to work. They're trying to raise some kids. You know, those people are your allies. That's who you have to reach out to. You know, like in ISIS right now, you can drop in food to everybody. You can try to make the equivalent of the underground railroads to get medical supplies in and out. Just get contact with the people that's what they want. And that's about the best thing you can do. Now, I think right now ISIS does need military troops in there to,
you know what we should be doing?
That territory from them. It just can't be us.
We should be doing like how we encourage shit like in World War II against the Nazis with like the Polish resistance and the French resistance.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's a big thing.
But like we're just doing this namby-pamby, like, oh, we'll drop some guns.
We never do that. We never really fight the resistance. We always go for the rebels, some crazy motherfucker that wants a gun and wants to shoot people. And what we need is to help the resistance that wants to make the school have books, even if it is a war zone. The people that want to get antibiotics into the hospital, even if it is a war zone. Those people we could help. The thing is right now, I do think they need military action over there on that border, probably to reestablish the border between Syria, or in some way take that territory. We need to take the ability of ISIS to collect taxes away from ISIS, because that is dangerous. On the other hand, if we have to do it ourselves, it will just create a longer term problem. So the best thing is if you can have a coalition of, Jordan, United Arab Emirates, and and local Islamic nations that have a reason to go in there on the ground. And then ideally it would be if you were a masterful, even a Reagan might pull this off, you need some charmer, you get that coalition to include Iran and Israel, and that would be checks and balances. And then you could give money. We could pay for the fucking war practically, except for that might backfire too, just because what you need to do is ISIS wants to fight the United States. They're from all over the world. They're actually all different kinds of people.
Yeah, because at this point, it's like everybody in the world hates ISIS, except for like maybe North Korea, but like nobody gives a shit about what.
Well, right, and the people on Twitter, these individual kids that want to go there, but they're not really all simpatico people. But as long as they can fight the one enemy that unites them, they will ignore their differences. We see this in our online community.
That's where I'm like, Anonymous can do some good here. Like, not necessarily by taking down the websites and stuff, because like I'd rather those be up so people can like see what they're saying and shit. But like they're like, we're gonna go after their banking and shit and just fucking flush all their accounts.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, that's where ISIS will. That's where like Anon can really help against ISIS. It's just
Anonymous is a really interesting phenomena, because I come from this hacker community, and I saw the whole troller and lulz thing, and we develop, and Anonymous then, they're like they have the same hacker. It's like the white hat, black hat, gray hat thing in the hacker community, and they are turning out so liberal. I mean, releasing cheaters. They're kind of moralistic. It's funny, how different, what part of the community they are, because they really are a part of the same kind of community, where some of those kids doing ISIS are hackers. They might have hacked in and done, the raid that I experienced. That's a similar emotional thing, but they've channeled it into amazingly liberal, if unconventionally liberal approach of who they're attacking, who they've had enough of their shit with. And so to me, that's another thing, kind of like a rise of that is something we saw in our cyber, our Neil Stephenson kind of cyberpunk fiction that didn't seem very likely, and then it is likely. It's amazing what the internet connectivity between people has allowed that to develop at the same time that you got Encyclopedia Dramatica and all the regular stuff that's mixed between lulz and hacking, and somehow this group, and anybody can claim to be anonymous. How is it that it's all of the liberal things that are being done under the name anonymous? You know what I mean? Anybody could say they were anonymous. The Gamergate people attacking, on Gamergate they could say, we're anonymous and we've had enough of these feminists. But that hasn't happened. How is that? I mean, I would really, if you could only look into the, eventually maybe we'll find out what all the social links were behind Anonymous, looking back into the NSA logs or something in 100 years. I would be fascinated to know how that's working, because it seems amazingly well organized. Like the values of Anonymous are actually becoming identifiable, and yet we know there's no central, it is a headless organization. So how's that work? It's almost like
they're probably the most successful of the headless organizations.
Yeah, and as far as being not only successful in making press, but also successful in having a theme, the kind of things they attack, there's a theme there. You can get the personality of it as a movement. It doesn't seem entirely random. Yeah. So, whereas, in terrorism, it really isn't like that. You have a lot of people that are probably schizophrenic level.
Like the Ashley Madison stuff, I think a lot confuses some people, but then when you realize it's like, oh no, they weren't really going after the people who were using Ashley Madison. They're going after Ashley Madison itself and exposing it's like, this shit is fake.
Really, you
These
think that was
people
the
are
point?
like taking. Yeah, that's how I read it. At least is like Ashley Madison are basically thieves and liars.
Well,
They're
they weren't
stealing
supposed to
your
have
money.
kept the data that got stolen, right?
Yeah,
They weren't supposed to have
and that
kept it.
too. Like
Yeah.
they like because you have to like pay money to delete your accounts, and it's like nope. Ashley Madison kept everything.
Yep.
So basically, that's how I read it. Is like it was more like fuck Ashley Madison.
Yeah. Well, the part that is just like the raid form sort of thing is that the element that is justifiable in the whole troll world is just attacking people for their pretensions. And when you can push their button and you could say something to them that makes them like a recorded message because of their pretensions, and kind of part of that too is making fun of people that just don't get it yet, and the whole world's using the internet, and you have motherfucking people at the CIA putting stuff on their AOL account or using their real, like, if you wanted to use Ashley Madison, why the fuck is your real name or address or anything like that? Why wouldn't you open a credit card that's separate? Or there's you can open there's ways. Well, that might be a little bit difficult, but anyway, I mean, people are using their regular emails even, and they're so trackable, and so, like, people get online and they think it's anonymous. And the anonymous, the hackers realize it's not anonymous at all. If you want to be anonymous, you have to obfuscate yourself. It's actually the opposite of anonymous. You're a number. Everybody knows exactly where your number is. You are like in a file cabinet. And so many people, and that Ashley Madison thing you saw, because it hit so many famous people that it's like, you guys are noobs. You don't understand how the net works. If you want to do something underground, go to the actual underground. No, I'm going to go to a mainstream commercial website and I'm going to trust it. Anyway. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. It was really an attack on Ashley Madison. I mean, it comes across in the press like, hey, look at all these fucking liars and hypocrites. You know, people that are saying they're Christians and whatnot. Like that one guy from the much troubled, what was that reality TV show, and the guys,
the guys.
Yeah, so I never saw that or knew anything about him until the whole scandal, but he was one of the people on there, and it's kind of like, just to pop people's bubble of pretension and their hypocrisy, so. In a way, I see, one reason I want the refugees is because I really believe in the American, give us your huddled and poor trying to be free. And it's like that with the trolls. It's like, I think every troll that was in that room that's just going, please drink bleach. They're just little kids. Maybe their parents never cussed. They don't know what the world's about. They're frustrated. They know things are fucked up. They're acting out. They're acting wrong. They easily are becoming part of the problem. But from those people come the anonymouses that find what the real problem is, at least they think, and don't act random. They might still be wrong, but they don't get random. They get some focus on what they're doing, and it's like these are people that are important to develop. And I think it might be a trial by fire. I think to a certain degree, I mean, when I was young, wondering what I should do politically, there was a part of me that wanted to firebomb something, and I just thought, well, that's going to perpetuate it. That's what I'm trying to fight. I'm ultimately a peace activist, and I can't firebomb. If I firebomb all these cop cars in the parking lot, and be liberal enough to make sure nobody gets hurt, but look, well, they just spend the people's money to buy new cars. I mean, it's like it doesn't go anywhere. But I think people that might have considered that kind of mindset, at least they want to do something. There's a chance that they will do something. Social justice warriors that sit on their ass and don't do anything but talk about it, hey, at least they know there's a problem. Those are the people that might take the next step and get off their ass and do something. The people that don't even admit there's a problem, they're never going to do anything about it. So some of these people that are rebels without a cause and therefore become part of the problem, I do not want to say don't let them come to America. I want to say come to America and let's try to show them how in a land of prosperity, which we'll have to rebuild, you can do productive things about the things you care about, and you don't have to kill anybody to do it. Anyway.
I don't really have anything to add to that.
That's right. No, because I was summarizing it. Grand summary.
Sure.
So I set up a Minecraft server, and it was really fun. And then I was going to set up the bucket server because, you know, there's all kinds of plugins that you can do. Make NPCs and just... Turns out, okay, so Mojang hired 4 of these bucket developers 2 years ago. And then... And they say then there was a big problem then a year ago that I didn't know about. I went to click to download the bucket server, and it's, you know, where to get it? You can't. DMCA'd. And one of the developers DMCA'd the whole project a year ago because there's decompiled code from Mojang. That's not legal, right? Mojang has looked the other way because they always wanted to support the community. Now, Mojang, of course, was bought by Microsoft also a couple of years ago. And so this guy, he didn't like that, and he made the claim because he has code in there that's GPL'd, and he says part of this code isn't really GPL'd because it's decompiled from Mojang. And as a result, this whole server with shit tons, and there's all the Minecraft servers, if you search them online, they've got all these games like Hunger Games and all these mod-based games. They're still up there, but the code's never going to be updated. And so that sucks. This is why stuff needs to be open source from the beginning. I mean,
yeah, that's why a lot of mods don't go past like 1.710.
Yep, no, and there's a new plugin thing, and it makes me wonder, because I want to set this server up, and I'll do it with because I decided I want to start a game company based more or less on open source games, but I'll include something like Mojang that has supported an open source modding community. But on the other hand, this is why it's a danger. What if I had done a bunch of work? I wanted to do this last couple of years. What if I'd done it a couple of years ago, and then my work was now stranded because of this stupid legal battle? That's not okay.
Completely went back on his word, because one of the things he said, this was even before Microsoft bought everything, so this is like squarely like, Notch, you fucked us. Like, he said, like, I'm going to put official mod support in Minecraft because I know, like, people will want to mod this stuff. And then, like, after it went into, like, after it got out of, like, alpha and went into actual, like, being sold and shit for, like, money and like, on Steam and all that crap, he's like, no more mod support. I'm not doing official mod support.
Well, Dinnerbone, the programmer that took over, I guess, after Notch, was one of the guys that started Bucket. And frankly, Mojang, it seems like they fucked up, but it's not their fault. They didn't try to stop Bucket. They were trying to normalize Bucket, but they don't want to give up their Minecraft code, and there was open source dudes that are kind of like, you should give up your server code. And they're like, no, we will look the other way for what you do to become compatible with our thing, but we're not going to do that. And so it was really, the Richard Stallman open source attitude. It's like, well, fuck you. And this is a problem, actually, with GPL software that's unfortunate. There are some replacements. There's the Sponge plugins, but we're starting from scratch. I might go ahead and use that. I'm not sure if I might just stick with the vanilla thing. I do plan to leave my server up. And there's also now finally a client, an open source client called Mindtest, and we could just start developing that, because I would like to see an open source world physics that, if it's open source, it'll last 50 years. You will be able to make your little castle and quest in this world, and 50 years later, people can go through your quest and experience your little traps, and just like people were able to keep reading Shakespeare. And that's what I think we need to get to in games, and I don't think it can happen with commercial games. It needs to be open source, though there's some possibility of hybrids, like cooperating with a company like Mojang. The issue is there, though, that what will happen is people will make compatible clients eventually that would compete with the main Minecraft client, and it's hard to think that Microsoft would look the other way, and suddenly you'd get, a lot of, lawyers stopping you from using code that maybe you've developed for 5 or 6 years, and it's a danger to run a business. All these guys that are selling Minecraft servers, that they can't, suddenly it stops. Their revenue stream just stops because one guy sent a DMCA, and that's that. Sure, you could still run the code if you're just running a private for fun server. Probably nobody's going to nail you, but if you're making $1 million a year selling your servers. Somebody's going to come knocking because some lawyer's going to realize he can make money off of hassling you. So. But anyway, I like the idea of setting this stuff up. There's a lot of good open source games. There's a really good RTS called 0AD that's gotten pretty stable, where the premise is all your people are like from 0 AD, a non-existent year. So they'll be like Romans and old Greeks, and they have Indian, and it's like the art is beautiful. The sounds that they've created are great, and it's getting to be a tuned game. I'd like to set something up for that. I play a first person that's basically a Quake kind of game called Sauerbraten. I'm going to set up a server for that. I think Minecraft is the best that I know of for an infinite world, a virtual world thing. It's got its problems, and I hate Java, but so I'd like to support that. And oh, hey, I just noticed somebody came in. Okay, Kyle, I'm going to let you in here. Okay, Kyle, yeah, you are able to talk if you'd like to say something. So, yeah. Yeah, the Minecraft server, even as it is really fun because it's really easy. I was able to copy the world over from my laptop onto the server, and you know, I don't know, it's fun. And I started playing it with my stepson on Xbox, where the world is not infinite. But when the world is infinite, there's just something really awesome about that.
Yeah, that's why I kind of stopped playing it for the PlayStation 3 on the channel, because it's like, oh, this is kind of boring.
Oh, you were doing it on the PlayStation 3? Yeah, and then the other thing is, I don't want to necessarily play Minecraft with other people. I like to make my little sheep farm and everything that I do. But it would be nice if people wandered through, or you could go and see other people's little creations and their little cities and make roads to them and stuff. You know what I mean? And kind of just, it's kind of play a disconnected kind of play. And still with other people, you know. And the problem is, you know, there's a lot of hackers. My stepson goes and plays a lot of these parkour kind of battle-y games and stuff. It's funny, they play them like first-person shooters. It's a very cartoony world to be playing that, but it's pretty good. And you know, I don't enjoy it, but you know, those servers have tons of hackers and stuff. So, you know, I mean, why not have a little? I don't have to make a whole living, but I'd like to start a tiny revenue stream that at least pays for, you know, somebody to help make sure the hackers don't get in, don't destroy it, and this kind of thing. But you know, because I was big on the virtual reality thing back in the day, and in the 90s, from like 92 to 98, I worked on a early online service where we'd had a 3D virtual world, and you know, it's always been a lifelong dream to create this kind of cyberspace thing. So I'm actually have an OpenStreetMap server I've set up too, and what I'd like to do is kind of hook it together. Like, you know, if you got OpenStreetMaps, and when you zoom into downtown whatever, you know, not the real world, but a world-sized globe, you know, when you clicked on it, it would be Minecraft there, or it would be some other, you know, application or game that had controlled that space. But with Minecraft, Minetest is able to have 63,000 blocks in all three dimensions, right? There is no limit. Unlike Minecraft, there's no, you can get that high off the ground too. And I did the math. If each block, like in Minecraft, is about a meter, that's more than you need to cover all the surface of the Earth. So one Minetest server could theoretically have define enough territory to cover a whole Earth globe. And that's pretty fucking cool to be there. And you know, the computers couldn't have it all at once, but see, they don't have to, because this whole tiling thing, right? You know, like Google Maps, that OpenStreetMaps is just like Google Maps, but you can make it yourself. You know how it tiles, right? You can have the whole world there because you really only have 20 tiles, and when you scroll, it adds those tiles. If you scroll real fast, you can see it adding them. And in Minecraft, it's the same, right? You're in a chunk. It loads the chunks right next to you. And you can see easily off in the distance when you go, it loading those chunks. And so you could have a world-sized database, and everybody can access it. and we're just on the threshold of that technologically, and so I want to dive back into it, but I've got to fund it with consulting. So but on the other hand, I'm about to have some time to work on it because I have one contract ending, and probably a week or two for these other people, and then I'll just be working for those people like 5 or 10 hours a week is my agreement, and I'll be looking for work. And when I look for work, I send off a couple things a day, 1 or 2 a day. Doing that, it takes me a month and a half to get a job that I'm willing to do, and I get a shit ton of work done. Like, another thing that's in the queue, there's too many things in the queue, is this whole response database thing. I've been looking into setting up a debate type site, maybe using some of this curriculum software they have now. All the colleges have curriculum software. The server, you kind of need a beefy server for it. Theoretically, you shouldn't use a virtual server, but there's video conferencing and whiteboards and ways to ask questions and stuff, and it's designed for students and teachers, but I think we could use it to discuss and debate things as well. So hopefully in December, I don't imagine I'll get a job before January, and so I want to work on some of this stuff. And the really long-term goal is to make cyberspace. Like the Neil Stephenson version. What was that book? I forget. Probably never read this. You're too young. We had a great era for a decade of cyberpunk.
Snow Crasher?
Snow Crash, yeah, that's it. See, I was always thinking, how could you make cyberspace? And I'm working for an online game company, and there was internet, but only for the colleges, basically. It wasn't out to the public yet until a couple of years later. And it was like I'm working at a game company, Sierra Online.
The thing that's going to really help virtual reality is most people realize, the headset stuff, that's more game crap. That's why the Oculus Rift, the new virtual reality headset thing, they're pretty much this isn't actual real virtual reality. I think most people who really think about virtual reality is you got to plug something probably into your brain.
Okay, right, but see, that's the other thing. That's a big part of the glam of it all. But I really am into virtual environments. You could have a Halo type interface as far as I'm concerned, because if somebody wants to plug in with the Oculus Rift or in the back of their neural center or whatever, it's just an input device, right? But no, so let me say, so here's how would it work. It seemed impossible, and Neil Stephenson, with no software experience, he knew how. Basically, what is the IP address system? It is, you get a 4-dimensional number, right? So you could easily, instead of just giving people a 4-dimensional point, you could give them a 2-dimensional space on a giant sphere. So in Neil Stephenson, I think there's a sphere, I think it's like the size of the sun, most of it's empty, and when you go get an IP address, what you're doing is getting some of the territory on that. And it's exactly, and that way when your browser is going along, you're going to one website for this chunk, you're going to another website for the neighboring chunks, and another website for the neighboring chunks, and you just page through, and it looks continuous because it's all assigned in this continuous, on this sphere. And I think that is basically how it's going to happen, and that's what I want to do. That's where I am using the OpenStreetMaps, because basically with OpenStreetMaps, I can have a globe the size of the Earth, cover it with an ocean, and just start creating territories and islands and continents. And you have the whole, how long until we run out of the whole Earth? If every website was a city, and it isn't going to be, a lot of websites will be just one building in the city. There's so much space on Earth. You get the poles. We only like they say, 3% of the land is farmable on Earth right now and stuff like this. And it's yeah, well, on a virtual globe, it's much bigger than the real Earth, because all this vast northern Canada that nobody can use is on a virtual globe. That's all available space. Yeah, that was a good one. Snow Crash, yeah. And then not Neil Gibson. Who was Gibson? That's the other big guy. We had 10 years of awesome cyber punk. People living, books where people are living in storage units and stuff, which is something that happens now. Is it William Gibson? I haven't read these books in years. I should read Snow Crash again.
Kyle, you're unmuted. You can talk. Well, you gotta unmute yourself, but like you're unhidden.
Yeah,
Kyle
no, I
just
mentioned that.
in the chat.
Yeah, Kyle, I mentioned that. Maybe you missed it, but you're broadcasting now. You're just muted by choice, and I've unmuted you actually at this instant. But if you can unmute yourself or stay unmuted, I don't hear any noise from your mic or anything. But feel free to speak up. I don't have the chat open right now. Oh, Kickstarter project. Fundraise for creating a public town for people of like-mindedness. I think that's a great idea. Okay, so he says fundraise for creating a public town for people of like-mindedness. People of certain skills can donate their labor into making the town, while others can donate money. Whoever contributes to this project will get to live in the town, and depending on your donation, you'll have certain privileges. I think that's great. And you know, you'd have to be careful what those privileges were, right? Like it shouldn't be like I spent 20,000, so I get 20 votes. But you can definitely be like,
I can ignore laws on Tuesdays because I donated 100,000.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want to go that way. But what about you have a lottery system, a tiered lottery system, and if you paid more, you're in the first round of the lottery when it comes time to who gets to live by the river or whatever. That would be fair, right? I think, at least in our still capitalist mentality, something like that. And you could definitely have certain privileges based on if you're the guy that decided to do the plumbing in the town, maybe your privilege would be, you know, having a final say on decisions when you keep adding to it for 20 years or whatever. You'd get to be the head. You'd be the first head of XYZ, and then after that, it's an elected position. You could also do that because you do want a way. I think if you start an intentional community, it can't just be a group of crazy people voting right away. You want it to start with the people that are going to make it happen, and then have a democratic system that can allow for a smooth transition of power, you know, in the 25-year generational periods. I also have been trying to tell my wife we need to get in on this Kickstarter thing because I know it's not going to last forever. And people are paying for good ideas, whether or not they're going to complete, including good ideas that they know might not complete, but they want to explore. And this is a chance to go straight to the human people, including for crazy ideas. I mean, I agree with Thunderfoot. The solar roadway thing is fucking nuts. But you know, the people who put $2 million in to see it, I've seen $2 million spent on much stupider things, working in corporate America or watching the government. People want to give $2 million, $10 each, or a couple $100 if they can afford it. It's a good idea. Let's try it. Everything can happen. Let's just try them. And you know, you might not get solar roadways, but you might get good solar panels, good for something else. In some places, maybe like solar roadways is stupid. Solar parking lots not necessarily stupid. That might be cool. You know, who knows? Maybe it'll have an application. So I would like to see more of this kind of thing on Kickstarter. We see it already, but I mean, I'd like to take part in a Kickstarter like this. This is a good one. It reminds me a little bit about that white supremacist that's trying to take over that North Dakota town. I think it's in North Dakota. Have you heard of that one? It's like a town with like 10 or 20 people live in it, and so he's just like buying land and trying to move hundreds of white supremacists up there and take over the government. Have you heard of that? Let me look it up. Yeah, I guess it's let me see. Okay, neo-Nazi takeover of a rural North Dakota town. Yeah, welcome to Leith. Yeah, there's a film coming out I think maybe it's out now. Yeah, Craig Cobb, his attempt to take over the tiny town of Leith, North Dakota, that population 24, including children, by buying up properties and beckoning like-minded supporters to join him. There's a picture of stormtroopers in Leith, but actually it's the SWAT teams. they're walking in front of a Nazi flag. It's funny. It looks like they'd be the Nazis, but I don't think they've managed to get too far with it. But it's a plan. I mean, it'd be hard to stop. I mean, if you have 24 people and you got a mayor, I mean, you bring in 50 people, you get to decide who the next mayor is. Very likely to be the guy that gave all the free land away. So anyway, it's been good talking to you. I think I probably need to go get some work done. This is the last day of a contract I've been working on like 9 months. So I have actually 3 more days, but this is the last time I have like 8 hours to work for it. So like 3 days of meetings afterwards. I got a little bit bugged at the client because they're all like, okay, it's time to wrap up the thing, and I'm like, well, I should have a month to do this wrap up, and they're like, well, no, we should wrap it up, and so we figured out the date, and they said the specific date, and then so I went to my other clients, and I'm like, okay, so I know you've been waiting. I said it might, be till January something. Okay, here's my drop dead date. So the following Monday, we can do some of that work you were gonna have to wait for, and they're like, yeah, that's great, let's do this. Meanwhile, this giant corporation that's all like, yeah, we'll do it this way, and this is the end date, and oh, but then we want more work that'll fit in that. So I'm like working Saturday and Sunday, and then they're just assuming that it's like, well, actually, we think 3 more days would be good, and I'm like, well, I can have a meeting, but I'm gonna be working for somebody else by then. People are funny about work. If you get a job and they act like. Did you ever see the movie Return of the Living Dead? It's one of the zombie comedy genre. Are you still there, Eddie? Motherfucker walked off on me. I'm just talking to the people. I don't like talking to the audience. Bastard. Well, I was just about to say it's time to go, so. Somebody's moving around. I hear somebody. Well, I assume Eddie didn't have a heart attack. I would have heard the sounds of it.
Hello.
Hello, Kyle.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
That's good. But yeah, I've actually been following you for a while, and I've seen these. You have these discussions here. I just never really jumped on time, but this time I managed to get you.
Cool. Well, you want to talk about anything? I mean, I'm kind of winding things up, I thought, but I could probably talk a little more since you decided to speak up. So, actually, on the other hand, I need like 2 minutes. You want to have a little conversation, but let me go downstairs and get some coffee and whatnot.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, it'll be like 2 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, I'm back. I had to go upstairs and do
All
something.
right, I'm back.
Cool.
Did I hear Eddie back too? No.
Yeah, we both came back at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Napalm. Before I was Kyle gets to. I want to talk to Kyle here for this about some stuff. Actually, I have some questions about what kind of community he would imagine. But I was curious to you. This idea came up. Did you ever see? I was doing this spiel after you'd left, and I didn't know about my current employer and just how, we decided to have a drop dead date of the 20th, and then they wanted a few more things, so then I'm working full-time this weekend, and then they're like, oh, and then let's go over some things next week. So we had this drop dead date that we agreed on. I immediately told other clients that I'd be available Monday, tomorrow, but this company acts like they could just extend stuff. Like, of course I'd want to keep working for them. Like, it's everybody assumes you want the job. It's just funny because most people don't want their jobs. Yeah, and it made me think. Did you ever see the movie Return of the Living Dead?
Yes.
Okay, I love that movie. I watched it hundreds of times. It's all about my generation. That little clique of people. That's like, those were each clique in my high school. And I actually was in the group where my group was like one person from every other clique. The kind of semi-outcasts that are in a clique, but also, hang out with the non-people outside the clique. And but there's that part in the movie where after the zombies come alive and they get hit in the face with the gas, and then the young guy, he's all bitching and screaming, and the boss is like, hey, you better watch how you talk if you want to keep this job. And the guy's like, keep the job, I'm dead, And it's just like that. Bosses have that attitude, and it's like, even when the economy's good, or if it's hard to get workers, bosses are always like, yeah, but I'm the boss, so I could say anything, and I'll tell you when we stop. And it's like, no, we have an agreement. This is a contract. When it's over, it's over.
It's like Ebenezer Scrooge. It's like I don't care if the nuclear bombs are going off. You have an IT form to fill out.
Yeah. But anyway.
I just think the whole position of being a boss or being considered head of anything, it comes with a whole complex idea of just like control and ego and stuff like that. So I think really just being in that position can play a toll on you and make you feel like you have some kind of authority over something.
Yeah, no, and it's the power corrupts, and it's the little bit of power corrupts, little bit at a time, but constantly. Yeah, well, when I've been a lead program, and now I'm 47, I'm starting
It's almost
to say,
like you gotta kind of, like, if you want honesty, you gotta force them. You gotta be like, hey, Bob, you gotta go to Washington. It's like, fuck you, I got crops I gotta fucking do. And it's like, no, you're really good at talking, Bob, and, like, you don't want to actually do this, so you'll probably do as good of a job to just get out of it quick.
Yeah. Well, so the thing is, I'm 47. I'm starting to think I have to just adopt the rhetoric of I'm the boss. But in reality, I've been a lead programmer from when I was in my 20s, and being a liberal and everything, I always took it very seriously and have done this. That like if I'm introducing somebody that works on the team that I'm the lead programmer of, I wouldn't say this guy works for me. I would say this guy works with me. And when this guy did something great, a lot of managers try to take credit for what people on their team do, but what you really do, if you're smart, is you totally promote that person. And if you can make that a star that works for you, that naturally gives you credit. You don't have to say a damn thing. Everybody gives you credit, especially if you have a series of stars, which you can create by every time they do something good, make a big deal out of it. And if they sometimes get promoted over you, they're going to love you. It's going to be the best boss you ever had. And when your mentor gets promoted over you, it makes you happy and it helps you. And so I was very non-boss-like in that sense. And also I had one great manager I had made clear to me. He was like, basically I'm your boss. I get paid more than you guys, but really I'm just a secretary. My real job is to make sure you have pens and papers and computer and know where to put your code and things like this. I'm basically making sure people got supplies. And then the other thing I do, and this is why I'm paid more, is I protect you from the assholes I work for. and I always, that's the philosophy of leadership that I believe in.
It's like that scene in American Psycho. Like, you gotta pretend to be like the fucking scumbags around the other scumbags. And then, but like when you're with when you're with the workers, you can just be like, guys, I didn't mean any of that.
Yeah, it's kind of like the cool teachers. They do the same thing. They create a little bubble where their class is actually 1 out of 50 teachers, not an asshole. actually teaching me something, actually a mentor, and they all do that too. And I think part of it is, you know, the whole act like the asshole thing is that I realize, okay, there is a certain point of I get in trouble with people when they don't realize. Like I've had clients where I made the schedule, and then they don't understand. I'm the boss of the schedule. I created. If you make a schedule and you can manage it, but this is something we're doing together. I'm doing the work of making a schedule where we all can work together, and there is no liberal way just to go, here's the schedule, now what do we do? You know, you have to go, here's the schedule, and I'm saying what we do. And so I think some boss rhetoric is necessary just because where people's heads are at, but in reality, it's a collaborative thing, and that managers should get paid more. They have stressful jobs, but it's not because they're your boss. It's because they're taking care of things so that you have a farm to go work on, so that you don't have to worry about the financing for your equipment. So you just have the supplies you need. And yeah, it's a hard job. They get paid more. But another thing, and I said this to one boss I had a few years ago, she just was bugging me, basically. I could go into it, but I was pointing out to her that, you know, employees actually can get bosses fired more or less in this modern world, in the kind of jobs I do, just as easy as a boss can get an employee fired. You know, an employee can make a boss look incompetent more easily, actually, than all the paperwork a boss has to do to document why they're firing a person. So you're not really, you know, the boss of me. You are serving me. If you do that job well, then yeah, if all things being equal, you get to decide when I am let go. I don't get to decide when you're let go. I worked for one incompetent lead programmer once, and I was on a 6-month thing, and he didn't like me, and I think he didn't like me because, you know, I wasn't deferential to him. We disagreed on things and whatnot. And when my 6 months came up, he advised not keeping me. And I made my case, and they did keep me. And so, and I didn't report to him anymore after that. So my situation was better. So, you know, people are surprised. I mean, they make assumptions. The boss is the boss, and then, you know, but a boss these days, you know, they could tell you. In the old days, they might get away with, go do my laundry. You can't do that shit anymore. And most people don't know it, and are just running around doing the laundry going, oh, why am I living in the 21st century? I didn't think this was possible. It's like, well, you're the guy that's letting it happen, really. Because, no, you don't. You know, I have to let it happen.
There's certain laws and regulations to make sure like things like that don't happen.
Yeah, you're the dummy who doesn't know to say, no, fuck you. And then when the boss is like, well, I can do boom, 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 it's like, well, fucking go to the news and tell him you did this shit and ruin your fucking business. Have fun with that.
Yeah, you know what, having to have done this before, I would say, yeah, you know, and sometimes you mention things like legally, here's how this is, and you can mention legal. But the thing is, usually you don't have to go to the press or legal, you know, which could be unprofessional at a certain point. You don't want to be the big annoying, but you don't have to. The organization itself, there's one boss that's throwing his weight around, and it's not helping people be productive. The organization itself does not want that. And when they start throwing shit at you, if you just say, instead of running and hiding like maybe it's your fault, you just bump it up. Yeah, let's go to HR. Let's motherfucking go to HR. You think HR just sides with the boss? A little bit, but no, they don't. If the accusation is this guy's rude to me every day, he's not treating me like a human being, the organization itself, the company, the Google, the wherever you are, they don't want that. So there's regulations about how you arbitrate stuff inside companies. It does not have to go to the law. Now, sometimes mentioning that the law is involved is a way to get an uncooperative HR to realize, oh, we better talk to the lawyers. And then the lawyers tell them, hey, look, you do not want this problem, you know. But basically, my point is, usually within the organization, you know, no, organizations do not anymore have official condoning of bosses throwing their weight around. They know it's unproductive. They know it's a liability. They know there's legal liabilities, but also they just know it's unproductive. So when it gets to that point, now things get objective. But if you can prove your side, like once I was told that I was off schedule, and my answer was, well, here's the schedule, and I'm on it.
If you find, like, a couple... Because, like, if a boss is being a prick to you, they're probably being a prick to other people. So you start asking around, you get a couple of people, you can be like, class action lawsuit.
Well, Well, or again, organizationally, people know, and you can tell as soon as you make the complaint, and people go, oh, well, he's hard to deal with, and we really like him. Please try to deal with him. But they'll know there's a problem on the other side. And again, well, it's kind of like I met a graduate student when I was young that I worked for, and his hobby was speeding and then fighting speeding tickets. Like, seriously, that was his hobby. He was an expert at it. And one thing he pointed out is people think that you're going to go to court and the judge is going to be upset. You know, you go on a speeding ticket and you're arguing it. Yeah, I was speeding, but it was safe, and the speed laws don't really count, and blah, blah, blah. You think they're going to be, no, the judges like it. You're doing your civic duty. You're showing up. Most people don't even show up for those tickets. They don't care, and the cops are supposed to show up. And he says that's true, too. If you go fight a ticket, the motorcycle cop that gave it to you has to show up, and if he doesn't, it'll be dismissed. And the judge will not punish you for that. The judge thinks you're there. You just go and be respectful of the court system. That's all they want. And
Yeah,
so a lot of times it's a matter of showing up. You know, so you show
If
up
the
to that
cop
meeting with
shows up,
HR.
if you
Say
do
what?
it like towards the end, and if the cop does show up, if your court case is scheduled for like the end of the day, the judge will probably be like, fuck it, I don't care.
Well, what he was
I wanna go
saying is the judge will always, in this situation, in his experience, which was many, always give you a lighter sentence than the fine and blah, 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 or the points on your license that you were going to do. You know, but of course you can't just go, it's not just showing up, it's that he was also an expert in arguments. Like he'd get tickets by airplanes, and there's loopholes where, you know, they're not that reliable, and they'd have to get the pilot in there, and he said you can always get out of an airplane.
Terms of services can fuck companies over. Like, I think it was Pepsi once, like, they did, like, a promotion where one of the prizes was, like, fucking F-16, and some person, like, cracked the code for, like, the Pepsi point system that they were using, and just got as many fucking points as he could, and he was like, where's my fucking F-16? Pepsi was like, fuck you, we're not giving you an F-16, and their lawyers were like, actually, you kind of have to give him an F-16. And then the government came in and was like, you can't sell him an F-16.
Well, I missed this. This sounds like a good one. What the
So
hell?
I think they had to give him basically,
Leonard versus PepsiCo.
yeah,
It does
like,
sound familiar.
I think he basically ended up getting like basically like the cash equivalent of a fucking Harrier jet or F-16 or something.
Aren't those like $100 million?
Yeah.
23 million. It
That's
intended to
crazy.
convey a jet worth 23 million for 700,000. Oh, the court found that even if the advertisement had been an offer, no reasonable person could believe that the company seriously intended to convey a jet worth 23 million for 700,000.
Oh, stupid court ruining all the fun.
So PepsiCo was found to have done a fraud, that the commercial was in jest because they didn't think anybody could get that many points, I guess. The notion of traveling to school in a Harrier jet is an exaggerated adolescent fantasy. The court made several observations regarding the nature and content of the commercial. The callow youth featured in the commercial is a highly improbable pilot. One who could
It wouldn't even be like arguing like I want to go to school. It's just like I want to have the Harrier jet so I can just park it in my driveway and be like, yeah, I have a Harrier jet right there. Look at it.
But it declined. No, it says it declined recovery though for these grounds, and instead they did. Well, Pepsi was fraudulent, which means there really was no offer. Interesting. And part of it is because you can't sell F-16 jets to individuals. Not legal.
That's where the government stepped in and was like, there's laws against that.
On the other hand, I think the court is a little bit bullshitty here because, okay, you know, no reasonable person. Well, okay, I thought it was $100 million, these jets. Okay, they're only 23 million. PepsiCo can afford 23 million. They should have had to give the guy 23 million because it should have said, okay, it's not a fraud. You didn't expect to have to do it, but you figured you'd do it when the time came, and, you know, you tried to buy one. They wouldn't sell it to you, so give them $23 million. And that's not what happened.
Yeah, that's a drop in the bucket for PepsiCo.
Yeah, I mean, they could have that much just for any kind of settlement, really.
They probably get like that
I missed that
much like they probably get like 23 million like a day on like Mr. Pibb.
But I mean, that's like an extreme case of false advertising, though. Like, don't you think something would come out of that? Like some kind of, I don't know.
Well, you know what? As far as restricting free speech, I'm against it. But in terms of commercials, I believe
Yeah,
that
like
we need to bring back truth in advertising. Like, no, you have to go through a bureau. And maybe don't make them do it before they publish, but you're liable if you don't. If you don't want to be liable, put it through the process ahead of time, because I'm tired. They lie so much.
I think there was another company that did something like this, because like soon after this, is when companies started like having things in like their commercials when they'd make outlandish like contest things and have like win a battleship. We will not give you a battleship. That's like in no way a reality thing. And it's like it's on like the screen for a second.
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah.
But
It's
I mean,
just
like,
so they can be like, well, we said it, even though it flashed for a second.
it kind of reminds me of like those bucket challenges and stuff like that, where people say, "Oh, I get so many likes, I'm gonna do this," and then like, what if they end up not doing it? You know what I mean? Like shit like that, but in like commercial, you know, where like you purchase so much of their product or whatever because of this commercial or whatever, and it turns out to be phony or fake. You know, there should be some kind of legal grounds for that kind of stuff.
I agree.
Because it's really the advertising that's actually helping their product or whatever they're trying to sell. So it's like,
or or either something like that, or if that's too expensive to like vet things and check if they're honest, then you buy 60 seconds, then your critics get 15 to say why this is bad for people. You or Chevron saying we're a green company for a minute and a half, then you get 30 seconds of we beg to differ, and I don't know which would be better, but something does have to happen there, because people need to realize it's like, I consider myself savvy, but I've noticed, I'm susceptible to advertising and repetition. It's a human psychology. So let's just face it, we're not idiots in order to have to say, let's, let's not have lies 24/7,
You might be able to ignore some of it, but some of it, like, there's going to be always, like, something that gets in there.
Well, right, and right, exactly, because even if you filter it out, well, there's still the fact that whatever gets through the filter is getting through, and there's messages that aren't coming out at all, right? So it's unbalanced.
It's like every Christmas I have to have a Coca-Cola, even though I fucking hate Coca-Cola, because like as a little kid, like, there's so many fucking Coca-Cola commercials with either like fucking Santa Claus or the little fucking polar bears.
Holding hands, I like.
I had a stuffed.
I like Coke, but I haven't drunk Coke for years. Like, I rarely drink Coke. It's probably been over a year, like right now. But and I even like it. And so, but I'm in a similar situation where I don't like sodas anymore, so I don't drink them. But yeah, I'll drink some Coke, and when I
like the more citrusy sodas.
Yeah.
Oh, good soda. Yeah, my favorite soda is Safeway used to have in their Select brand grapefruit soda. That was the best. Grapefruit soda. Actually, the best soda, if you like sodas of citrusy or other fruits, is you got to go buy Italian sodas with the Italian syrups and mix it yourself, because you can get the sweetness just right. You can get everything just right. Yeah. Grapefruit soda is the best.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about with the grapefruit soda, because not too far from where I live, there's a convenience store where I buy like these glass bottles, and there's a grapefruit flavor, and I swear by it, man. It's literally the best tasting soda you'll ever have.
Yeah, good. Well, moving to Maine, there's some good soda companies up here, and they've got some. What do they have? It's not a grapefruit. It's this kind of a grapefruit in Hawaii, pomelo. It's like a grapefruit. They're really big. The inside, it's about the size of a grapefruit, but the skin is a regular citrus, fruit skin, except for it's about 2 inches thick of that pulp, and and it's really good. And it's basically tastes like it's basically a less bitter, less acidic grapefruit. But yeah, mixing your own is a good way to go. Or we had I've never really tasted a soda version of it, but in Hawaii they mix passion fruit with orange and guava, and it's called Pog. It's actually where that game Pog came from. The lids of the bottles. It's a really good one. That one should be surprised. It should be worldwide. It's funny. It's only in Hawaii. Everywhere in Hawaii though.
Yeah, I remember that that Pog game thing. I was growing up with them. I'm 28 years old, so I was probably roughly around a kid during the Pog era.
Yeah, it was well. What it was is it's an old school place over there. It's decades behind, and so in an era when everybody had gone to pop tops and stuff, they still had a Coke type glass bottle with a metal lid, and the metal lids were heavy, and that's what kids played the Pog game with, was the lids to these, and then of course they made Pogs.
I think those were actually called the slammers that they would use to like slam down on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh right. Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, I never really played it. I only studied it from outside.
Because all the other Pogs, they were just like these little plastic circles, like made out of cardboard or something, and they had like all kinds of different, like Marvel and all that.
You're trying to get it to not. Are you trying to get it to flip over, right?
Yeah. So I think what you would do is, I can't remember. Like you would stack them or something.
You had to stack them, and then you had to hit the top.
Yeah.
You had to hit the top. If you hit the side or something, it didn't count.
Yeah.
And then, I think all the ones that you managed to flip over to the blank side.
Yeah.
Or something. I didn't play it, but like I remember collecting them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forget.
And looking back, that's like the one thing from my childhood that I'm really like, how the fuck did I fall for that one?
Hey, you guys are old enough, but I have a stepson. But did you see the Beyblade thing?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still going on.
He's into that. Well, he was into
I thought it was great. You build your own battle top and all this rotational physics.
He's more into Lego now, because I don't know if Beyblade. I don't know. I think he's moved on to like Yu-Gi-Oh! In terms of like anime and stuff.
We were making some Beyblades out of Legos. My stepson's friends came up with the idea, and it made me think I'd rather have a Beyblades that was made out of something like Legos, so that it could fall apart when it got attacked. Oh, that would be awesome.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, somebody should do that. But it kind of wears thin, because I did play it with them, and it wears thin because there's only so much. But on the other hand, it's really cool tops. You got a thing to spin the top really fast, and it's fun, but it's also kind of limited. But it's a great kind of idea for a game. I think those kinds of things, when they become fads, I like seeing that. I think the Beyblades, it was pretty smart kids. Those kids also really got into the Minecraft. But then the Minecraft cartooniness, they grow older, their parents let them play, Call of Duty and stuff, and they come in and out of it. But like my stepson's back into playing some of the parkour first-person kind of games that are based on Minecraft. And I think Minecraft has a staying power, too. I think it's great that it was... I don't know what the numbers are right now, but I don't
know if you remember the
most popular game ever.
I don't remember if you remember Dragon Warrior from the NES. But Square Enix is making a Minecraft game, and they're basically like, let's combine it with Dragon Warrior, and it looks awesome. Like, I really want to play it, and it's a lot of neat like innovations. Like, I wish were in Minecraft. Like, there's like templates, like pre-made templates for buildings and stuff, and there's like actual different kinds of NPCs. They're not all weird Squidward things that constantly go,
That's kind of cool, though. I mean, come on, the stuff they did in Minecraft that nobody else should ever do again, like, and the creep.
They really creep me.
No, it's a really, what I like about Minecraft, too, is like, okay, you can go battle these monsters at night and stuff and play those kind of games. They're not very scary because they're just so goofy.
I don't know if you play Terraria, but like,
you end up getting scared when you're about to get killed by the third creeper, and you're like, ah! And it's like you're running from this car. It's a great kind of fear because it's the most cathartic fear when you're running from something goofy. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, so
Doesn't
anyway,
throw any
I think
punches.
it's one reason it works. The other thing is the infinite world. I've just looked this up. Dragon Builder. It does look awesome, and it's very Minecrafty, like unabashedly. And they're just gonna. I think that's a great idea.
It's
Have
also
you heard
got
that
the
one
really
that's
like
for adults?
adorable. It's got also like the really adorable Dragon Quest style where it's like, oh, this just looks precious. Like I love it.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Again, it's this cartoony child where the threats are simplified, but but there's a elfish kind of character
Yeah.
looking
But
down
I
on
think
a
the thing
dragon.
that will help people get into it a little better than Minecraft is like, one, you always have a map. Like the map's not like just an item you make, and like you always have the map, and you could zoom in, and it's much easier than using a map in Minecraft, because you don't have to end up making a giant wall map. It's like, fuck, where am I? It's like I zoomed these maps all the way out. It's like I have no idea where I am anymore.
Yeah, no. Well, right now on my server, and this is what's great about the infinite world, is I've really had to create maps. So like my main project in there is I have maps and copies of maps, and I notice if you put them in an item frame next to each other, they fit together perfect.
The wall map.
Yeah, and you need that, but it's also fun, in my main little mansions. I've got my little camp. Hey, do you know this game that's coming out? I saw it in the New Yorker actually, and somebody mentioned it to me recently. And they're really having a beautiful simulation of like the universe, and it doesn't look all blocky, but it's it's an infinite world, but it's able to do the Minecraft infinite mathematical render trip on a galactic level, basically. Hey, Indifferent Sky.
That's crazy.
Is it?
You haven't heard of it? Yeah, I'm looking for it, but I can't.
Is it the space game?
Yeah, it's a space game. It's going to be like Eve, but with a procedurally rendered planet.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like Skeptical Heretic, if you remember it, like he bought like he's in like the beta for it, and he has like an Oculus Rift, and he's just like, it's amazing. It's just like you feel like you're just a spaceship captain.
No Man's Sky.
Yes, I think yes.
Yeah, No Man's Sky, and it's rendering these worlds using the Minecraft trick, but not using the voxel thing, which means they look movie quality. So actually, I'm going to share this. Hey, Indifferent Sky, how you doing?
So like, could you
Okay.
Like that? Look at that.
And stuff?
Say what?
Oh, okay. Oh, that's pretty neat.
Oh, it's all small. I guess I can make it bigger. That's pretty low resolution, but so now that's not that great for I think what's a fun game I played is that one where you're Assassin's Creed. I played that a little bit recently. Okay, so a world like that, it looks better than this. I mean, when they have the rocks and everything, but an artist made every single fucking boulder in that place, whereas this, a computer's generating it. I mean, that's the power behind that. When this looks as good as your Batman and Assassin's Creed game, this is a lot more powerful. And infinite worlds and infinite real estate, it's a lovely thing. I don't know what to. I guess I shouldn't get too excited, but it seems pretty cool to me.
How are these planets made? Like, is it all random or?
Yeah, it's random, but what they've done is there's a thing called Poisson noise, which if you makes these kind of gradient cloud kind of things, and basically the Minecraft world is those overlapped with each other. And then once you've done that, you go process things like, hey, we did this and it left a block of dirt floating in the sky. You can have a post-processing that'll remove those, but if you play Minecraft, they do remove some, but some still get left. And so basically, it's just if you overlap Poisson noise, you could get very realistic terrains, mountains, things like this. You can use the Poisson noise as an elevation map. So basically, you add these things together, like a Poisson noise elevation map plus a Poisson noise map of forest, that's limited by altitude, and so they all interact. And people have just really Notch was a huge innovator in this, to make such a natural looking environment with this technique, though people had always known. Because if you look at Poisson noise, it looks like clouds or mist. There's it's a smoothing, there's clumpiness, but smoothing, very a natural look to it. But by overlapping those and mapping some of those pictures to elevation, some of those pictures to the type of biome, you can get a real natural thing. And it's kind of an art form. It's not easy. If you just start playing with adding this stuff up, you get all kinds of noisy, crazy stuff. You got to tune your factors just right. And these guys got a lot of funding and are a bunch of visionary types, so they seem to have done a very good job of it.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
And what's cool is, like in a thing like this one, you're looking at this since there's no planets on this, it's just this would be very easy to generate. You would have you generate your elevation map, and then at a certain altitude you put in water, and then what's cool though is that planet over there is also generated. That's not a bitmap. That's really cool to me. And so you can go there, and there's mountains there too. There's something really, that's what I really love. That's what made me fall in love. I worked in the game industry in my 20s because I had this grand artistic visions of it, and then I found out with the industry, it's like trying to go to Hollywood and make art films. It's like that's not really what's going on. But I still have this longing for these kinds of worlds. So I want them to make something like this with a plug-in. My real focus would be, I want to make if there's a village or a city with a bunch of NPCs, I want to program the NPCs. I did that for a couple years, programmed NPCs in a virtual environment, and it's really fun. So that's why I'm willing to use the Minecraft plugin too, if they hadn't fucked up that legal pain in the ass. But anyway.
And at that level, you're basically just creating worlds and stuff with like their own culture and all the above.
Well, right. My most politically wild artistic dream of all of this is that in the real world, to try a different governmental system, people might die. But if people that like playing in virtual worlds do different governmental systems in the virtual world, we can actually get an idea in that simulation of how they work and get some emotional feedback about how they work and the power madness, because people end up taking it so seriously. It's a pretty decent simulation of how people act about the real world. People get possessive about the virtual real estate. It seems real to them. They act like it's real. But the cost of the society collapsing is minimal because it's imaginary. And so that's what I would like to do, and have and simulate those structures. And then I always just like artificial intelligence. So if you have the jobs that people don't want to do, like in the virtual world where I worked a couple of years on them, we had a garbage bot. So when people would throw garbage down, instead of it just disappearing, there was a garbage bot that was programmed to go around and clean the park. And and there was a guy that would give you tours, and there was a wizard woman that could, a wizardress or whatever, could fly around, and just like you're making Westworld, and somebody's got to make the guys that get shot in the shootout, and that's if I could do that full time for the rest of my career, that would be my ideal. But more likely by the end of my career, I'll set something up where young people get to do what I wanted to do. Bastards, fucking young.
You gotta have more optimism than that.
No, I'm optimistic. I think there's going to be I think there already is the starting of a golden age in games again. And I think some of the criticism of the games we have is part of that. The fact that we're going to keep playing the games that are criticized is part of it. Having superstar hits that are just abstract old Tetris-y kind of games on the iPhones, and expansive infinite worlds like Minecraft. I think we're at the beginning, because I grew up where we had arcades in the cities, and then that went away, and on the computer all the games were Dig Dug and very Tempest and all these abstract having different game mechanics. Now we have game after game where the game mechanics are super similar, and I think because of the web and smartphone games, we've already seen that break out. But the games making the most money are still kind of dinosaurs from a previous era.
Hero, you should check out Fallout 4.
Yeah, I think I have a year-old laptop.
That just came out. It's set in the Commonwealth of what's left of Boston, Massachusetts. And you actually, a big part of it is you have to make settlements and attract people. So you can rebuild like little settlements and start like running supply lines between each settlements and rebuild like shit that way.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think I will. Well, when I moved here, I decided to get a laptop and let Windows be on it, so I can run things like this now.
But
Though I found Minecraft works in Linux perfect, and so I'm running that in Linux now, which is great. But yeah, Fallout 4. You know, a game I want to get actually in terms of the war stuff, because I'm an American. Boy, I like war games. I want to get the Battlefield games. With all the vehicles, you know, Battlefield, I think it's called.
Oh yeah,
I accidentally bought Gears of War at one point on accident, thinking it was Battlefield for my stepson, and it wasn't. But though it wasn't that bad.
See, the crazy thing about Battlefield is like there's just so much stuff to explore and like so many different mechanics to the game. Like you can be in like helicopters and like the maps are just huge. The maps are huge.
Yeah, that's what I love, and that's a thing about Grand Theft Auto, which is funny in that they're one of the worst offenders of these tropes that are, oh my God, rape the prostitute and then not even pay her. That, you know, and yet it's an artistic statement what those guys did, just as pure gameplay mechanics, right? Because like I said, the old golden age was, it didn't really matter what the story you wrapped around it. You needed one, but explore new game mechanics, and they did that. They were so dedicated to having a free-range world and also having a story mode within that world that you could deviate and go back. You didn't get locked in. That's an artistic thing. So they did a great thing, and you know, I have played, I think it was San Andreas where I did some of the stories. I kind of got bored of that, but I never get bored of stealing cop cars from cops and driving around and running into things. I mean, and driving into the water and swimming away, and I never driving the boats, ramming. That never gets old.
Yeah.
It's like that could be the whole game, is like cop chase, it could be called, or whatever. You know, it's like a 70s cop movie where they always end up in a car chase. So.
See, that's another amazing thing about the games too nowadays, is like you can almost create your own game in the game. Like you don't even have to play the game. You can just do your own thing in the game, you know?
You know, I think Rockstar is probably one of the maligned games because the stuff that they do that is questionable is also like there's artistic support for it in the satire and stuff. I played a game that you never hear about it of theirs, but it was real controversial at the time, called Bully. Yeah. Played it on the Xbox. You ever heard that one? And so you play this guy.
I played the version of it on the Wii.
But you know what? It's like they acted like this is promoting bullying, and he certainly does become a bully, but the game is actually like how he became a bully. By being bullied, by being in a powerless situation, by having to stand up for himself in an environment where that was the only... So, I mean, in a way, it's like one of these dark movies like Requiem for Dream. That's not promoting heroin use, showing those main characters doing heroin and then, you know, fucking up everybody's life. That's obviously a statement against drug use. And in a way, I thought Bully was that way too. So it's kind of funny, maligned. I mean, Grand Theft Auto is a lot more glorifying of the criminal lifestyle than Bully was of bullying. And actually, I think in a way, they have some artistic integrity that they could defend how, you know, people are allowed to make harsh movies and you know, The Godfather with Al Pacino or whatever, that one, you know, say hello to my little friend. You know, you're allowed to make movies like that have a lot of violence, and it's not necessarily glorifying the violence. We're not allowed to not talk about it or not even enjoy an hour and a half or 2 hours or 20 hours of these things. But it would be nice if they had a positive statement, or not even a positive statement, but they helped you comprehend what it was really all about. Like if you experience 40 hours of becoming a bully, that's okay if it's through being bullied and actually some artist doing their best job of trying to say, hey, here's the psychological things that set you up to be blah, blah, blah. And the movie doesn't have to add on a happy note where you decide not to be a bully. You could end up being a bully in the end. It could be The Sopranos, but like The Sopranos, actually, you could say it glorifies that, but not really. And the way they ended it and everything, or Breaking Bad was a great example early on I wondered, you know, oh my God, the bad character, this drug addict, Jesse's the good guy, and the bad character is this guy with these ego and Napoleon
Yeah.
complexes, and then he gets cured of cancer. That excuse gets taken away, and more, and then they ended the series with, hey, by the way, audience, whether you like these guys because he's so badass and you want to be like him or not, that's not our story. Our story is about a man descending into darkness and losing everything that he really loved. And we're going to end it that way. So you have a show that's like, yeah, you can go Walter White, badass. I'm going to say his punchlines in my life. It's funny. And yet the artistic statement is totally awesome. So that's what I'd like to see in games. I mean, I think we need more kind of games that aren't about war and stuff, but let's have the war games too. The brutality of war is recognized. And if you have to enjoy a moment where you're brutal, that's okay, but that'll be part of the point of the game.
Yeah,
there's a game. If you want to get into a good war game, there's a game called Spec Ops: The Line, and it's kind of basically a retelling of Hearts of Darkness. But there's a point where, like, it's like in any other game where it's like the game just presents you with like, oh, here's a mortar. Fire it, and then you shoot it because it's like there's enemies ahead, and then you shoot it, and then you go around the corner to where you shot it, and you shot it into a busy marketplace, and it was white phosphorus.
Right.
And you just see all the burned corpses.
What's that?
Spec Ops: The Line.
Alright.
Because it's basically, that game is just like, yeah, pretty much if you did all this shit in real life, you'd be a war criminal.
Man, we need a Wii back. You know what? I was talking about the Wii. That's where I played Call of Duty because I don't like playing first person with a controller. I like them old style Quake with a mouse because it's more organic. But with the Wii, and you had the thing you could use as a gun where you pointed. What the fuck is going on? Are we going to get a new generation? It's like these consoles that we have are like 20 years old. Why don't we have an actual new generation of them? I think somebody's going to build a new console out of Halo, and we're going to get a new console company, I hope. I think these 3 console companies, they're dead. I'm thinking of buying the PS 25 or whatever it is, but really, just because there's nothing else available, I've been trying to wait for an actual new generation, and I think we need a new company. I think maybe somebody will come out with a, not Halo, what was I thinking? What's that headset again? The Oculus Rift, some sort of a goggle-based console that'll be compelling enough that the fact that it doesn't have 50 million games already will be okay. Right, that's the old way. They'd give you some new gimmick. Sorry, I'm going on and on, but in the old days, they'd give you some new gimmick, technological sugar that was so awesome, you waited for the games to come in. And that's what they need to do. They need to have something. And how can they not do that with all these wearables and stuff? What's their fucking problem?
Well, the main thing that's crazy is actually, I don't know if you know about Steam, like the
Yes.
Okay, yeah, Steam. That's a perfect example of how basically, you know, kids in their basement is just making video games and shit and selling them to people. And like, I mean, something like that, I think is where the next biggest thing is going to come from, because I think, you know, with all the money going into things and, you know, just making things too flashy and all that, it's like they forgot about the very core of what it means to actually make a game and heart and soul in the game.
As far as writing my own game, I have various ideas because of, you know, it takes so much art and stuff. I've been in the game industry, but I was thinking, but there is some things, old things that are new again, games we know people like, but, you know, it's technological advancement got us, you know, caught up in what's going on at the moment. But for example, the Zork Infocom games, there's this great programming language called Inform 7. You can write these kind of games and actually write in a programming language that reads like English. No shit, it reads like English. You say the living room is a room. There's a dining table. It's a container. You can put things on it and things like that. And then the people can go in Zork style and look around and type input. That'd be a fun game. I think there's a lot of things like that that are going to come back. And you see it on Steam. You see it with some of the Gamergate thing, like the Zoe Quinn and the kind of games they make, how there's a primitivism is allowed in it because everybody, you know, it's just like cartoons and stuff. Not everything has to be photorealistic. And we're going to get to a point like that. And Steam is great. And also, the reason I had to install Steam is I've been looking for a Sim City since Maxis is a bunch of motherfuckers and have sat on this genre and done shit all with it. And there's this, I think it's a Finnish company, has a thing called Cities. Skylines, I think it's called now, and it works even though it's Windows-based on .NET. It uses the Mono stuff, runs perfect in Linux. So I had to, and you can only get it through Steam. And they're not even that indie. They're not an indie, but they kind of are indie in that they're not a mainstream American company or something. But you know, they're a real company, and they've been making cities for like 20, you know, they have like not 20 but 10 years or something. They have, this is like their third or fourth version, and it's awesome, by the way, too. Like, no grid, fuck the grid. You know, the roads go where you want them. You know, they curve and they go up hills, and you can create water that flows, and it actually flows with the physics of flowing. And you know, and so I got Steam for that. But I'd heard about Steam because, yeah, it's like at the center of this indie thing. Well, I think a service like Steam could be where we get a new console. You know, maybe Steam, somebody makes a Steam-compatible console.
Trying.
Then it can come out with games.
They want to make a Steam console?
Yeah.
You're saying they do?
Yeah. But, like, the problem is, like, they kind of want to...
I didn't know that. I was just saying.
The weird thing is, though, they want to make, like, 16 different versions of it. To basically cover every possible price range.
Yeah, I think the thing is you have to have a special sugar to have a new console. So I think instead of going from the software people that are selling software to current games, I think you need to, like, Oculus Rift or somebody else making a virtual reality headset, make some wearables. They have the Intel has a camera that's way better than the Kinect, that it can actually tell 3D, like, where your fingers are. You know, because it's an actual 3D camera with a little infrared laser and a couple cameras and stuff. And so if somebody made a console out of that technology and then get a couple people to make some indie games, and they could be abstract, you know, Tunnel Racer or something, just beautiful, but not necessarily taking a lot of millions of dollars of hiring artists, then if Steam adopted something like that and got the first sets of games hosted, you know, that was the Xbox Live of that console, I think somebody could inject themselves for what in the game industry would be a modicum amount. You know, it takes hundreds of millions. You could probably do this for a couple tens of millions. On the other hand, it's not like the indie developers themselves can pull it off. You need some money investment to get all that together.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So. On the other hand, I mean, you're talking about these things they're making now, these games that are making now are costing, you know, certainly the big ones, 10 millions and stuff. So the money's there. It wouldn't be very much money. I mean, for the price of making a game, you could make a new platform for games probably. But it's a gamble because people know now they make a PC or Xbox game that probably, it's like making a shitty movie. If you market it well enough, you can at least recoup your loss. Whereas if you bet on games on a new console and nobody buys those consoles, you just become one of the big laughing stocks of, you know, console history, of which you will not be alone in that category. But I just think these three companies really have just sat on their laurels, and it's just ridiculous. Technology's changed a lot in the last 15 years and 10 years, and the consoles are, how are they getting better? And also the other thing is, what is with these controllers? You guys probably like controllers because everybody I talk to that grew up with the consoles likes controllers, but a keyboard and a mouse are fucking a billion times better for playing any action game. And any game in general. And why wouldn't you sometimes, every game you want to type stuff in, you got to chat to people at the least.
Yeah.
It's got to come back to a console. You know, when this was a big thing in the industry. They were coming out with these consoles, and they could have put keyboards on them, But then they were like, people will think it's a Commodore 64 and it's a computer, and they're scared of computers. People aren't scared of computers. So now it's time for the console to just be a computer that focuses on its graphics and sound speed and an internet connection, and give it a fucking mouse and a keyboard. It's the best way. Like first-person shooters, when you're playing Call of Duty, these people get really good, and yet they look like robots. Zit, 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 zit. I mean, when somebody uses a mouse and they do a 360, it looks like a fucking person doing a pirouette. It's not like, zing, I'm a robot. So we got to bring back the mouse and a keyboard. Maybe the controller is better than I think, and we need a controller too, but you could plug a fucking USB controller into your PC. So just give me the mouse and the keyboard back, please.
I think just the problem is since many of these kids nowadays are so adaptive to the controller, it's like when they get on the computer, they're having like so many dexterity issues where they just can't really find set balance in the keys and like the because you have one hand on the mouse, one hand on the keyboard kind of thing. So it's like you have to almost kind of do two things at once. Almost kind of like multitasking a little bit.
It feels like that. It feels like that. But to me, it's like driving a car. I feel weird when my hands are jammed together, and I get confused on all the buttons. You know, whereas I can remember 20 buttons on a keyboard. Maybe that's because I can type. So yeah, some of it is being accustomed. Some of it will probably in the wash. We'll find certain games are better. One, like I actually liked playing Minecraft with the controller. But that's because I wasn't doing the parkouring. As soon as I started playing on the PC with the mouse, suddenly I can actually jump onto the edge of the block, and I'm way more dexterous and fluid. So I don't know. I think we can have all of the above, but really we should have games that do both. And I do believe in the long run that high speed, or even medium speed, Battlefield, Halo, all these games, those are going to be, if not the mouse, then something better than the mouse, like a 3D thing where you wave your hands in the air. But they've got to be human motion based. You don't want to push off and push on. Now, on the other hand, because kids are better with this, like I have trouble with the joysticks on the controllers. If you put it halfway, it goes half speed. I have trouble with that. I got to jam that controller. I mean, I started on Atari controllers. There was no how far you pushed it, right? So I know people are able to be sensitive with that, and I can't, which makes me even more robotic. But I just think the left-right roboticness of it, it's got to have something where when you move in a natural motion, something tracks you, and a mouse does that. But whatever, that's just an old curmudgeon thing that I like my cousin who's 10 years younger than me, I couldn't get him into the first-person shooters on the computer because he's too good at the controller. He feels too newbie. It's like writing with your left hand if you're right-handed, or I'm left-handed, so it's like writing with your right hand. It just feels bad. It feels like no matter how long I do this, it'll never get right. Though on the other hand, in reality, if you try long enough, you'll do better.
Have you seen the new capabilities with like the Xbox One and the PS4 with the cameras and stuff, where they like track your movement and all that?
Well, I was looking into that. I'm not really sure because I know how the Kinect camera works, and it's kind of a kludge, whereas Intel is now is coming out with an IntelliSense camera that has a little infrared laser and 2 optical cameras, and it's good enough to know that it can tell with your hand whether you're doing a shock or flipping you off. It can actually see each finger, and it knows when things are behind each other. So if a finger is partially obscured, that's okay because it knows it's behind and not in front. Much better, and if Xbox is going to use that, they're going to have a Kinect that really works, because Kinect works fine with the pop the bubbles game, but it doesn't really work. Okay, so but once it's really good in your gestures, then I'm all into that. I'll give up the mouse in order to wave my hands and create a fireball. I mean, I want to play an Avatar-based game or something at that point and get to a firebend. That'll be great.
Like, I think they could develop something where, like, you're basically just standing in a room where there's, like, all these cameras around you, and they're all, like, sensory, so they're basically getting all the angles of your body, and then basically, like, that's what virtual reality would be. Basically, it would put you in the game.
Well, I think we're there, because I think this... it hasn't been deployed, but it's been well developed, this Intel thing I'm talking about. You can have a whole picture of a person's body with just 2 of these cameras. I mean, you get like 80% of it, actually, of the model when the camera is built, the problem is if the camera is built to give you the information to make it quick to build a model like this camera, then you get like 80% of the 3D world from just one camera. It's surprising. You know what I mean? You see around things a little bit if you think about how much is really obscured in a picture. Now, if there's a lot of things in the room, then you know, arbitrarily, if there's a screen between the camera and the person, you won't see them, so more is obscured. So it's not an automatic thing. But the point is, with just 2 of these cameras, it's pretty much impossible. You'll get the whole 3D. The parts of the model that you don't get, you can guess that it's smooth there. So yeah. I think we're going to see this. I mean, they're coming out. HP actually has a really cool, weird kind of computer that uses this, where there's a screen that's down on your desk, and then there's a monitor. The monitor has a camera on top that goes down, and it's an IntelliSense camera, so it projects a screen onto a mat in front of the computer, and it can see your pen and pencil in your hand. So as you draw on it, you know, the projector keeps up. And it's gesture based, and there's certain industries where it'll be really useful. And they've just come out with a generation of these devices, and probably we're going to see laptops instead of a regular camera have this 3D camera, and we'll finally have gestures where the machine is at a high enough resolution that and the processor's fast enough that gesturing will actually work. You know, nobody wants to learn a gesture like on the Apple Newton, where it can know this is an A if you draw it just perfect. You know, it's got to not be picky, and it's got to let your individual fingers do things, because that's where we have the most nerves and the most control, and we can wiggle one finger and leave the other ones unwiggled. All of these things could be input communication, and the technology's here. Basically, this one camera is sufficient. And if it's successful at all, then people will copy it. It's not like rocket science. They basically just took this approach of, how can you scan 3D space? Oh, with pieces that cost 25 cents and $25 a piece now. I mean, you get a little tiny infrared laser. We could have done this for 50 years. It's just that it would have cost millions of dollars. You know, now you can build that for $500. It's not rocket science. It's just like, no, technology became good enough that the obvious ways to do it can be done. You know, the computer CPUs are fast enough, the graphics fast enough. We got cheap cameras because of the cell phones. So yeah, I think we're going to see that. It's going to be really immersive. And I actually am interested and excited about this Oculus Rift, and I've been deciding when to try to get in on it. Because there was a big surge in that, and with 8-bit graphic era. We had some VR stuff, and it just couldn't keep up, and even it was really impressive. You know, I demoed with some machines that were like $100,000 each to make, and you're like stand on a little platform with a waist-high railing around you so you don't actually stumble off of it, and but nothing was quite sufficient. And right now you get the feeling that, yeah, these, like the roller coaster game that supports the Oculus Rift and stuff, those look like, even though the novelty would wear off, I would spend $500 just to experience that, like going into space once. You know, the novelty would wear off. There wouldn't be enough games, but I want to see it. So I'm pretty excited. I've been wondering when to get it. My main philosophy on new technology is I get it once it's commoditized. I've decided years ago not to try to be an early adopter. You buy the first Mac with 128K, and it's a piece of shit. So I just like to wait until they get it down. And but I don't know. On the other hand, if getting into the betas and stuff, because I am a developer, and it'd be fun to have the SDK and maybe play with it. So,
I think they're still testing really heavily with that kind of technology, like the Oculus and all that. But I don't know if you follow IGN News or whatever on YouTube. They give updates on all the latest gaming technology and stuff.
Oh, I should probably do that. No, I know about them, but no, I don't subscribe to them. Yeah, I should start keeping up with it again, because I'm really thinking I want to get into this now that there's this indie and Steam entry, and also a low standard. Like, it's okay if your game's a little bit half-assed. We just like trying new games. There's a community like that, and I like that, a tolerant community. And it's like, okay, well, this game's 50 cents. And people go, okay, I want to try it for 50 cents. Oh, yeah, it sucked.
Yeah.
I'll spend 50 cents to try your next one, too. And Yeah, I think that's the kind of artistic environment I'd like to try that in. But the other thing with the Oculus Rift is it's a beautiful, successful Kickstarter. They seem like awesome guys. I think it's going to succeed. On the other hand, doesn't really matter. Go online. There's so many goggles now, and some of them are stereoscopic. But who cares about stereoscopic? I'm not that thrilled with the stereoscopic. How they have ones that just have regular VG. The important part is the motion sense. Like, so for example, you know about first-person remote control, like on your
Yes.
drone, of course, and you put on the helmet. Well, you have a 2D helmet. That's fine. But some of them, when you turn your head, the camera on the drone turns. That's what you
Yeah.
want. That's the key. It's not how high the resolution, and it's not that it's 3D. Your brain creates 3D. It'll be nice to have good 3D, but you might need glasses. Maybe that'll never work. You don't really need it. If you have 2D, that when you move your head, it moves.
Yeah.
That's the main thing right there, man. And you can buy goggles for $50 that are really low res, but I mean for like $500-600 right now with no mass market, you have helmets that can do this tracking and are high speed and high definition. So that's where I think is exciting, is that it's not like we're betting all on the Oculus Rift. This camera is Intel only right now. Other people can't make it, but when it comes to Oculus Rift stuff, one reason that happened is they're not the only people that know you can put little tiny cameras in front of people's eyes, and that we've been wanting to do that forever. The real amazing thing is these smartphones have made those kind of displays cheap, and they've made cameras cheap, and they've made they've made motion detectors, the gyroscopes and the accelerometers in the phones. That's a beautiful thing. Whoever would have thought that those would become like 25 cents each wholesale to have an accelerometer, as small as, just a little tiny speck of a thing. And that stuff is what's going to make this technology of goggles work. And it's like with the 3D theaters, I don't think they're that great. For one thing, they force you to look at a particular part of the scene. It should be in a flat focus. If you try to look at the wrong place on a 3D movie, which is what I do, I want to look where people away from where my eye is being directed and see the stuff on the side. And the 3D doesn't really let you do that, and people that have prescription glasses can have issues. And so I'm not really that thrilled with the 3D. I mean, it's a nice idea, but I really more want computer devices that, like phones, track human movement. And then you get organic movement in there, and then you get the beautiful arcs and motion of real animal motor function, and we're totally on the threshold of that. I mean, you could buy these, Raspberry Pi, and all these little devices. Intel makes one that have the accelerometers built in and that are the size of a postage stamp, ready to make a bracelet or put it on your clothes, and all of these wearables. And for a couple $100, you can have a whole kit to play with this. And I know that these 13 and 15-year-old geeks out there that have these things to play with and all the free time, and they don't have to make a living, fucking youth. But anyway, they're going to be doing a lot of shit before I die. In the next 20 years, just out of nowhere, it'll be like, what, a thing I put on my tongue and then I could fly? I'm totally ready for a better than the internet, in everything in the real world. Finally, the same kind of thing, like this internet boom or game boom, but in every part of our lives, whether it's using drones to fly penicillin to war zones or whatever. So yeah, I'm pretty optimistic about that part, actually, of our future.
Would you happen to know Ray Kurzweil?
Yeah.
So if you look at all the stuff that he says, just by
transhumanism, right?
Yeah, all that stuff. It's like, I mean,
he's the guy that's actually modified himself, or no?
Yeah, I mean, well, what he does is, I remember. I watched the documentary.
Oh no! He's not the guy I'm thinking of. There's a guy that's like him that is actually, that's a transhumanist professor that's actually modified himself. When 9/11 happened, he was fucked over because he has so much metal in his body and plug-ins and stuff. But I know Kurzweil. He's a futurist, and he's also Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
place what my memory of if I got it right. So, okay, yeah, go ahead.
But basically, by what he says and by his assumptions, technology and all these things should be taking off rather, quite quickly. I mean, what was it like by 2045 or something? He said humans would be what's it called? Um, Basically becoming with technology, like becoming one with technology. Like that would be.
Oh yeah, this is the guy. Okay, yeah, Kurzweil Music. I'm browsing his page here, and I remember who he is. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, what do you think about that? I mean, because I have various feelings. I think in one way we're already transhuman because we need clothes. We've needed
Well,
clothes for 50, 60, maybe 100, maybe 200,000 years. That sounds
yeah.
like technology to me, just because we're used to it. I'm sorry, needing to make a cloth to put your fur on sounds kind of transhuman.
Yeah, and I mean,
Trans-mammal, it's trans-mammal.
yeah, and it's probably started as early as like the caveman era too, right? Like when we
Yeah.
started using tools and stuff. So
Well,
I
that's
mean,
a funny thing. We used to think that, and we found out a lot of animals use tool. Maybe
yeah,
fire,
yeah,
though. Maybe fire. That's why I like to go with clothes, because it doesn't seem like as flashy as fire, but really it is. Why do you think there's fucking Eskimos? I mean, we can live anywhere, and clothes is the technology. Here's the thing I disagree, I think, with Kurzweil on. I think he's on this side of the singularity kind of computers are just going to suddenly become sentient, right?
yeah,
I don't think so. No, sorry. Turing
yeah.
machine
I
does
don't
not support that hypothesis.
see. I don't know about that, but I definitely agree about his ideas of like making human beings better and live longer and stuff like that, like enhancing human life and things like that. Because I mean, we
Yeah,
already have technologies like that
I believe.
nowadays,
No,
like
I'm a bit.
medicine.
Yeah, no, I believe in the general techno utopian thing where we take it with a grain of salt, like because we know utopias are dangerous and they can't really exist and be careful and all that. But really, like for example, we're going to have robot labor. A big
Yeah,
problem for us is going to be when the robots do all the work. How do I get my food? You're not going to give me any, or do I get to own a robot, or am I just going to
yeah,
starve? People talk about the jobs that are going to be put out. Well, I don't see it that way. I see in 100 years, we're all going to be like European royalty were hundreds of years ago. We're all going to have manservants without any of the moral guilt that those fuckers should have had, right? They're
yeah,
going to be taken care. So what kind of economy does money work in that case?
see,
No, it's more like you keep all the robots going and people get to just be artists and talk shit on the
yeah,
internet. I mean, it's going to be great and disgusting at the same time by our own standards now, because there's going to be so many self-indulgent artists that are crap artists. The only really valuable people at that time will be people like me, as a matter of fact, come to think of it, that are engineers that are still in control of things. But we, out of the magnanimity of our heart, will have to let a bunch of lazy, bad artists do their shit because, well, there's plenty, the robots are taking care of anything. We can't really complain.
yeah.
So, but
But
it'll be,
what I think is like we'll reach a certain point in time where all this corporation and capitalism and all these things, I don't think it's gonna last. Like I think eventually it's gonna get to a certain point where we just can't live by that notion anymore.
yeah, no, I
Because
agree.
because all when you think about it, even at a very fundamental level, like to some degree, we have to support everyone in order for everyone to survive. Because I mean,
Yeah,
if you just had greedy people that lived on the planet,
yeah,
well, who's going to take care of them? You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Well, here's a funny thing you might not know about Marxism. So, in Marx is a person. So, Marx had this theory of the one genius was, hey, a bunch of leather and string comes into the factory. It's worth 5 cents. And then the guy makes a pair of shoes out of it, and suddenly it's worth $5 or a
Yeah,
dollar, whatever. How does that happen? So he proved basically the value comes from the labor, which robots are going to do pretty soon. But anyway,
yeah,
so now his other theory that may or may not be true, is what you were just saying, is that capitalism, naturally, you don't fight it, you don't create a a revolution, the Stalinist revolution, which he got involved in the international and do that, that's corruption of his actual philosophy, his work, because his actual theory says basically capitalism naturally grows to the point where there's all these means of production and it's unsustainable and it collapses, but you still have a factory and the factory workers are like, well, let's just go keep making toys. You know, yeah, the capitalism has collapsed, but there's a factory list, and they take over the means of production. And in the Soviet Union, in the internationals, they said, you know what, fuck that. We'll skip a stage. We'll go straight from the king, skip capitalism, and go to this communism and a socialism. And according to Marxist theories, that's not possible. And people like Trotsky and not the Bolsheviks, but the Mensheviks argued, no, we have to get rid of the czar, have a revolution against the czar, have a capitalism, and then when the people are educated about how it works, they see it's a better system than the king, but eventually they'll see how it's not a good enough system, and then we'll go to the next stage. And Marx and Engels especially got involved in, no, we'll skip a stage, which is how you got Stalinists in control that thought, look, my country isn't actually ready for communism, so I'm going to have to kill some motherfuckers and re-educate the rest. So because these dumb farmers, I hate these fucking people not from the city, these ignorant peasants, they need to be re-educated. I need to treat them like children. Whereas the real theory is like, no, you can't treat them like children. You have to let them grow up, and then you need to, So I think it's basically what you're saying, is that capitalism is unsustainable. You can let capitalism go to its natural conclusion, which is the end of capitalism. Because boom and bust and growth-oriented forever doesn't work on a finite world. We're a global society, and the boom or bust, growth by acquisition, well, everything's been acquired. Where do we go from here? It's got to end. Now, how does it end? Activism is about let's try to make it smooth, because how it normally ends, a capitalist boom cycle ends in fucking chaos with warlords, and the whole thing starts over. So how do we let it end and collapse gently, like a souffle or something, is the question, you know. And whether it takes 100 or 1,000 years, I'd rather see it in 100 years. I'm willing to work for that. I think it happens on its own in 1,000 years, but how many dead people, how many fucking nuclear radiation zones are we going to have if it has to take 1,000 years before we learn our lesson?
See, what I think is it's just, what I'm thinking is we got all these younger kids that are growing up, and they have so much optimism for the future, and like they're very like energetic kids and stuff. And then you have all these older people that, you know, they've pretty much given up on things, and they don't, you know, want to come up with solutions. They just want to keep things the way they are. So it's like you have all these corporations and things that are in power that shouldn't really be in place, you know, like via oil companies and all that. When what I'm thinking is, if we just, I don't know, like switch over all the oil companies to solar powered companies and allow them to have like a share in the stock or something, or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like create an idea or something that'll be equal terms for, you know, these corporations and companies that have been in power forever, and then with all these, you know, new and up and comings, let them have a stake. That way both parties have a stake in the share, nobody's complaining, you know?
No, I think you're right. I mean, how do we get to that is the real question. I mean, you can see that this burnout is evidenced just through the baby boomers. I saw them in the 70s when they were all liberal. I saw them in the 80s when they decided, wait, you know what, I'm going to become a stockbroker. Greed is good. And then you have people like Hillary Clinton at the Democratic debate, when called on her past advocacy of single payer, which I don't support, actually. I like the multi-payer thing. But anyway, she's like, well, I fought that fight. It just didn't happen. The revolution didn't happen. And she's standing on a stage with Bernie Sanders, who's surging by saying, let's do it now. And it's like, hey, old person that gave up 20 years ago, it's been 20 years. It's been 20 years. Maybe, you know, they told us pot would be legal by the end of the 70s. And then, oh, no, people aren't ready. Oh, we're wrong. Yeah, but now it's been 30 years. It's been 40 years. Okay? You gave up in the 80s, and it's now 2015. And you've given up, and you're telling us to give up while it's fucking happening. Why don't you just go back to 20, 40 years ago when you wanted it to happen too and go, oh, I had to wait longer. Boom, it is happening. No, these old people, they've given up, and not only do they give up, but they've become part of the resistance of it happening. They wanted it to happen when they were 20. It didn't. Their glory days are over. They don't want it to happen when they're 50. They want what they're used to keep happening. Even if they call it negative, they're used to it. And so they will bomb countries and all the rest of it because they fucking Kerry will say, don't protest the Iraq war when he was out there protesting the Vietnam War, because he's like, no, I'm used to there being war. Just get used to it like me. Do what I did. And instead they should be doing like what I do, which is thank God, because when we didn't pull it off, I was hoping the kids would pull it off, and they're pulling it off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, don't criticize Operation Wall Street just because it's indistinct or nebulous. You know, praise it because it's indistinct and nebulous. It's an emotion. That's what we need to succeed.
And another thing too, at the same time too, is you have like all these young and up and coming kids with ideas and stuff like that. At the same time, I think even fighting back like all these corporations and stuff is not really a good idea, because then it creates just more chaos. You know, you want to try and approach the problem with some kind of some kind of humbleness or something like that, to the degree where you don't upset anybody. So I feel like these younger kids should be more like respecting their elders and like respecting the companies that have been in place for years. And sure they may not have, you know, the powers that be may not be the greatest, but you know, they were around for the longest time. They've had the most experience. So it's like we need to also, you know, keep that in mind and not just tread all over things that have already been in place for so many years. You know, like try to work with these people, you know.
Well, that's wise of you, because like in my 20s, like I was saying, I was struggling with whether do you firebomb things or not, and I decided not. But you know, it took me a long time to realize that that when we're reevaluating values, which is what we're going through, that you find out some of the old values are good, or like Quintique is talking, you know, some of the old tropes, some of these old lessons from myths or whatever are actually good. And corporations, not entirely a bad idea, not even the limited liability, and not even the personhood. It's just that if they get to be persons and they kill a bunch of people from, you know, manslaughter level negligence, then they go to fucking jail. That's what persons do, and then it would be fine. Because other than that, it's cool that you can say, hey, John and you know, and Kyle and Indifferent Sky and Eddie, we're gonna make a corporation. What is it? Here's its mission. Here's what it's about. And we're gonna try a project. If it fails, the project failed. We as humans go on. If it succeeds, great. You know, that's good. It's good to have that kind of protection for groups. But you can't just say, oh, and by the way, crimes don't apply to you. You can buy your way out of any crime. You kill 100 people, okay, we're going to want some money. I mean, that's not how justice works. But you can't really blame corporations, right? And on the other hand, too, I found there's really good corporations, which I'm investing for my retirement a little bit, for example. I have to decide. And there are good ones. I mean, Tesla, Elon Musk, he's fucking awesome. I'm a fanboy. I get to be a fanboy. I haven't been a fanboy of anybody since Steve Wozniak when I was a teenager, so that feels good. And Costco, the guy that runs Costco, they pay their people the highest wage in their industry. They have the least turnover, the least stealing, and they provide cheap products. Costco. There's good corporations. You can't just say, I hate all blah, blah, blah. You need to look specifically. Now, most corporations are so bad right now, especially the biggest ones, that it's a safe bet to assume they're evil. But in the end, you got to do what you said. You got to keep your eyes open for your allies and people that are trying to make the world better. And there might be a few you know, like George Soros. He's done some good things, but also how he made his money is arguably kind of evil. And, you know, I mean, nobody's perfect, you know, so you take the good from the bad and so on, and just be more rational about it. And it makes me feel good if you think that there's, you know, that is in sight. I see progress towards that, but I don't really see people being peaceful yet. You know, everybody wants to start a war about their favorite complaint, and really it's like, no, start an action, a peaceful action, and people say, oh, well, you want to be like Gandhi? And it's like, well, Gandhi did pretty fucking well. You know, he took over one of the biggest countries in the world, yeah, let's try that, you know, and learn more about Gandhi. He wasn't some priest. He had all kinds of faults. Read his autobiography. He realizes he did things wrong. He has kids, his own kids that don't like him. Uh, he was open about it. So you
Yeah.
don't deify him and act like you're trying to be the Dalai Lama. But yeah, he had good tactics. Learn from those tactics. They work really good. And also learn from the Peace Corps and the people that have managed to go out there and teach the world about contraception and why the world population growth is balancing out. These things
Yeah.
work. They've worked. We've seen them work. It's not a philosophy, goody two-shoe things. It's not even altruism. You're going to have less terrorism. It's in your best interest. You're not doing it to be good to other people. You can. It feels good. But you're also doing it to be good to yourself. So in either case, you just do it. Well, whatever. Well,
But
good, yeah.
But I think another problem though too is like if you look at a country, you look at the world, whatever, but really when you get down to the fundamental level, it's really, just being able to develop yourself correctly. And then once you've done that, then you go to the next level and you do it on like a family level, bringing structure to your family and, importing, core values to hold people together and the whole, unification of that and just basically the whole father and son and mother and daughter and that kind of relationship. It's everything just seems to be torn apart.
Yeah. Well, I'm having real weird things because, like, when I was younger and China started the one-child policy, I thought that is one of the most evil things. You can't tell people how many kids to have or what to do with them.
Yeah.
Now, like I watched this documentary on HBO about sports parents, that drive their kids to be top-notch football and whatnot, just like a stage parent. And they're so abusive, and I realized, wow, a lot of these kids, and we don't get along with their parents, not every person is really morally capable of being in the position of absolute monarch, you know? And so I'm not so sure. I mean, I'm starting to be like, well, I do believe people should be promoted to have just a couple kids, but, that is up to you, and maybe if you're having really good kids and they get educated well and you're really good at it, you should have more, and some people should have none. It averages out. It would be fine. But what about the kids? What if the kid around 11 says, I don't like this motherfucker. I want to go to the orphanage?
Yeah.
Probably he would have a reason to do that. Either the kid has a problem and needs help that the parent evidently hasn't been able to handle, or in our society, those parents probably are fucked up if the kid's willing to just, I'll go to the place. And so, I think at some point it's kind of funny because you're watching this documentary where some kid is a great athlete, and if he didn't shimmy when he should have shaked, according to his dad, he's crying in the back seat, because his dad's a fucking asshole. It's hard to, so I don't know what's supposed to happen about the family. I mean, I come from one of the first divorced families. It was definitely caused me problems in my life. I think it's better to have a family together. On the other hand, not every family is like that. Some people stay together and they're assholes and fuck their kids up.
Yeah, and you see, overall, what I think is not really a matter of, how many kids should we be allowed to have or whatever, something like that, but it's just being able to incorporate enough responsibility and discipline into the child so that when they do get older, they can think about it, from a better perspective than to just jump into something with no, foreknowledge or nothing like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, hey, let me see what you think of this. So, who was the guy? He did the Time Machine, I think. The old guy, Time Machine. Who's this? It's a brain fart here. Who is that guy?
Are you trying to think of H.G. Wells? No.
Yeah, but it's not H.G. Wells. This guy, I know, it's the Modern Utopia. And I want to talk to you about some of the ideas in it because there's some interesting ideas. It is by H.G. Wells. Yeah, it was H.G. Wells. So Modern Utopia, and he kind of does it fictionalized, but basically it's a political idea. Okay, now a lot of the ideas before we decided that there was communism and capitalism, there's Henry George, and there's this idea of H.G. Wells, things that defy categorization in our modern sort of left and right paradigm of what are we supposed to do. So it's a very liberal idea in one sense, but then very weirdly maybe fascist even, or like this China one child policy, however you'd categorize that. So in modern utopia, basically, you get money from the state forever. You can't get your job, they'll pay to move you to a new town, do a new job. That one doesn't work, they'll spend money so you can go to school. You go back out, oh no, job does, they'll move you around forever. On the other hand, if you're in the red to the government, you can't have kids. If you have kids, they're taken from you. On the other hand, if you're not in the red and you have kids and the kids do well and get A's, you know, kind of a Gary sort of idea, they prove themselves in school, then you could get paid to have kids.
Oh, it's I see here. So it goes by like development, sort of.
Like, well, I don't know if it's fair, but it would go from an almost possibly too capitalist or material judgment. It's like if your kids are doing well, then you could be paid to have them. If you keep struggling trying to find what to do, you can't have kids yet. You're going to have to get stable. Stable being defined as the government has given you $100,000 in your lifetime and that you never have been able to pay back. You can't have kids. And if you want to and you get real successful, we'll just pay it back.
Well, here's the
it's
thing.
like only wealthy people can have kids. Does that mean? No, it doesn't mean that, because not all poor people go in debt.
Well, what I think would be good would be basically just creating incentive. Maybe just like give more rewards to the families that have kids that actually prosper, and then give the least rewards to the kids that don't prosper. So then that way it'll actually give them incentive to want to do better for their kids. And
well, the thing is, with the modern utopia, of course, you could modify it to that. You could say, you know what, we don't want to tell people when to have kids, but you could still have certain benefits and rules for, you know, like you could say you can have all the kids you want, but at the point you come for social services, then we're going to start taking a part in how your kids are raised. You know, you could do, but see, it's a little bit like too government controlling for a lot of people, and yet I see that another thing he was really into in that book is penal colonies. Like, he was kind of a little bit of a prohibitionist, and if people, it's okay to have a few drinks of wine, but if you're just out partying all the time, making your town a red district, okay, we don't know that that's wrong, we just know we don't want it. We, you know, send you all to the tip of Florida or whatever, or an island, and then you do it there. And maybe you do fine. All of you guys together that like to drink and party all the time, maybe that you'll be selling, all the rock stars will come from your island. Fine. You know what I mean? That's another interesting idea. The penal colony. Criminals go live with other criminals. Maybe maybe it's okay to steal from people. I don't know. Everybody that thinks it's okay to steal, go live together. See how you do.
Yeah. But what I think would be a good idea for that too is, like, if you have people that are constantly, you know, exceeding their limits or breaking the law or whatever it is, maybe make them do more like community service and things like that, like things that would add to, you know, making things better, right? Because then at least it would still go back into making things better, because, like, okay, so you did your fair share of bad stuff, now it's time for you to do your fair share of good stuff, you know, to make up for all the shit that you did, basically.
Well, see, I basically believe all of the dole or any kind of welfare should be linked to a productive job, including, like, if you're totally disabled and can't leave your home, then, you know, your job is talking to people about it, or maybe somebody helps you go to a school and tell people what, you know, spread the word, or help research into it, you know, so you can always frame it as a job, in which case people would never actually go into debt to the thing. And since people never actually went into debt, they, you know, that you could have kids when you thought you were stable enough. On the other hand, if you mistreat those kids, I used to think the CPS was a little bit too Nazi, and it definitely behaves a little bit too Nazi, but on the other hand, I just think we need to be really careful that it's not a corrupt organization and it's not used to abuse people, because we do need to protect the kids, and yeah, from their parents. I'm sorry, there's a lot of bad parents beating their kids, people that don't want to beat their kids, but they just lose their shit. Everybody's a little bit psychotic. Some people go past their line. Maybe the kid's hard to handle and it's this fault or that fault. Who cares? Those kids need to not be beaten up. And so what are you going to do about that? Well, there's no nice way to do it. It's all a little bit one-child policy-esque for the government or society to tell people how to do their family, but it's something we're probably going to have to face because we're not doing it so great right now. Gary has this idea that that we should be able to do this kind of thing, and one support for it is that orphanages should be awesome. Ice cream fountains in the rec room. You know, they should be a great place to live with tons of teachers and mentors and tons of money spent on it. And I agree. If we spend $1 trillion in 10 years on that kind of system, I think we'd get a lot more than we got out of these fucking Afghan and Iraq wars. So it's not unrealistic.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I do support that idea, but the one thing that I would think would be that it would help promote orphanage. You know what I mean? Like, it would help push things in that kind of direction. That sounds
bad, right? That sounds bad.
It's not like it's really a bad thing, but it's not really tackling the actual problem. It's just going after the symptom of the problem.
Well, I'm coming from a cultural age where I get this strong taste of that as, that sounds bad. That sounds like Nazis. Making orphanage. But the problem is that we're assuming every mother is like our mother in our mind, the archetype mother, and they're fucking not. They're BPD. We all have problems, me included. I'm not excluding myself. I'm not saying I'm someone that wouldn't have had this problem and had to struggle to, you know, and that seems terrifying to me. I don't like the idea on an innate level, but part of me is just saying I've got to face it because people are not nice to their kids.
Yeah. But I think it has a lot more to do with just things at like the level of just one person. Like, I think it's like a community kind of thing, and I think there's like a lot more other variables that people aren't really focusing on, and things like that.
Well, I feel that because I moved to Maine from Hawaii, and Hawaii is supposedly a paradise, but, you know, there's more teachers than there are parents when you go to the parent-teacher day and stuff, and they don't care about education and et cetera, et cetera. Whereas in Hawaii, you know, everybody's interested in the kids, and people that I barely know have remembered my wife is on a vacation and I'm alone and you want to come to dinner. You know, I mean, there's this community support, and my stepson is 12 years old. He's in a class. There's a Down syndrome kid in there that is mixed. He does activities with everybody else, and he's not bullied. They look out for him. He does cross-country running with them, and they look out. They stop and go, hey, you can make it up the hill. And it's beautiful, and it's because of community support. Now, I disagree with the way Hillary put it. It takes a village. I think villages have village idiots and are medieval and are. I don't like villages, but it does take community. And when everybody cares a little bit about everybody else, that doesn't mean that you have to worry about keeping your own electricity on. But it takes so little to just care a little bit about the people around you. I don't even think I'm very good at that. I'm from this moved around a lot. I have to struggle to do that, but you're right. It has to happen. I have to make it happen. I'm happy to be in a place where people are making it happen, and it needs to come back everywhere, you know, because countries like Bernie's talking about, Sweden and Norway and Denmark, they have a compassion they've managed to put into their habit system, but they also have a bunch of right-wingers that make our right-wingers look mild. So they have a problem too. They have the same problem. It's at a different stage, and they need to relearn their community too. You know, like in Denmark, they're getting totally freaked out about the immigrants or taking the refugees. Even though they're liberal, it's like the fact that they're liberal makes them scared that they're going to have to be liberal for people that actually they're fucking scared of, and that's a reasonable fear. Right, that's a reasonable fear, actually.
But at the end of the day, the one way that they don't see the refugees is just straight up human beings. You know what I mean? Like, that's human life. You know, it's.
Yeah. Well, no, but look at it this way. Like, you know, that guy that killed all those kids. He's in a country where you go to jail for 20 years, and it's like
Yeah.
a fucking bed and breakfast. Well, when you have a system like that, that's great that you go, well, yeah, he stole stuff, but he has a problem. We'll put him here. He can't cause trouble. Oh, he killed his wife's lover. Terrible thing. We don't want to do that, do we? No, we don't like it, but let's put him there. He won't cause anybody trouble. Well, yeah, that's fine until you got some terrorist Nazi guy or Muslim or whomever that's going to kill kids, and then you've got to go, holy shit, our law says he goes to a country club for 20 years. He's living as well as he did in his little apartment. Oh, what the fuck? And then you get scared that, hey, the way we want to do our prison system only works if people are a certain standard. We have some murderers even, but not mass murderers.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's like, what do? We don't want to have we don't want to have fuck you in the ass prisons like America, and yet we got people that are like, they ought to be killed, and yet we don't want to kill people like America. They're in this like quandary, and it's almost their liberalism has put them in the quandary to try to be more careful or some shit. And I just realized I have to add people. So
yeah, you got a couple there.
I saw you a while ago, Michael, and I was waiting for you to speak up. I forgot I had to add people. And then we have Vivian also. You guys are
I was wondering, Piero, about
live.
about tone, whether or not you think intonation and sentimentality in terms of empathy of one's position is bifurcated in dialogue, or whether or not one's sentimental weight must sedimentarily weigh heavier over the public they're discussing, because the person discussing it is very heavily weighted, that they're sedimentary.
Are you asking if your sentimentality can be separated from, for example, let's just call it your policy ideas, or whether they're necessarily joined?
Indigenous rock, what do you call that? You know, like metamorphic. You know, it's a different rock. I'm just saying the sentimentality and sentiment might have. I'm just trying to bond those two together for the sake of what you think is tonal weight, like the fucking tone of the country, the tone of the world, an audio frequency that is you and your perception of what the world is.
So with the sedimentality, you're talking about mores or some synonym laid down dust layer by dust layer, which becomes a foundation and the basis of your soil and whatnot. That is your sentimentality, right? Most of our sentimentalities, they come to us automatically, not because they aren't affected arbitrarily by accidents of history and evolution, but because after so long, there's sort of a statistical process, certain things filter down. Your soil is going to be based on the organisms that lived there millions of years earlier. That's changed. What the soil is a million years from now is based on what's living now. And everything else, that's the sedimentation, and it all filters together and it makes sort of a solid, eventually, rock structure, sandstone structure. And if you're going to say there's a great sound play, a phonetic thing there with sentimentality, and I would say that in this metaphor they're the same thing. I mean, that's where our sentiments come from. That's why they're so hard to change, but we can dig down into a sentiment and change the quality of it, but it's a major project. And if you did it in your whole personality, there's the question of when you erase your personality to make a new personality, you will have, by erasing your personality, you will have forgotten the personality you were going to build, and you're back down there to zero, and God only knows what you're going to build. So is that what you're talking about? What do you mean about the bifurcation? That makes no sense. Sediment is not bifurcated unless you meant that it's layered vertically.
I think he's talking about about superimposition. I would say if we're going to use a personage sort of metaphor or personality metaphor, it would be more appropriate to maybe use tree rings or something like that if you're talking about developing developing.
But what's he was talking about bifurcation? So things breaking in two.
Yeah, no, not like mitosis. The bifurcation of mitosis, like it's a biological cell splitting, right? And so bifurcation it's applied politically, it's applied culturally, it's applied your personal history. Pira, what I'm saying is your notion of humanity, but your notion of your own personal history's sentiments as they relate to sediments in your own historic mythology.
Right, but I'm saying the metaphor of sediment, of sedimentary personality or social or any the structure where having emotional sediments come in and become long-standing sentiments, emotions that are sort of frozen like a magnetic rock. That was molten in a magnetic field, and then it cooled, and now it's still magnetic, so it's recorded there. That is non-bifurcatory. That's the sense in which all of our souls are unions, because sediments form unions. Now there's a layered tree ring thing, maybe that's what you're talking about, but that's not a bifurcation, that's a gradation. That's a gradient. That's not a bifurcation, right? There is no really solid lines in that. If you look at the microscopic
what does it mean to divide two into one, Piro? If there's no bifurcation.
1 into 2, you mean?
No, 2 into 1. You know, what does it mean to divide?
Well, that's an anti-bifurcation.
Possibly end up with.
No, it's the beta. It's the volume of the negative. It's the negative. There's a beta volume. Check it out in the stock market. So why would you say that? It's fucking no. I can pull this up. I'll link you to beta volume if you're gonna deny it.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
The beta of stock markets, Piro. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Well, when I type in beta volume, I come up with Minecraft links.
No, go to Yahoo, click finance, pick any stock, and then look at the history, or look at the detailed report on the stock. You're gonna find the beta. The beta is, well, I want you to tell me what you think the beta is, but I think what the beta is volatility based on volume. Right, but the beta is different than the alpha, but they don't have an alpha report, they only have a beta report.
Right, okay, so I'm at finance.
That something becomes necessarily more volatile depending on its size? Is that what you mean? I'm confused.
The beta is volatility within a certain set of volumes, right? And so when you have a stock, it shares at a certain volume limit, right? It doesn't mean all that what they can sell is met, because you get sub volumes, meaning you get the totality of people that buy shares that is within, only ever internally within the limit of how many shares they can sell. Right, so you might get a company that has 13 million shares, but they've only sold 7,600,000 something shares, right? And so the whole idea is that the beta volume is based on that 700,000, 6,000 volume, but it's the beta, meaning it's the volatility ratio, like a Bayesian inference, if you will. It's like where game theory or options theory comes into reading the bear market. I should say the bear market, but it's like reading a put, right? If you're going to put a put in on the market, you want to know the beta. So you want to know, because the company might trade in negatives. If it trades in negatives, then you got a high beta. That means you got volatility. That means you can trade pink sheets and make a profit on pink sheets because it's got high volatility, even if the company's dead. Even if all you guys are standing around kicking a dead horse, right? You're kicking a dead horse, right? But the beta is still high because the volatility is trading. Even you're kicking a dead horse, you're making money on it.
So here's a stock that I put into my retirement because I actually saved money by the accountant said, hey, put $4,000 in your retirement, and it'll save you like $5,000 in stock. It's crazy, but so there's a stock, and it has a beta of 0.54. Now, the explanation of what beta says it's basically the higher the beta, then the more it moves faster. it'll rise or fall 3 times as fast as the market. Whereas if it's at 0.5, it rises or falls at half of the rate. Now, I would like a low beta stock for my retirement because it did go down after I bought it, but I don't care because I'm going to keep it hopefully 15 or 20 more years.
That just means that you're in low risk stock. If it's not highly volatile and they're not buying and selling it, then you're in low risk, which is fine for retirement.
Well, what's funny though is that the stock is Tesla, the electric car company. So why would that be low risk? Because really, if electric cars don't make it, it's going to go out of business. Funny. I'm going to look at the beta now. Thanks for. So how did the beta of personality though? Bring it back to metaphor.
Okay. So Pierre, what I'm suggesting.
Bifurcation come into this? That's
what I'm curious too.
Sorry, Vivian. Go ahead, Vivian. I'm not hearing you.
The word bifurcation. You use the word bifurcation. Why? I don't understand what that has to do with a beta value of stock.
When I came into here, I was trying to bifurcate, if you will, the very phonic similarity between the word sentiment and sediment as an emotional strata of historic self-chronologic stories that people call themselves. They have a story that they define their historoniki. It's a histrionic personal legacy as they command it. But a lot of people get it out cathartically by writing about it. They let it go. Other people bond with it, right? It becomes a sentiment when one owns their historic history, but they haven't freed themselves from it yet. They're not the current, they're not Noah's flood carving out the Grand Canyon or some sort of fucking pre-sup bullshit theist argument about Noah's flood bullshit. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is one's personal life and struggle as they move through the calculus of their own life, right? The calculus of their own life yields certain positives and negatives, and then some people bond more heavily with different gravities of pressure. They might become Jupiter, and their sentimentality, their emotional quip, if you will, is so flattened, it's like vertebrae smashing out. What do you call it? Those discs smashing out your disc, bursting a disc in your spine. Okay. I guess that's what I mean.
That's all very aesthetically interesting, at least. I don't understand what the analogies are supposed to be for. All right, so let's try breaking this down. If I understand you right, the sentiment occurs as a result of something occurs at a point in one's life, or in retrospect to an event in one's life, and successive events and retrospection throughout one's life results in sediment, a multi-layered complex, perhaps, of emotion, and then in this equation, what is the gravity? What determines the degree to which the
Vivian, are you as old as you look? Are you 24 years old or 29? How old are you?
I am, yes.
Sorry, how old are you?
24, yes.
Oh, okay, so I pinned you on that. But you look like I looked when I was then. I look older than you. There's a calculus. The distance of my metabolism over, even I'm differently provincial from you, I'm suggesting that the weight of my history has gone through more spirals. It's what they refer to as being around the block or having an upstairs to a downstairs. Rodney Dangerfield made a joke about, I saw my daughter and I said, you don't have an upstairs. She says, you're so old you don't have a downstairs. You don't have a foundation anymore. You've blasted off into some goddamn whatever land. So gravity is an emotional impact of one's self, if you will. It's a self-suppositional emotional attachment to what one's identity means to themselves within all of the relational aspects that they find care to, emotion to, need to, help to, prayer to, if you will, meaning it's something so internalized in the infinity of the internal universe compared to the perception of the infinity of the external universe, right? The cosmos, if you will, in all of
Okay,
its possibility.
please
Okay, back to
reduce
you.
down to cognitive functions and try to be concise, because what you're doing now is spinning off into the stratosphere or the cosmos, quite literally. And I'm not asking you for a more extensive analogy, and please forgive my frustration, but I'm really asking you just what constructs are you working with? And from what I can gather, the gravity is the propensity of an individual to define themselves by their past.
Do you know what a Bayesian inference is, Vivian?
I'm afraid not, no.
Right, a Bayesian inference is it's a statistical method of necessarily positing a probability to any conceivable idea, such that the probability of any given woman giving birth to a son has a probability to it relative to the per capita amount. But there is actually a probability that a Bayesian inference gives to women relative to giving birth to canines. Right? They will give a probability of that being possible, right? And then they use this tangentially, referentially, kind of like a polar orbit, if you will, that goes an orbit of a satellite that goes over the South Pole and the North Pole as opposed to an equatorial orbit. It's a different covalence, right? It's a different covalence, so there's not a lot of wrecks, right? So the whole point is that this kind of gyroscope satellite vision of us seems like you're in some sort of denial that you're not completely transparent, right? Like, I don't know what you're saying, but I'm not certain right now that I know what I'm saying, probably because I've had a fuckload of beer and I'm intoxicated. So can you say where you're going again, and then I'll try to catch up?
Okay. If I understand what you're talking about in relation to gravity of sediment, which we are using here as an analogy for sentiment, what determines the magnitude of gravity, or the magnitude of gravity, is equal to the degree to which, the extent to which an individual defines themselves by their past, or at least by the emotions experienced in their past or in retrospect of their past. Would that be a correct way of understanding it? Am I complicating it too much?
Look, I want to put it on this. So what the metaphor means to me when he brought it up is that you can't even just limit it to your own experiences, right? The idea of a sediment is a multi-generational thing, and then if you're hello?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you went quiet for a second there. I'll mute myself. Please continue.
I was just saying I wanted to, one thing I'm getting from the metaphor, I already feel like I've adopted it and I could say something about at least what it meant to me. So our sentiments being sediment to me automatically means one thing is that it's a multi-generational. We're the little scarabs, the prehistoric ocean-dwelling first animals, you know, those little sea roaches, trilobites.
But Piero, you've lost half.
And we're on top. Wait, no, we're on the top. Let me just finish.
Piero, you have lost half of your intergenerationality. Your opinion is necessarily different. Sorry, I interrupted. Back to you.
Well, I just want to say, so in this metaphor, we're a creature that's scurrying along the top of the previous generation sediment. When we die, we become a part of that sediment. So to me, it's like calling that sentiment, saying that this is a metaphor for sentiment, is just saying how our attitudes, sentiment, not sentimentality, right, but sentiment, however you think on anything, it's a metaphor about how it soaks in to what the next generations are going to start from, and that's where we come from. Now, the bifurcation, I also thought that didn't make sense unless we're talking about what are the world-changing events, the earthquakes that causes cracks to form. I mean, the reason we have the sediment layers from history is because of all of the fault zones where, you know, sediments have been pushed up to the left and to the right. You're looking at this mountain.
Piero, what do you call a layer in sedimentality if you don't say this first layer is not a different kind of layer, but it's another layer, right? Which means it's actually kind of a different kind because it's from a different time. And
Yeah,
in one
but it melts together. But it
right,
melts
it
together.
melts together. But this is what we call identity.
Well,
this
that's
is what we call egonic identity. It's an ego. It's egonic. It's an egonic identity.
Well, then you might have missed this because of the beer or whatever reason, or maybe you didn't miss it. But Vivian had said maybe what you're really getting at, besides the sediment metaphor, is the tree ring thing, where each generation does look pretty distinct. And maybe that's what you meant by bifurcation, because those are really just now sediment layers. They melt together a lot, right? Things are going to go up or down a little bit in there, and once it gets pressed flat, you get these rock layers. But that's not just the sediment. In a sandstone, you know, it looks pretty consistent. Whereas in a tree ring, yeah, you one generation to the next, you see the change, you know, more sharply, right? So if that's what you're talking about, and you just brought up the generationality, or if that's a part of what you're thinking about with this, then yeah, you know, you, me, and Vivian, we are in different layers of the sediment.
Piero, I'm tired of you not bringing every sedimentary history of your being into conversations. I'm tired of it because I'm getting a peripheral, an outer covalent, a skin level. You're like if I joined a video game company, they might say, and I did this, I did this, like I designed some skins, right? So I designed some skins with Maya, even though they were using like fucking Studio 3D or some shit, but it transferred. All I know is what I'm saying is it's like you're laying a skin down. You're giving me a skin, and I know the difference between modeling and skinning, and you keep giving me a skin, and I'm tired of it, Piero, because you have sentiments that are yours, and you need to own those as absolute to you. And I'm not saying deny them or not deny them or loosen them up. I'm just saying, well, you know what I'm saying. You know what the fuck I'm saying. All of you know what the fuck I'm saying.
You're saying I should reveal more of the personal history that caused me to have the beliefs that I have, because I've analyzed a lot. I think I know why I'm liberal, why I'm this, because I've checked that out, and you think I should share more of that instead of just the shimmering of the surface of my favorite things to talk about.
I'm saying I'm not a priest, but if you wanted to do a confessional on Google Plus, I'll listen. Everyone will.
See, the thing is, though, I feel that I have already revealed things like years ago. It's just that I'll make one video about this issue, and then it's not something I keep talking about. So as a sediment, it's a very thin layer that somebody taking a core would barely notice.
But Piero, this is what I mean by the beta. The beta functions whether you're in a bear market or a bull market, whether you're above the line of average or whether you're below it. Your volatility is moving in beta, right?
My volatility is a very low, like 0.1 or something. I'm much slower than culture.
I'm saying I don't deny that. I'm accusatory for you for not having a higher volatility. Like I want you to. Like I think it's needed. Like if I'm a spiritual angel through the internet or some absurdity of a mental concoction of my relationship with you, I would say I would encourage a high put or bear market volatility until I like busted a fucking sprout. I'm just saying. And I don't mean a kid. I mean like a goddamn idea that you think is excellent and permeating. But it's you. It's a historic compoundment of your diachronic history as layers with punctuated equilibrium between them or some shit. I'm just saying, like, I know you've got depth that you put a blind spot over quite often, and I think it's a little bit sad because we all know you've gone through. If people who are watching you know what you've gone through, they empathize with you, and you're not giving them what I would say is a certain volatility, because you have lowered at 0.01 volatility. Maybe you're running in the neg. Maybe you want to go
negative volatility. What's that? What would negative volatility be? Oh, you move in the opposite direction of the market. That's more likely. Yeah, I think I probably move in the opposite direction of the market slowly.
You would move
in the opposite direction.
Less than the market.
Yeah.
But whether you move up or down, you are still volatile in stock market terms.
Well, I might have talked over you a little bit, but am I wrong here? If you had negative volatility, then that means when the stock market is moving up, you're moving down, and whether it's a lot or not, the absolute value says how fast that is. Yeah, I think I'm a low. I would like to be.
You're relating it to the market, Piero. You're relating the beta to the market. It's not. It's beta to the volume. Whether the volume's in a bear market or a bull market.
Well, the Yahoo expert said it was about your price to the change in your price relative to the change of the market.
Okay.
If a beta of 3.
If you guys want a good $12 stock for 5,000 shares, maybe it's split already, but I think you got another day. ARCS. Go to finance, type in ARCS. It's a below penny stock. You can buy it for fuckloads. It's going to split. It should split very soon. If it hasn't, 5 to 6. You're going to split 5 to 6. It's a cannabis company because the laws are changing. It's a penny stock. I'm just throwing it out there. You guys, just by my mentioning this, if any of you do it, you'll increase the volume of the
you really should be very careful since this is being broadcast, not to give actual stock market advice.
That could be true. Because I didn't want to trade stock for fun and profit in the retirement account. It's for things that would last long term. We got a little E-Trade for my wife's birthday. I got her a little E-Trade account, and she had the same idea. So there's a couple, and I'm like, hey, watch out for the first cannabis stocks because they're going to be scammers and stuff. So try to look for one that really wants to do this business and isn't just here for the early adopters, because a lot of people that are doing real stuff, they're not IPO'd yet. That's a lot of money just to IPO. You got to do your business first usually, but I do think there's truth to that, to invest in the companies because it's obviously going to be recreational in the whole north.
Okay, Piero, CB.
I don't know if it was ACS.
Piero, okay, you want to know the cannabis company? I also invested like 600 shares.
What do you call it?
Piero, it's called CBIS. If you go to Yahoo Finance, type in CBIS. I don't care whether somebody says I'm like.
This might be.
This isn't insider trading. I'm sharing data that's public, right? So I don't think that this is. And I'm not nesting you. I'm not obligating you. You guys are not contracting.
No, you're not giving financial advice, really.
CBIS is cannabis.
This might have been what
she
got.
Company. CBIS is also a really good investment right now. And I'm not saying that just because I'm already invested. If you guys invest, I'm going to get a huge profit because I got in before you, before it moved up, because it's moved down too. Its volatility is like what, -5, -7? Maybe it's not. I don't know. The beta is interesting on the data sheet. So it's functional when you relate data and volatility and angles of markets and you parallel them to emotional sets, historic sets, sets of consideration, sets of reality, sets of data sets, right? I don't know how anyone doesn't think.
I'm so confused.
The thing is .spook. Well, the thing he's saying about my presentation and its sort of superficiality. .spook. I think most people. I haven't shared it, like made a big point of what my sediment layers are, but if I think you've retained things from my public videos. Also, we talk privately. So things that I certainly haven't mentioned in public. So the sentiments. But wait, no, let me just finish because this is one sentence away from being finished, which is my defense of myself, which is, who are you to say that? I have revealed my sediment sedimentary layers and where the cracks lay, I have to you. And most of it I've also, I've revealed in my video channel.
I'm just saying, in terms of interviews, in terms of presence, in terms of where you are, I'm not trying to bring you down or bring you into those layers, because you may have already overcome them, and God bless if you have. Seriously, if you did it in a day,
Oh, I haven't overcome anything, really, no.
10 years to get over something, right? But if you did it in a day somehow, then God bless you, because it's a weight off of your goddamn soul.
No, I mean, I've got to the point, and maybe you'll get that. Maybe this is the age thing with the sediments by, life generation of every 8 years or 7 years or something. I am at a point where I know there are things that I will never cure from or get over, other than the fact that it's a sediment layer, and now there's a whole new layer of sediment on top of it. It's not common.
Okay, so Craig, what do you think about the word irrecoverable?
I think it's a perfectly reasonable word. I mean, many things become irrecoverable.
Is it part of the correspondence theory of one's a reality, as they might describe it? Not a physical description of irrecoverability, because what is what is ontologically, but emotionally, historically, relationally, you got to deal with all of your absences, presences, and whatever the dimensions of those are. Whether it's a fucking taffy throw, or whether or not you're playing chess and you're all geometric with whom you know. Right, you deal with however you're going to deal with your shit, and the calculus will spread. And the
Kirill, may I answer this after you do? I think I can contribute to this, but after you, of course.
Well, no,
you're giving me a chance to go, you mean? Okay, I'll take that chance. You could have gone, but thanks. You're one of the very polite people. So the thing is, I don't really even want to get into the comment that I'm thinking about. I'll just sketch at what and we won't have to investigate, at least not right away.
You want to fucking just hit me in the forehead. Piero, hit me with your best shot, and then tell me what you think.
Okay. You know what? That gives good contrast. Okay, the part I'll say here. Look,
the worst thing you can call me, just call me it. Call me the worst thing.
No. What it inspires me is that, one, I would love to describe my sediment layers. That feels self-indulgent, so I'm reluctant to do that. On the other hand, you made what my short point can be is, Michael, or Travis, as I like to call him, you are, like, I consider the criticism you're offering right now as like contrast, against which, you're like the wax layer over a white sheet of paper, out of which I get to sketch, out of which I get to make a line sketch. You're providing contrast. To me, criticism, I don't judge it on how harsh it is. I judge it on the spectrum of light in its light bulb. So you asking me to give my sediment, you're asking me to be self-indulgent and tell you my personal history that I usually consider only of interest to myself.
No, I'm just saying
general interest. You're saying that's of general interest. So you have complimented me. You have complimented me by saying that my personal shit is of general interest, and I owe it to my message to put it out there, which I feel like, no, not really. I don't see how I'm a good reality TV show.
I'm not an empatheticist. I'm a journalist.
Well, that might be what you think, but you are simply a pawn of the true structures in which you are trying to evoke me. You are trying to evoke me to be more egotistical, that my personal shit is somehow important.
Right. There's no obligation. I don't mean to show up here like I'm obligating you or I'm functioning as an exterior vacuum. I'm really not.
Here's the thing I'm saying, like, no, if you were interested in finding a provocative thing that would make me feel like saying, hey, fuck off my life, I've had enough of your shit, you'll have to try harder.
I'm saying the beta in stock, the connection between sentiment and sediment as one is external infinitely or internal infinitely.
I'm going to be thinking about those. Look,
chronological order and diachronics are different, right? Chronological order and diachronics are diachronics mean, in my world, that you focus on something of your past and you relate it to something, you run
But
right
you take
down.
etymology seriously, which I do. So, okay, now for something completely different or maybe the same, Vivian has been patiently waiting for his turn.
Okay. Yeah.
Segue.
On the question, I think the original question was something along the lines of, is there something that's not recoverable? Irrecoverable was the...
Yeah. Eventually you'll reach irrecoverability. We call it the 40s when you reach your height of your if you will, between your bear market and your bull market, or your bull market.
Okay. I don't want your extensive, analogy.
You don't want my answer.
With the markets. No, I'm answering. I'm just wanted you to confirm that I understood.
No, don't be testy. But I have to side with Vivian. He's a few words behind, so let Vivian go. But now don't be testy about our artistic dust spook here, stream of consciousness. Okay. But go ahead.
You can recover anything that you remember, in my opinion. I think that...
Is that Indifferent Sky? Is Indifferent Sky in the room? If that's you, Indifferent, I'm sorry I didn't say hi. Okay, back to you, Vivian. Sorry.
Okay, Vivian. I did not lose what you were saying. You think everything like there is a photographic basis in our memory or emotional recollection?
Not necessarily photographic memory. I wouldn't. I'm just keeping away from analogies for the moment.
Recoverable anyway.
So, Vivian, you don't think that your mind has a blind spot?
Wait, Michael, I want to say something. No, wait, Michael, come on, calm down a little bit, Michael. So, Vivian, I'll let you go on, but already I'm like, I have to say so we are going to end up disagreeing because what I've noticed in my life is how huge the holes are. How huge the holes are. We think we remembered the day at Disneyland, and reality is we remember like 7 minutes, little photographs.
But the thing is that Hero won't investigate a meditative re-embarrassment of memory at a high detail. He won't allow himself to be photographic for every day of his life. And I say we often don't because we have limited memories, but really aren't we just rubbing our blind spot over what we don't remember?
No,
right, okay, Vivian.
Your brain cells are dying because you're not using those neurons. You're not recalling.
Well, but neurons are rebuilt.
Wait. Let me go for a second. Wait,
rebuild. However, I don't know exactly.
Vivian, so you're not fatality. Michael, please, Michael, just for a second.
Here, I just want to say, Vivian, I just want to say, brains reheal neurons. Brains redevelop.
Okay, I get it. But Vivian, you're saying people do lose information, but it's because they are not exercising the ability to keep the recall.
Yeah, in many cases. And there can be
I think that's true.
There can be some distortions if something's recalled often and got traumatic memory.
Or because our brain is like an optical device. Or our brain is an optical device. What it records is distorted through the fact it's focused in a certain way. Different lenses focus things alternate ways. We choose 1 or 10 or whatever our brain knows about, and so there is distortion. But I agree with you, and that's why Michael is wrong about me. That's why Michael is wrong about me, because I actually study this stuff. Everybody in my life, one of my faults, evidently, is, stop thinking about it. No, I go over my past. I figure it all out. I take core samples. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. I never
thought that is all I'm saying.
No, wait. So I take core samples, but what I don't do is share it with people on the internet to get emotional gratification from my personal shit. I'm a scatological environmentalist. When I take walks, I look closely at coyote shit to see what they've been eating, but I don't necessarily share it with other people that aren't interested in shit.
Craig, if you're going to say you're not cathartic, then that's bullshit.
Why would we not be interested in coyote shit? I feel offended.
Okay, let's do this. The indulgent thing. Let's start out. Let me tell you my sentiments. I will confess to you right now these supposed confessions that I have mentioned already on my channel, and it would not be any problem to me to act like my sedimental layers are an important thing to study in the lab among all the other core samples.
But that's like, I like Stephen Jay Gould, and I like Hero, and I like Craig Allen, right? If I do an analysis,
Okay, my first sediment.
Look,
the sediment layer I start in First of all,
what I'm suggesting is that...
oh, you're not really interested. That's what I thought all along.
Right, well, because I got into
told it.
speculation, not into...
No, that's why you're not being told it, because I already was aware people aren't really interested.
No, just tell me then. If you're
My cynicism about people's interest is why. I talk to it about anybody that's interested.
Okay, I can share something.
Beta
I
is
can share
high
something
enough.
if you'd like
tell
it.
us about Piro's beta. Tell us, Piro, give us your volatility to the volume that you assess as the totality per capita of all of your data.
He's... I'm sorry, are you asking about his actual share portfolio, or are you asking him to estimate in a quantitative value his life?
No, about my personality. Yeah, about my life.
That's such an insulting question.
I don't mind. I don't mind. What's insulting to me is you won't let me answer.
No, what's insulting to me is that you won't respond to catharticism relative to what you said.
I don't even know what you mean about catharsis. I'm not
catharsis, that. Catharticism and catharsis are the same thing. You're going through it. You're disseminating your own mental history. When you drink and you smoke and you fuck your neurons up, you're damaging your brain in your consortium with whatever Vivian.
I don't think so.
Okay, so you're not, and that's my point. You're actually not. Whatever you got is what you got, and whatever you take with you is what you take with you. So to me, it's a conceptual diachronic as opposed to a chronological or a notion of
It's like a mixing device. It's like, you ever seen those mixing devices where they put a magnet in the little glass bottle, and then below it is a spinning magnet, so that the magnet inside the glass bottle it spins around and rolls around, and that's a mixing device, so they can mix chemicals that way, and then just take that magnet out.
Like,
okay, I believe I believe that when you add this artificial volatility.
Are you in a pinball machine, Piro?
No.
No. What are you in?
You won't let me answer because you don't really care.
Question. Then answer.
Won't really care. You don't really care. I'm trying, and you interrupt me.
Fucking stay and answer that shit.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go back to this other thing. You don't like the mixing metaphor. That's a separate issue of why smoke pot and get a psychoactive artificial ability to have a different perspective on something, to move your perspective through a material force. You should just meditate and move your perspective that way. That's a much better thing that I try to remember to do. Where did my sediment layer started? I was born in 1967. I was conceived before the Summer of Love and born 9 months later, a few months after the Summer of Love, by parents that then divorced. At the time, it was a huge deal in 1969 to divorce and have the single kid and blah, blah, blah. Of course, it's broke out all over the world. It became a big fad. I'm an early adopter, an unwilling early adopter of many fads like that, and it goes back further because my grandparents divorced around that time, and my other grandmother, the man she was with, I thought was my grandfather. Turned out, no, she divorced like 10 or 15 years earlier as well. And so I grew up as the intersection, the black sheep in like 5 families, the way I count, that had been fractured by divorce. The reason there's more than 4 there is because my stepmom. No, you're not listening.
This is problematic. What's problematic?
This is about me.
It's your oratory stylistics are problematic. Your oratory stylistics are problem. You're not singing. You're not singing.
Okay, you don't care.
You're not
singing. That's
singing.
what I thought all along. Prove my point, QED.
I win. Singing a little bit. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I think you're maybe singing a little bit of your oratoric, your communal, historic, genetic, cultural, parental.
Oh, really? Well, the story leads into how I ended up in an abusive relationship and my daughter dies, so I don't think it's a self-aggrandizing version of my story.
You've made what is called a Boltriard synthesization, no?
No, I've taken a core sample of the sediments. I've taken a core sample of the sediments.
I'm saying synthesize between the layers. You're the mortar between bricks. Piro, you're not just the sediment. You're the mortar between bricks. Please
I know.
the mortar between bricks.
I think that's a rather helpless way of looking at the individual, to be entirely frank.
You're just trying to be a shit disturber at the moment, Michael. I see what you're doing.
Trolling. I hadn't
He's
realized.
playing with the artistic, the Banksy level of trolling. Banksy level of trolling. I'll give it props. This is what I asked for.
I'm not shit stirring. I'm solid.
Power level up it still a little bit, Michael.
Craig, all I'm saying is I'm salad tossing. I'm not shit stirring. I'm salad tossing.
Well, put some Caesar salad on it and fucking eat it.
I've had it better. I've been done
stick
better.
a fork in it because it's done already.
I think that you're almost not leftovers like Thanksgiving Day in America on, what, the 26th or the 27th, like leftover turkey. I'm not saying that, Piero, but if you want to think that I'm accusing you of that, then whatever. I'm talking about your present notion.
Yeah, well, you're staying
right
bored
now.
and black after
Maybe no. I had no idea you're even implying what you just said. How would I be leftovers?
Why would
in
you
the
not
prime of my
know
life?
that my very shining being, my very light bulb on my head, the thing I call a cranium that houses my bulb is actually like lit at more than 100 watts? You know this shit already. Look
I
at
treat you like that's true. I don't even. I wouldn't even vouch. I wouldn't vouch or bet on it being true, but I treat you like it's
come
true.
from Krypton. You don't want to admit that you're a Superman coming from Krypton. You think you're from Mars, but you're from Krypton, and you're on the planet, and you don't believe it, and you got some sort of excuse, and I'm here to say fucking bullshit, and Vivian's here to defend your position.
Am I egotistical or something? Because I think you said that I'm Superman, but I won't use my superpowers to save the world.
If as much as I can actually understand what you're talking about, I
just said I was Superman, but I'm pretending not to be, and I refuse to save the world. I'm fucking sure that's what I said.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an exaggeration, but I'm actually disagreeing with the sentiment.
You know what? Have you guys ever heard of an underhanded? Have you ever heard of an underhanded compliment that's really an insult, right? Well, this is an overhanded insult. This is like an insult that's really a compliment.
I've underhandedly complimented
you, Michael.
Hey, Kira, let me ask you this. If God has Michael the Archangel that goes down to Satan in war, does Satan have an archangel that goes... Hey, listen, Vivian, does Satan have an archangel that goes up to God to war? No, I disagree with you.
No, Satan, that's his whole thing. He does it himself. Lucifer is the light bringer. He's a hack. He's a hack that likes to do it himself. He doesn't use henchmen. Lucifer doesn't use henchmen. Name one. All the names for all of Lucifer's henchmen, people above, you can try to deny it, Michael, but all of Lucifer's henchmen are just names for Lucifer. So you're gonna have to face facts there. Learn your mythology.
The lesser key of Solomon and find some interesting monsters in this.
You know what? Okay, I'm gonna mute you, Michael.
You're gonna lay down a layer of bullshit to be the fucking mortar between bricks. You're actually gonna play the mortar between bricks.
I'm gonna mute you. You're going full.
Bump my ass, Piero. You bump. I don't mind. You bump my shit.
Don't lick the camera vagina anymore. I'm drawing the line there.
Oh,
there we go.
I want to fuck Amy Schumer. Oh, Indifferent Sky is not Indifferent Sky. It's not even a woman.
Yes. Yeah, I am. Am I falling for a trick here?
Yeah, we're all being trolled by DOSFook. DOSFook has decided to go Banksy on the internet or some shit. Now we're getting graffiti.
Yeah, thank you.
We're getting graffiti all over our shit here. You're lucky I like urban art, motherfucker. You'd be kicked. If you were Gary, I wouldn't let you get away with this shit.
Well, it's only
Vivian, you've been very tolerant, but he's totally fucking.
I am so glad he's actually Indifferent Sky in the room because I didn't even check until right then, and I was like, "That's fucking Indifferent Sky." She's raising kids as an anti-natalist. What a weird compulsion of beta. She is a beta. She lives in beta negative volume frequency, and she's trying to own it politically, outwardly. It's such an obscurity relative to your set of mentality. in calculus, Piero, Craig, Alan, and so forth. And Vivian, you cross
fucking doc dropper. Don't drop my docs all the time. What's your problem?
Oh, I need to get my pen out.
Anybody that wants to find out can find out, but you don't need to spread that shit. Indifferent Sky, I can easily kick Michael if necessary to hear the answer, because I find that his provocative question. Michael's provocative question is of interest because I noticed
it's not provocative at all. Well, it wasn't a question.
No. Let me use an adjective. That's all. Michael's question. The thing is, I've seen this guy that I'd never seen before, and he was talking about it as he has a 12-year-old daughter, and he's an anti-natalist. And I saw him because he was saying anti-natalism.
Yeah, that dude. I saw him too.
And he had the thing too with which also I forget the guy that has the book, but he had adult children. But he has tween age children who he's honest with, and I think you should be honest with your kids about your philosophy. They still get, especially if you let them. Or only if you let them have their own mind too. But so that is an interesting question: is raising kids as an anti-natalist? And if you've seen that guy, you know what I was talking about. Reference point. Well, what do you think about that? I mean, you have kids. What do you think? Well, I mean, I was just saying you could ruminate openly on the concept, but if you want me to turn it into a question, it's like, yeah, I mean, I had issues with, I told my kids how terrible the world is, but I wasn't an anti-natalist. What do you say when you're telling your kid, I'm an anti-natalist, it was immoral to have you? How do you make that okay to explain that? Because obviously you love them, and they are here, and you have to explain that part as well, but do the kids get it, you know?
Yeah, so my son that has cognitive abilities to have a conversation, he is 22 now. And we talk about it now and again. And I have to stop talking with him because I end up getting upset. You know, when you start talking about something and you get real emotional or start tearing up. And if you watch that new guy's video where he's talking about his daughter and he points to her picture on the wall and he's talking about, what have I done? What have I done? You know, and it's that kind of thing, like,
because of her autistic problems?
No, but because they're alive.
Right.
What
that's the thing.
have I
if your
done?
kid has a problem like autism,
you don't see that. I mean, I can't believe any other parent.
I can't believe I don't see that.
Well, you or anybody really.
That.
Yeah.
Are you
but that's
my kids? Are you kidding with my kids? I totally see that. I'm just pro-choice, and I believe it's a personal choice. I don't believe just because I fuck things up or had a problem means everybody is going to. I'm pro-choice. That's why I'm not anti-natalist.
And I met this Mormon guy. He says the choice happens before you have sex. I'm pro-choice, but it happens before you have sex. But she's here talking about having kids, but she's also debilitating her kid publicly, which I don't mind because it's an authentic.
How is she doing that?
Actually, let me say something real quick.
Personhood.
Let me say something really quick.
He's granting his daughter personhood by saying, you know what, you can
I'm
deal
not
with the issue I'm dealing with.
The daughter personhood.
Well,
I'm framing it as personhood.
I thought you were muted or something.
My son was saying that he would consider adopting if he was going to have a child, which is really, really awesome. So I have not failed there.
Yeah, right. Exactly. See, I think the thing with anti-natalism and ethalism is its unavailability. It cannot be achieved. That doesn't mean you can't tell people don't have kids without a good reason.
Piero, since you run the room, I'm not going to oblige you as the grand poobah of upper butt crack of fucking hierarchy to say, does your son, has he ever fucked a sheep?
Let's see.
You must be talking to me because I think Piero only has girls. Is that right?
Right. I'm asking, has your son ever fucked a sheep?
No.
Has he ever fucked another species, as far as you know?
You know, it's funny.
No.
That question has never come up in my family.
That I know.
I've never asked.
Has your son ever fucked Vivian in the mouth, or in the nostril, or in the earlobe?
You know what? Part of this experiment, Michael, is you'll get kicked. And I want you to know when I kick you, nothing personal. I'll Skype you later.
I know. But here I am. So
you're gonna get kicked. You're gonna
But
get.
don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. Wait until it's prime. And
Well, I'm waiting I've already waiting as long as possible. Obviously, everybody.
make sure it's cherry. Kick me when it's cherry. I'm gonna screen share real quick.
Okay, I'm getting ready to kick you. Then this
Okay, but let
sounds
me
like.
screen share. Let me screen share, if you would. It's innocent. It's
If it's
Take that
innocent, then
moment,
you're
you can add it to
safe.
your
But
sentiment.
I'm on the eject button.
okay. There I am. Right there I am.
Oh, there you go. That is nice.
Right. I like that painting.
Is that recent? Oh, that's lovely.
I like
Look,
it.
you're almost getting cheerful.
Is that a pregnant lizard woman or just a pregnant woman with weird red eyes?
You'll have to digest it however you do, Vix. Your feedback, Vixen, might be invaluable to you, and I don't know
My
it.
name is not Vixen. I'm trans, but my name is not Vixen.
I mean Vivian. Vivian.
It's a
Am I wrong?
fictitious
That's
name
right.
usually, but that's in the U.S. Vivian is often a female name, but it's really a gender neutral name. And Daspook in his current state probably can't, Vixen. It's a natural. It's a natural mistake for an American, especially from Utah.
It's my fault.
Cougar's different than something else in the States than a vixen was in the 70s.
You know what, Michael? I think
Vivian.
I think he's
Michael,
getting confused with a
you don't
fox.
want to
I'm
realize
presuming that would explain me being inside of a sheep. I think that's his general notion. He's getting into this
Michael,
weird sort of animal.
Wait, I want to challenge Michael's sentiment. Michael, your sentiment that you can't admit is that you are like some underground. I'm going to mute you while I explain you. You're like an underground
you're a
person in Utah, right? And your sediment, you're a trilobite that goes around in that goes around in Utah, and you want to deny that you have that Mormonism is not just something you know about, but is also a layer of your sediment that you are limited to, and there's certain things you have to drill through that sediment to achieve certain minerals and salts that you need. Well, not salt, there's a lot of that on the surface there, but other things besides salt, your magnesium or something, you have to dig down and go through and eat and chew up a bunch of Mormonism to get there. And you don't want to admit that this painting we're looking at is really almost, this painting is possibly could be considered, this painting could be considered a work of Mormon culture.
I mean, when you think about it, if we're talking about Mormonism and layers and having to drill through something, I mean, you could say, I would be tempted to say a Mormon man, drilling through his wife. But if you were talking about salt, I suppose we're talking about Lot. And
but
here
Alan comes from Hawaii, and Hawaii has the secondary BYU, which is secondary Mormonism, and so he was imbued by it, and then he wonders.
No, I'm from California.
And he accuses me of some shit. And I think the accusation is actually circular. It's tough.
False theory. You can start
again. Tautological. It's kind of a.
You could start again after you realize I'm not from Hawaii. I lived in Hawaii for 10 years. I am from.
You better kick me.
I am from California.
You better kick me out.
You're from
Hawaii? You got it.
Where's your real?
I lived in Hawaii for 10 years, but no, I'm from California. I moved to Hawaii when I was 34.
Well, big deal. I met the woman I loved at 36 and bailed on her at 38.
I did have a friend that was from the Mormon community you're talking about, and Hawaiian Mormons are great. I also had a lot of Mormon missionaries come to my house, those young boys in the white shirts and the black pants, and it was funny because most of them didn't want to be in Hawaii. They're like, no, I asked to go to Texas. No, I asked to go to Ecuador. And they're like, the Mormon church is like, fuck you, we never send you where you want. And they went to Hawaii.
My girlfriend was raised Mormon, but her dad divorced her mom, and then her mom got remarried to a guy who gave birth to 2 more kids. So now she not only had a biological brother, she had 2 half-brothers from another dad, and they loved him until he became a psychiatrist, and then he killed himself, right? He, fucking committed suicide. And then so there's 4 of them and a mom, and 3 boys, 2 of which were from another mom, and then 1 who was the direct brother of my girlfriend. And I really liked his girlfriend. She looked like Ginger, and I made comment, It was weird, but I loved my girlfriend. I loved her, but I left her, right? I decided I'm just
Yeah,
going to kind of move against this shit because
live and learn,
I
my friends.
can. Live and
Live
learn.
and
You're
learn.
right. For me,
Yeah.
live and learn. Thank you.
Yeah, you shouldn't
Okay,
feel
back to
too
Vic.
bad about that. As long as you learn from it, then it's like that's a sediment. Like I'm saying, I have mistakes that no, I'm never gonna recover. In a sense, it's just the layer went down. Can you build something on it? Well, yeah, the process of sedimentation assures that you're talking about the ground becoming solid below you, and that includes all the bad layers full of a toxic layer of,
Why
a
is it
toxic layer of
always
uranium. What?
Exactly.
Why is it
Okay, back to
always when I come across people in
Vivian,
their
Vixen,
30s and
Vixie.
40s with
Go ahead,
copious
Vixie.
amounts of
We love
regret,
you, Vix. Go ahead.
keep saying how their life experience made them a better person and how they've gradually become a
Because
better
that's what
person over
eventually
time?
happens. I
No,
mean,
it
if
doesn't.
you spend your life avoiding those disasters, then you miss out on a lot of
You're
interesting
bullshit.
experiences.
He's from the UK. He's from Queensland, right? He's got a woman on the dollar bill. We got the founding fathers. They got an innie. We
I'm
got
not
an Audi.
from. I'm
He's
not.
quiet
I thought
desperation
he
is
was
the English
talking about
But
way.
someone
Vivian,
on the 13 colonies. I'm
surely
actually
you've
from
loved and
Ireland, you
lost.
prick.
Vivian, even in your 20s, surely you've loved and lost by now.
No bullshit. He
No,
might
I'm
not
very
have owned
romantic.
his idyllic virgin love life. You can't assign that happened to Vivian yet.
No,
He
I'm
might
asking.
be
It's a
interfused.
question.
No,
And
I
he
know, but
answered, but you talked over him.
There's a
you're being
presumption
But I
that
think
this
he
world, but I mean,
denied,
it's
speculating. You're
Vivian, you
speculating.
denied having
yeah, it is
loved
a
and lost.
speculation,
No,
but it's
I am
okay. It's
probing.
okay.
You're
Michael,
speculating.
shh. Michael, I am probing.
But you're
Yeah, you were
speculating.
Vivian,
speculating
that
a
probe
minute ago. What
misses, I
was your weird
guess. You
meat
say you have
stuff? So
not
go
loved
and
and
fuck
lost.
off.
You have not loved and lost.
No, it's
So
look.
have you
It's
loved?
not. I don't. No, not really. No.
Well, then that's the thing. That's a fair trade-off. If you want to not have to go through the love and loss thing, then not loving is a safer bet. But some people would rather loved and lost. I would rather loved and lost. So that's fair. You are you, and I am me.
No, I haven't like I've lost a lot anyway. Like seriously,
Well, then
there's
how do you
nothing
not
worse.
see that in 40 you'll have enough of those to go, oh, I could have done this different.
Hero,
And when you say
you're totally
regret, I
blind
don't
to what
really
he's
have
saying.
regret.
Stop, please stop talking over one
Hero,
another.
you're
It's
blind
nuts.
to what he's saying.
I don't really have regret myself in the
You're
sense
talking
that
over
I
him,
have.
Craig. Craig,
No,
you're
I'm not.
talking over
Oh
somebody
my God,
who
you
is
are.
telling you the worst part of their life. You were talking over
And success would not make you a better person anyway.
the worst part of their life.
I mean, that's my kind of point. You know, success wouldn't open opportunities. Failure opens opportunities. You know, like this is a meaningless sort of thing. And saying,
Vivian, do you
oh well,
mean
I've built up all
I
this
see.
capitalistic
experience.
opportunities?
I mean,
Are you
it
talking
means
about
crap.
capitalism, Vivian? Is your life a capitalism, Vivian? Are you
fucking
trying to
kidding
be
me?
productive in your life, Vivian?
Is he shitting me right now? Yeah, I
Yes,
just
he
Are
is.
you
went
trying to
on
be
for like half an
productive?
hour
Yeah,
about
Vivian, he is shitting
your
you.
life by comparison
Vivian,
has stat
okay,
features.
so look, Vivian, I actually agree with you. I mean, in a way, Michael was right. I guess I did talk over your point because, yeah, no, I agree with you because I don't regret, but I think there's these layers of sediment I can never change. I accept responsibility, but regret, like I'm having a really hard time now for various reasons, but I enjoy being in Maine, you know, and I'm in the forest and I'm accomplishing. My life is better than it's been before. I learned from those things in the sense that I managed to make my life better and in some cases get out of patterns that I know that I had. I saw the pattern and I said, well, I need to break that pattern, and I have. And there's other patterns that probably I still need to break. But that's the sense in which, yeah, okay, you're right. In the sense of regret, no, you should look for the open opportunities, the learning experience.
No, I'm not even talking about the regret. I'm not talking about the regret.
Okay.
I'm talking about how Michael is defining the individual not at all really in the present, and is sort of presuming that you aggregate your past to increase your personal value. And I come across that crap so often. It's really quite ridiculous. I come across it from people in many cases, who are quite uneducated, and they can't compete with other people based on education or based on understanding of anything or based on any sort of technical skill. So all they say is, "Oh well, I'm not judging Michael on this in this way because I don't know him well enough." But and he seems to be good enough at art. But people who have really very little to contribute simply say, "Well, you know, I've got maturity and I've got life experience and I've got all this, if you want, sediment that has built up over time." And
I have nothing to give you. I'm sorry, I give nothing to give you. I'm not a treasure. I'm a shit pile. I'm a bee. I'm a ruby. You want gold. I'm sorry. Go back to you.
Well, ruby would be better than gold.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you see, there's a little bit of depth to this thing he's trying, but he's actually a noob at it, so it's also a little bit ham-fisted.
That's why he's doing all the crazy analogies. I see now. Philosophy noob.
Right.
Sorry.
But what do you do, like Vivian? Vivian, for example, I lost a daughter. I take responsibility for that because I took responsibility before it happened, and I'm not going to give it up afterwards. So I have to own that, and that, to use a cliche, it's a sediment. I'd like to get past it. I have not gotten past it. I'm, have trouble with it. There's various like PTSD-ish kind of things that it's been a couple years. It's a few years, 3 or 4 now, and no, 3, and so there's no way to just say, oh, look at the opportunities. Now, on the other hand, it did close the door on certain bullshit that had led to it. Right, the relationship that I had and why it all happened, the emotional and the drama with that, it was like it totally closed the door on that. But I'm not going to look at that as, ooh, look, opportunities, I took opportunities. No, I feel like I'm barely surviving as a result. On the other hand, I've come up to the forest because part of it was like, fuck it. No, I'm not going to go work for some conglomerate. I'm going to try to live in the forest and work from home, and so for a couple of years I've been managing to make that happen, and that's good. On the other hand, I have these miseries and things I'm dealing with. So at my age, you get enough of these things pile up where some of them are like, well, that was just a train wreck, or that one, my loved one died in a car wreck, and there's no way to say, to look at it. You can still take the opportunities, make the best move afterwards, but you're not going to call it an opportunity. It's not an opportunity. It's just like, oh my God, I'm going to pick myself up again. Yeah, you know how to do it. It's a life skill, hopefully. On the other hand, yeah, 40s or 50s, you're going to start saying, well, some of those, or me getting in the relationship with when I was 18 to begin with, oh man, so many bad decisions, and I can see the reasons why and stuff, and there's just no other way to put it than, wow, you can be really stupid on purpose, even if you think you're smart, even if you can prove you're smart. And so it looks a little more cynical. But I agree with you that there's no reason to actually be cynical about it. Life does go on. It's just like this Paris attack, terrible, but as far as war goes, losing a few hundred people is, well, we have battles where you lose 10,000 people.
That's, look, I'm really not talking about regret here. I don't understand how you end up.
We said the word regret. Why do the 40, 50-year-olds? I thought you did, yeah.
No,
so maybe I hung on that.
I drew attention to the fact that they do.
But you're talking about a negativity.
No, I'm talking.
Vivian, you're very young. You're
talking about.
Look, I'll let you talk to Michael for a minute about it, and we'll see if we sort this out.
Okay. I'm talking about compensating for a feeling of inadequacy, which I often.
You have a small penis. How large is your penis, Vivian?
It is larger than it needs to be. Okay, so just like think.
No, that's a dodge. Like if you put a ruler, an inch ruler. I know inches like America.
You would have difficulty dodging this, believe me.
Look, if you're all symmetry, right? You're a centimeter measure. You can give me the centimeters. I'll translate it. I will. I'll Google.
To how many decimal points would you like this?
I'm just saying from the Vivian.
I'm saying, with
Vivian.
There is a level of volatility.
Vivian, I am asking from the top of your penis to the tip of your penis. What is the length of your penis at its fullest length when you pull it? You pull your pud and you measure it, and you start with me.
Okay, thank
So
you
what
for
did
that.
what did I miss?
You missed.
No, I heard it. I put it out loud.
Okay, wow, that
So
was
I just
a bit
I
personal.
thought that was like a sure thing for me to
See,
say.
it's like
Hey,
a dick
just deal with
measuring. It
Michael and
is.
then see if you
No,
like
but
me interrupting
he's,
you.
he's getting better. He's getting better at the analogies. He certainly is. You know, it's
Look,
actually quite
look,
fitting
God's
what I was
spoken
going to say. I was going to say that it's
He's
basically a dick
genius.
measuring contest to say I
Yeah,
have more experience, therefore I have more prestige,
there you
therefore
go.
I am smarter than you.
Yeah, I'm
That's
telling
what
you,
I'm
Das
thinking
Book
about
is
people.
deep, and he's going to do this graffiti thing. There's going to be subtle, you know, coded messages in there. He probably
Exactly. It's going
intended
to have.
that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
going to have the phallus, and it's
but
going to be
he's going to
subtle.
layer over the
Comic layers, yeah.
vagina oral sex symbols and stuff on top, and it's going to be hard. But you know, it's like underground comics in the golden days. You know, it's pretty good. So okay, I see what you're saying. But you okay? So am I? Well, maybe I don't see what you're saying. Let me put it this way. So it's not so much about the regret, but why does it lead to a feeling of inadequacy?
No, it's not that it leads to a feeling of inadequacy. I'm not asking that question. I don't really know why that would happen. I think
Okay.
I'm not even talking about you, Piero.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no, no.
saying
That's
that
fine.
I just
Yeah,
feel
no, I'm not
personal.
taking it personal, but it relates to me. But that's okay. Don't worry about that.
When I come across people who haven't really done anything with their lives, and they get into their maybe mid-30s, or they get older than that, or they're dissatisfied with whatever point they have reached, even if they've been relatively successful,
Right.
their approach is to say, well, you know, it's okay because I'm still smarter than my juniors. I've still got this sediment built up. I've still got this experience and all this passion.
Wait a
that
second.
I've had
You're
over
complaining
time.
about how we think we know things, whether we're successful or not.
How we, yeah, how people
Okay,
presume
like I
that they're
had a
more
mentor,
human just
for
because they
example.
get older.
Yeah, I had a mentor that was like 40 years older than me, and he was really influential in some activism in Berkeley and stuff in the 60s. And at one point, you know, and I was personal friends with him. I'd met him through his younger girlfriend, and so and at one point he was up visiting us, and we were having an argument. He was trying to give advice, and he pulled this thing about I'm older and I'm wiser and you should just listen to me more. And he drove off in the car, which was ridiculous. And we were good enough friends that I kind of knew it was ridiculous. And sure enough, he tooted back in the car, like a half an hour later, and we laughed it off. And I admitted, look, I do value your advice. You're a mentor to me. On the other hand, some of the things that you think are just I don't agree with. For example, you know, he felt like we're all unsuccessful in our activism. I'm like, no, you don't realize you shoot for the stars. You only get a couple 100 feet off the ground. But everybody else is on the ground. We're looking up couple hundred feet. That's great. We can go 400. We can go 700. It's inspiring. And so I'm not some sort of a slave to your experience, right? But I do take it seriously. You're a mentor to me. I think both of those things can be true. And you know, I try not to be an old blowhard. On the other hand, I've seen certain things that I've thought this is how it works, and now I've watched for 30 years. And I'm pretty damn sure I was right because it keeps working that way, right? I could be wrong. So it's hard not to, though, act on my own feeling of I've seen this before. For example, the Iraq War. I was called a traitor for protesting it. Now everybody thought it was a mistake, but they want to go to war again with ISIS the same exact way. It's like, can we take some of my advice? I think I see how this shit works. How can I not feel that way, you know?
Oh, no, I'm not complaining about people identifying patterns and saying, look,
experience. You're not bad-mouthing experience.
I'm not bad-mouthing experience. I'm bad-mouthing when people use the word experience to excuse whatever or to assert their self-importance. That's what gets to me.
Okay, that's kind of important to me because I've been thinking now that I need to do more of that. Like, fuck you guys, I have experience. Look, here's what I said 8 years ago. And but maybe that would be a mistake because I don't want to turn people off. Normally, I basically try not to do that because when I was young, my best mentors were people that took my opinions seriously. They didn't act like my opinions were secondary. They acted like, hey, you're probably got the new ideas. Tell me what's new. What's going on? You know what I mean? That's a fun thing. An old person that knows a lot, but is like, what's the good band? what's the good bands? They know what to look for the youth for, and then there's a great relationship back and forth, best teachers, best mentors. And so, but on the other hand, I found that, you know, to a certain degree, if you don't tell people, hey, I know what's going on, most people won't believe you know what's going on.
Mm.
You know what I mean? No, I'm serious. What do you think is the solution to that for an old guy that wants to be righteous about it, not be an asshole? On the other hand, yeah, I want to push these theories out. How do I do it? I don't want to become Gary. I don't want to become Thunderfoot. I don't want to make a produced and fool people into believing or rag on the people that are funny looking or any of that stuff. But
No,
I do want to push some ideas out because
you
it's
have to separate it from the ego and focus on the argument. Neither make an argument from authority of the self or an ad hominem directed at somebody else, like Gary has done.
Right. So maybe something like what Thunderfoot does, but Thunderfoot's big on choosing a target. But like he produces things well, like a science video. But you do the same kind of thing, produce it really pretty, but don't have a target. Don't have a village idiot. Just talk about the argument. Make a positive argument, but with that style. Go ahead and make the Cosmos, where, you know, do some theatrics, but none of this attack theatrics, where you play someone's clip over and over, you know, out of context 20 times in your video to make them look like an idiot.
Yeah, that is kind of the Thunderfoot trick. And he manipulates tone like a lot of the MRA and MRA sympathizer kind of crowd. Sort of putting things like, I think one's just got the word bitch just randomly inserted on the cover of it or something. I haven't watched Thunderfoot videos in a while because I'm just kind of, I find his voice incredibly boring.
Well, the funny thing, he had this fight with this woman laughing witch that got into the real life and has become an issue. And he said in that one, karma's only a bitch if you are one, which is so funny because it's so internet. Now, this is a guy with a scientific career, and people know he's online. Probably some people watch that. I know the scientific community in physics. I don't know biology so much, but like in astronomy, and they tend towards liberal enough that, you know, you say, like, a title like that is an excuse to say, I didn't call her a bitch. I just said karma's a bitch. It's a well-known saying. Yeah, but none of us are idiots. It's a way to call someone a bitch, and she happens to be a woman and happens to be about feminism. What a coincidence, when there's a billion other ways to say, look, you got what you deserved. You are an individual who deserved what you got. Instead, he goes, you're a woman dog, and therefore you got what woman dogs get. But I'm not calling you a woman dog. I'm just saying you only get this if you are that.
You see,
oh my God.
Yeah, he's a smart aleck. He thinks, oh, well, I've got a degree, so I must be so much smarter than everyone else. So allow me to use some really rudimentary, you know, almost paraphrasing, and that will allow me to influence people, but in a slightly uncertain way. Ooh, mystery. Oh, step back from my giant brain. I know everything. Ooh, I'm a physicist. You know,
yeah, he's an interesting example, though, because by nature he's a very, very super conservative person. However, he's so conservative that doesn't make him extreme conservative. It makes him extremely moderate. He's a very mainstream in a lot of his ideas, right? Even though when it comes to, hey, why do we have to be picky about what counts as sexual harassment where I want to get laid at the atheist conference? You know, that's his gut reaction, but mostly he would vote more liberally. You know, I don't think he might be getting more extreme because of this experience, but basically his conservatism is so strong. Real, true conservatives are extreme moderates. They will take whatever the status quo is and defend that. And he's one of that kind of conservative. He's not making the NPK or whatever. He is, what is the status quo? I'm here to defend it. Muslims, atheism's better than in the science. We understand we're atheists. Atheism is better than religion, but I'm also, you know, a citizen of the Western world, and Christian's better than Muslim, and whatever the status quo, he will push it. And then, but what he doesn't realize is he stepped outside of the status quo because of his desire as a geek to turn being a low-watt internet celebrity, e-celebrity, into getting laid at conferences. And that has made him go beyond the line. He doesn't even realize it. But if he starts getting covered on the BBC and the whatever, with the title anti-feminist provocateur online, that PhD is going to hurt him, because PhDs, yeah, they get an extra step of I'm an elitist, but if they don't watch their step, they get the extra thing of we expect more from you. Look, you're not Jay-Z. You know what I mean? So it'll come around and slap him in the ass, and he's getting famous enough that if it keeps going on, it's going to happen. It for sure is going to happen because of the way he's conducting himself.
I think he's honestly, he could be of a neocon variety.
Yeah, he is a bit of a neocon, for sure.
So that would allow
or neoliberal or whatever, yeah. The neocons being neoliberals, whatever. That's a new sort of totalitarian, yeah.
Too.
Yeah, there is.
No, it's not necessarily totalitarian, but it is.
I think it is.
Not necessarily.
Well, not totalitarian, but there's a totalitarian aspect to the fact that they think they are among the people that think they can objectively figure out what's good for all the idiots.
Yeah, kind of. There is an elitism about it, for sure.
Elitism, exactly. That's
where they say, you know, there's this type of culture and it's the correct one because it's.
Yeah, which leads to a totalitarianism with all kinds of micromanagement. I'm just saying, maybe I'm wrong, but that's why I made that link. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but that's why I made that link. Yeah.
And actually, in fairness, it might be easy for me to say, as you know, as a white Westerner, that it's not totalitarian. But I suppose if I started trying to live in the style of somebody from a different culture, maybe it would become totalitarian, because all of a sudden, what constitutes a marriage by, you know, my definition doesn't fit with the Western definition. What constitutes, you know, moral cinema and sort of stuff doesn't, you know, all the rest of this sort of stuff maybe comes into it. I can't wear, if I'm a woman, you know, what can I actually wear? Am I forbidden from wearing the hijab in France, for example, stuff like that? You know, that's a component to it. And then we can say, you know, from the militarism, would that?
Well, what do you think about that? Forbidden to wear the hijab.
It's pointless.
How extreme is that? I mean, you obviously can wear a hijab just walking down the street, right? It's more
can't.
like when you go in, you can't. I thought it's not just like limited to when you go into a bank or whatever.
No. It's not.
Wow.
It's not entirely.
That seems to me like, I don't know. Maybe it's okay, but I don't think so. It sounds fucking wrong.
It's pointless.
It doesn't just sound pointless to me. It sounds like that's pure. That's wrong. It's at the slap in the face level. Where, okay, you know, you didn't go to prison, but I would wear my fucking hijab, and then what happens? Oh, you do go to prison. Yeah, so that's not okay.
You don't go to prison. What they do instead is, I think they fine you, and they mandate you to go to a... And
it's not just the hijab, right? It's more like any face covering, right? It's like if you wear a hoodie if you wear a ski mask around.
No.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, see, that's terrible.
Yep.
Because the only justification would be like, sorry, it's the 21st century. We want to see your face. Really? We don't want to show our face. No, you have to show your face. And when you're in the street and the cams are going to pick you up on the street corners, you know, I mean, if that's what they're saying, at least they'd have to be consistent.
Well, yeah, but then you'd inconvenience all the poor white people who want to.
The thing is, the people are talking about
French Alps. You know, they have to wear the ski masks.
The thing is how ancient this is, and how the Muslims in France have been like how African Americans are treated in America. It's very analogous, and the whole Camus thing with killing the Arab, the Cure song. What is that? I forget the name of that story, where he kills an Arab, and I didn't get it at the time, because an Arab, what? Oh yeah, I know what an Arab is, but I didn't get that it was. You know, the urban underclass thing, and so they have it. It's like 100 years old, I guess. You know, because of their North African stuff. Somebody was saying.
Yeah, they have some colonial history with France.
So they accepted immigrants for a long time, really, is what happened. But they isolated them in their own neighborhoods instead of integrating them. That's what it seems like.
Yeah, Paris is a particularly bad. Has a particularly bad situation, and has traditionally had an extremely bad situation. They've gotten better but it's been traditionally really, really bad out in the suburbs.
Yeah. Well,
they
that
basically just they just shoved all their Algerians, or at least a lot of them, into these Parisian suburbs, and it's very similar to it's conceptually similar, though much worse than some parts of Dublin as well, where you just have areas where just working class people and unemployed people were put, and council housing was put up. Now, thankfully, they put up council housing, here and in France, but they didn't provide adequate services either here or in France, and especially not in the Paris suburbs. Those were notoriously bad. We also have some horror stories from Ireland as well. But,
yeah. Well, they concentrated it all in these little towns, and it's like it's okay to have Chinatown, but there should be Chinese people should be allowed to, be everywhere.
You misunderstand. These weren't towns. These were suburban districts of Paris.
Yeah. No, I understand, but they're neighbors. Like, at Chinatown, like in San Francisco, there's a neighborhood where it's mostly Chinese. There's Japan and Italian towns, and they become famous for certain things, but they have to melt together. It seems to me it was too much of a pocket, really. Like, if we're using this Michael sedimentation metaphor for cultural things, then you need to sprinkle the immigrants out, so there's a little immigrant, the flavor of garlic or whatever it is, into the recipe, and it makes a little layer. And if you look at the sediment, 1,000 years later, you'll see the record of mass immigration during the potato famine or whatever, and that's all well and good, but you sprinkle it out. Sure, in a city like New York, where hundreds of thousands go, you get a little Irish town, but you also get Irish people all over the country, and it feels like that the accepting of immigration, whether it was by policy or just a coincidence of history, turned into a ghettoization where people were moved into big cities like Paris and not sprinkled out and not really accepted, even though they have equally, legal rights, liberal, they're separate. They get isolated. They're supposed to be melted in.
Well, you see, the difference with the Algerians, as opposed to the New Yorkers, or the migrants to New York, is principally that the Algerians moved in large numbers over a very short space of time, I think, whereas for New York, the population seems to have pretty much steadily increased over time from many different countries in Europe. It wasn't just a matter of, the former French colonies moving to a particular location. It was a large array of different nationalities from all across Europe. And yes, Irish and Italian people seem to have had a particularly strong influence. But it's the history with France and Algeria in particular is rather complicated. There's a political figure in France called Jean-Marie Le Pen. He used to be the leader of the National Front. I think that position has now been taken over by his daughter, Marine Le Pen. But Jean lost his right eye in the French-Algerian War, which the French then lost. They then lost that war, and Algeria gained independence. At least I think it still goes by the name Algeria. Let me just check. Just a sec. Yep, still goes by that name, and yeah, it's next to Morocco. So he became basically France's most infamous nationalist, and that's been how he's been kind of ever since.
Well, is it like the UKP? Did I get that right?
UKIP.
UKIP.
UK IP.
IP. They right. It's a right-wing mainstream. It's a right-wing movement that has managed to be mainstream, right, for a while, right?
UKIP has not been mainstream for very long.
No, that's recent. But I'm saying the National Front or whatever.
Yeah,
They
they've
are the
moved things
similar
on.
thing that has. Well, this is the thing I get when the Europeans try to bitch at me about America. Is I agree that America came in and took sloppy seconds on empire, but you guys still have empire too. And look, you have Nazis that are way more actual Nazis than our wannabe Nazis, than our poser Nazis, and
Oh, yeah.
things like we don't have a major a third
Well,
wave. Well, the Republicans are kind of becoming all of a sudden morphing into the National Front. Maybe that's a problem, granted, but you know what I mean. We don't have these
well,
movements where
I
people
think they're
openly
equivalent.
support this.
I think they're equivalent. The difference is that they encourage aggression through the military. They don't necessarily encourage direct discrimination on the part of the citizens.
Well, they say that now, but we know what they do once they get in power. Look, it's the Hitler.
Oh, yeah, no,
Look, the Nazis might have been especially obvious about it after it all came out, but let's face it, they all do that kind of thing. Indonesians all around the world, you got death camps, you got murders of dissidents. That's what happens. That's what those guys do.
I think it would probably be easier to compare maybe the National Front in terms of popularity maybe to a group like Sinn Féin.
Interesting.
I think that
that's an
you
interesting
could make a different comparison there. You know who Sinn Féin are, right?
Yeah. And I know the history of them being the Hamas of the unrecognized political movement and becoming recognized as a political party. And good for them, because they moderated the terrorism aspect tremendously. Letting them normalize themselves. Normalize them. It was a great move. That's what we need to do in fucking Middle East, actually, right there.
Yeah, if we could ever let them form a government of their own choosing. But
yeah, and it's gotten so bad that, God willing, we would have the days of, Yasser, the PLO back. Could we just have some of them? Yeah, because we thought the PLO was like ISIS, and now we're like, could we just have the PLO back? Because, Arafat was an asshole, but, you kind of could deal with him. And that's what we need here, and it's gone so bad, there might be no one to reach out to. But that is, eventually you got to produce the situation where someone like that you have disagreements with on a severe level still is reliable enough to do a traditional idea of diplomacy with, and they will do things like Sinn Féin, like, okay, we'll accept a political power and recognition as a political party in exchange for blowing Herods up. And that was a big thing too, because Sinn Féin, the political party, as far as I know, is Sinn Féin the terrorist group.
Oh, they wouldn't really be onto themselves. There's much debate over whether or not they actually constitute a terrorist group.
No, but here's what I would say, Vivian.
The IRA, yes, would.
Yeah, well, no, but Sinn Féin, come on. So, okay, the thing is, what I would say is that what happens is when you let some group, the IRA, become legitimized through some group, the IRA, let's call it Sinn Féin, you empower the people that are more reasonable. It's like after World War II, which you can look up on the internet, after World War II, who did we let rebuild Germany? People that built gas chambers and whatnot. Who did we let rebuild Japan? People that had made, the airplanes that suicide bombed us. And what do? Are you empowering the people that suicide bombed us? No, you're empowering the people in those organizations like Subaru that would just as soon make a car that everybody can use and would have rather done that all along than work in the war industry. You change who has power in the IRA when you let them legitimize. On the other hand, it is a bit tricky. You can't just legitimize torture and terror, but often people are willing to, they know, there's plenty of people in the IRA that just said, we've got a political point. We don't really like killing people. We don't like blowing things up. You empower those people. And that's kind of what I see happen with Sinn Féin and why it's not a deal now, really.
Well, it is actually still a deal.
Well, it's a political deal for the kids, right? But they were when I was in my 20s, they were blowing up Harrods. So it's like the locals can handle it now. When they're blowing up Harrods, my American friend was in Harrods when it got blown up. That's an international issue. When you are debating and protests and sit-ins in Dublin, good luck to you. But it's not. You have a. You know what I mean? You're not the problem of the world.
You're not misunderstanding me. I'm not.
No, I'm probably not listening well enough. Is the thing. Okay, go ahead.
I was trying to listen, but you're.
No, I'm probably not listening. I will let you go.
I'm not advocating for the IRA.
No, I know.
I'm simply stressing the point that yes, while there does appear to be membership of, I would believe there's membership of Sinn Féin that also functions as membership of the provisional IRA. I don't think that it's quite as cut and dry as it perhaps once was. Certainly, you can look at the views of Martin McGuinness. He would be pretty transparent about his.
No, we agree. I'm saying that I remember 20 years ago when Sinn Féin might as well have been the the CIA of the IRA, like the hardcore, and yet it evolves into something else because of this process of legitimization. But let me ask you this: when you talk about the IRA as an active organization, I remember when they were blowing up fucking things in London. As far as I'm concerned, as an outsider, unless I dig into it, I'd probably find different. But as far as I know, Harrods isn't getting blown up anymore. No. I imagine people are doing sit-ins and conversational, activism. But are they blowing? Are people getting shot because they're Catholics hate Protestants?
It's not about. It's not even. I'm not sure it's necessarily still sectarian. It probably is.
Well, actually, to some degree, it has to be. It's too convenient. Well, that's a convenience, right? Is it still going on? Nobody's getting killed, is my point, right? Or am I?
Oh, they are. They are getting killed. They're just not getting killed in you hear in that people care about. The fact is,
that's sad.
I'll tell you what part of this paramilitary Republican movement has morphed into. It's not all gone this direction, I don't think, but I can't really say. I don't know all of the details. Nobody really does.
Well, you know more than me, I can tell already. I mean, I kind of thought it had calmed down to the not killing people level, for example.
It's just at an acceptable level.
So we're like in Dublin. Where?
Dublin's fine, but it's.
Where's it going on?
In the communities in Northern Ireland. It's just more contained now, but they're still killing people. What they're doing now is vigilantism. In a movement called Republican Action Against Drugs, and what they're doing is they're kneecapping and assassinating or lynching drug dealers. That's what they're doing now. They tell somebody you've got to stop selling drugs, and if he doesn't, they kneecap him.
It's almost like it becomes more religious. It started out as a political occupation with a religious excuse. When the political occupation gets solved a little bit, though not really, because they haven't given Northern Ireland back to Ireland. I mean, to me, I do believe that they got to give Northern Ireland back to Ireland. You can't say you can have your own country except for the really profitable part.
Well, then you get into the union. Oh, Jesus. No, Northern Ireland is not the profitable part. I think you're mistaking
it could be, though. It's supposed to be.
How? Like, traditionally,
what do you mean,
yes.
The ports?
The ports. Yeah. Oh, yes. They turn in so much money.
No, but they should be. I mean, it is naturally a very valuable real estate that even if it wasn't the prime real estate, it doesn't have to be. Why wouldn't Ireland want to own it?
Okay, I'm going to tell you exactly why Ireland wouldn't want to own it.
I'm not telling you as a citizen what your country should do, by the way. I'm just saying that from outside.
You need to understand the economic and political realities of this.
Well, okay. Go ahead.
I think you should.
Okay.
The fact is that when you talk about Northern Ireland, it's not as simple as just saying give it back to the Irish people, because even though I would like that. There are unionists who would very, very much like to stay in the United Kingdom, and they make up the majority of people in Northern Ireland. So it becomes a democratic issue at that point, to an extent. Now, I hate the fact that we're using this as a democratic issue, since these are people who result from, in many cases, the Ulster plantation by Oliver Cromwell, who is a figure the Britons are taught to revere, but we actually hate in Ireland. He was a genocidal monster. But the attitude of and extremely sectarian. But as I said, the Britons really like him. The point is, we can't just totally disregard what the unionists want. Well, maybe we can, but then then they'd riot and they'd probably beat the shit out of people.
So wait, the unionists are the ones that want to stay in Britain?
Yes, in the United Kingdom, they are unionists. They are loyalists. That's what they want, and that's what they protest about.
The Tories in America, the Tories are the ones that wanted to stay.
The Tories are the conservatives.
In America, the Tories were the Revolutionary era people that wanted to stay in the Union.
Oh, okay. So yes.
So it's a funny coincidence of terms, right? Yeah, not a total coincidence. There's reasons, but yeah.
Well, it's actually kind of ironic
it's a
because
traditionalist
Ireland
thing.
was granted independence by a Tory, but that's
oh really?
Yeah, but it was under weird circumstances, and
and they want to keep their money. It's like the whole Revolution of the Roses thing. So, but wait, are you disagreeing or saying are you not agreeing or disagreeing? Maybe you're just saying it's more complicated. But to me, it seems like Ireland's a pretty obvious island, and it makes sense for it to all be one government controlling it. No. I mean, in the long-term history,
not necessarily, or certainly not in the short term, because
not in the short term. I'm just saying, as the steady-state solution.
Poor job security, like.
I mean, hey, maybe the rest of Ireland should become part of the UK. That could be it. I'm just saying that an island should have a unified control. It's an island. There's edges where if boats can't come because of storms, you don't get toilet paper or whatever that you need to import. So it's a thing that it's like it could all be owned by the UK, and if that's not possible, then it should all be owned by the now fairly elderly Ireland independent government.
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I wouldn't. How to put it? I think in the long term, yes, we could do a better job of it, but there would be so many problems with pacifying the unionists.
So wait, are you in Ireland or you're in the Northern Ireland?
No, I'm in the South.
You are in the Republic. And so what are you kind of saying that in the here and now you don't want the problem of dealing with?
No, the Irish economy at present is in a terrible state, like a lot of European economies.
But I mean, you don't want to deal with the part that's currently administered by the British. It's like we don't want that part.
We can't afford to right now.
I see that. I'm just saying in the long run it makes sense that you would take that on, but I can see why
the United States, at the height of its recession, want to, adopt North Korea. Oh, we gave up our tyrant. Do you guys want to take us on, help get our economy going? Yeah, about that. We'd love to help, but we're kind of broke right now.
Well, yeah, I know Ireland is famous for one of these countries that's next in the Greece, Spain line here of having a little bit of
Portugal
over, So, but I'm just surprised that you wouldn't think that taking on Northern Ireland, UK, wouldn't be economically positive. Really, I mean, Belfast.
No. Look, you don't get.
Well, I don't know. No, I've never been there. I admit it. I'm watching from outside. I'm just assuming it's a big chunk of urban.
They used to have a fantastic sort of.
But neither is your economy. The point is, it's got a lot of infrastructure that should make money. It should be possible to do. Why? you know, I mean, as a part of the puzzle. I mean,
Well,
if you
Harden's
have
very
working
free to
infrastructure, how is that not a...
to determining the success of the Northern Irish economy for a while? You know, I don't even know if that.
This conflict between, here's what I'm saying from outside again. The conflict between Northern Ireland, UK, and Ireland proper is what is making things fucked up in Ireland. Other than that, you have natural resources. You have a good resource there as a nation. So
we don't
the
have very
thing
good
that's
natural resources. We actually don't. We have.
Well, you are a
limited
place that
natural
will have to
gas, we have no
import
precious
certain
rocks.
things. But what you can produce, you can export more of to compensate for what you need to import, minerals or whatever, right?
Great! So we can export wood. That's
Yeah.
lovely.
Yes.
And we have hardly
Wood's
enough
becoming a
land.
premium product.
No, it's not.
Well, I think so, but
Really? Well, okay, you follow the stock market, and I guess if you say so.
I wouldn't say that on a financial basis yet, but I mean, yeah, no, people are wood is becoming more and more rare, and the price of it is going up, and whether people really respect it as an economy. But the thing is, you also have shipbuilding and things like that that absolutely can be done. How can these port cities and these big cities from the UK, you know, being a big nation, building big cities kind of thing, how can those not be valuable? It just, to me, it seems like that's what I would want to get a hold of. I mean, you said you weren't defending the IRA, and I didn't think you were. I thought, if anything, I was in danger of doing that, which I also don't want to do. But I mean, I'm saying, yeah, normalizing them and accepting Sinn Féin, you know, why is that? Well, because the grain of truth in all of it is, of course you'd want industrial cities to be a part of your island nation. I mean, industrial cities, they might stink a little bit sometimes, but we could fix that. And they build boats, and they, you know, it's trade, you know, goods come in and out of there. Whatever you do or don't have internally, you get everything else through these cities. And it just seemed like, but I mean, I know it's naive. There's cultural issues. Maybe the citizens of the UK and Northern Ireland don't want to be citizens of Ireland because you guys are having an economic problem, and they would have a stick up their ass about it, and that's something you have to take into account. But long term, you look for steady state stuff, and I'm like, well, that's a big chunk of your country right next to one of the richest countries in the world. It's got to be of value, that real estate.
It's okay. It's not one of the richest countries in the world.
The United Kingdom is.
Oh, okay.
And it's the part closest to the United Kingdom.
So it's going to. Why they?
I probably don't.
Okay. The principal advantage for the Northern Irish economy in staying part of in staying part of the United Kingdom is that they get a pretty significant, you know, sort of social welfare level of support.
Right.
They really don't get that otherwise. I mean, they have a lot of poverty up north.
Right, but if you gave that up, I'm all for social welfare. But if you gave that up, but if you gave that up, it would just mean people would have to use the infrastructure to be productive and make the money to produce things like social. I mean, it might be harder. But right now, what I'm saying is, to me, it looks like a situation that's stuck. And if you just took the pain of unsticking the situation, yeah, people would work harder, but you'd find that they would work harder. I mean, come on. Because, look, Northern Ireland is right next to the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom imports everything from all around the world as cheap as anybody does, which is not that cheap anymore, but whatever. It gives you more access than some island that's just randomly located elsewhere. Northern Ireland is full of these port cities and industry that can be revitalized and is probably still decent right now, that's right next to the United Kingdom. I'm sure that Dublin is close enough that ships come to it from the United Kingdom, so in a way it doesn't matter. But still, if you're getting down into the fine details, this is a chunk right next to, it expands the part that's really fucking super close for shipping things back and forth, and the UK should become a proxy for a place like Ireland to be part of the global economy, right? And because it's also just on this ocean, also and on every part of Ireland, you can go everywhere in the world. So I'm sure that's happening even right now. And how could that not advance if you just had control of it?
Well, you seem to be talking as if we would maintain control and the UK would maintain control. Do you mean we would have...
No, I'm talking about the Republic of Ireland, if I got that right, takes over Northern Ireland, UK, and of course, you would be trading partners. I mean, you're historically...
We're already trading
You're not that different. You could get over the differences by just getting your whole island back, and it would be an economic benefit because both sides have money reasons, cash. People are going to make money if the Belfast or whatever it is of the Ireland Republic continues to have shipping relationships with the Glasgows or whatever. I don't know where you go. You know what the big ports are. But
possible. I mean,
can you get that far inland? I don't know. Liverpool. Yeah. So, but I mean, just to have that as a whole, get over the divisions, you would basically be such cooperative countries. Probably do things together.
We already trade with one another. This is like saying,
so
if only the Japanese and Chinese could trade with one another. They do.
No, I'm saying that, right, but you have an artificial division in what geographically on the planet Earth is really obviously one thing. You have an artificial bifurcation, Michael, if you're watching. And I'm saying that is limiting the equity of the relationship. And if you didn't have a bite out of your island, that you would be a more equal person. Still a secondary in wealth and sort of negotiating power, but that's fine. Also secondary in terms of having to arrange all the deals that get people to ship stuff to your part of the world. I mean, there's a pro and a con to that. But having a bite out of your island, that is something that emotionally. Well, you talked about we talked about it not being really about these things, but regret and inadequacy and kind of cynicism.
So you think
I think having a bite out of your company, leads to that. Growing up like that leads to that. If you could just go coast to coast and you needed a visa to get off the coast, that's much more acceptable to people in their heart when they're 5 and 10 and 15 and they grow up in this situation. And I think it would be geographically inevitable. Now maybe there's political situations and religions that mean it won't work out in the short term, and maybe that short term will last forever. But looking at the planet Earth, yes,
there are so many ways in which I want to come in on this, because I think you're missing some of the details, and you run the risk of romanticizing the situation and talking about it.
Yeah, and simplifying it, being an American about it.
And simplifying it, yes, I'm afraid so.
Yes. Yeah, but I mean, at least it brings the subject out. That's my defense. But here we go.
I'm trying to relate to it, and I know it's complicated, and I know that.
But I mean, look at the geography. I'm also taking a Mother Gaia, planet Earth approach where, look, to me, I'm saying these two islands are either one isle, they're either one system, because look, they're just two islands right the fuck next to each other, or those people want to make two islands, fine, they're two. It's pretty, I can see there's two. Scotland and the United Kingdom, if I'm taking the Gaia approach, you better work it out. It looks to me like you're on one island.
Well,
okay.
Until you factor in the Apennines, which separate part of, I think they separate part of.
And I would respect all of that, especially if the locals say, look, this is actually separated by swamps. I go, okay, I'm sorry, Google Earth didn't give me a good picture. But let's get back to United Kingdom and Ireland. Looked like two continent-style giant islands to me.
Did I say Apennines? Thought the Apennines.
I have no idea what the Apennines were. I didn't mean to imply that I did, but isn't it right around here? Isn't like what's this part? This is where I'd separate it if I said it was separate right here around Glasgow.
People don't structure their relationships just around nature's divides.
Well, they should.
Okay.
Well, I'm being a little bit facetious, but I'm also willing to stand behind that. Why shouldn't we? Yeah, square borders like we have for states in the United States, bullshit. It should follow a river or a mountain range. There's plenty of natural things where people have trouble getting across it, where that's where we should recognize there's a division, because the membrane is the fucking Rocky Mountains and you can't get across it.
Yeah, but, you
Easy.
know, that's because your states are kind of like misshapen cereal boxes. You know, it's not, at least that's how I think.
The middle ones.
The middle
Yeah,
ones,
me too, but yeah. So me too, but on the other hand, California, where I grew up, the straight lines are just trying, you know, kind of an average along what is actually the peaks of the Sierra Mountains, so fair enough. And then on the coast, of course, it's the shape of the coast. Up and down, on the top and bottom, it's a little bit arbitrary because those are flatlands, but it's close to where things kind of change. I mean,
so what should we?
California and
should you split California
Oregon, there are
because
some
of the
mountains
San
there.
Andreas fault line or something, and just say like, okay, along the fault line, we're going to divide two states because obviously
Yeah,
this is
a
what
county.
Mother Nature
Yes,
wants.
yeah. And you know what? Actually, that's true. Like in a way, even though it's in the same county, the part of the San Francisco Peninsula that is on the other side of the San Andreas requires different land use laws, because it's like, well, different earthquake, different, you know, they basically made it into a green belt, was their decision. But obviously, it had different land use needs than on the other side. So even though it is in one county, San Francisco, not San Francisco County, it crosses counties, the land use is actually organized on the geography. So yeah, I think geography ultimately defines where we should draw the lines of states and nations. Like, given there was a world government, we still need counties and nations and states. We probably have, and those should be done on geographic boundaries, because that's where people actually have a problem, like walking to the next town or driving their car to the next town. They got to go over the Andes. It's possible. You know, statistically, it's going to happen unless you guys have shit tons of boats back and forth between Ireland and United Kingdom, but it's still harder than walking.
Except for a very, very simple point that the plantation, the Ulster plantation took place in Ireland, and this means that the population is artificially different than it might have otherwise by traditional economic factors have been what it could have been expected to be.
Oh, but that's the nature argument. I mean, this is just what happened. I mean, the Basques came up to Ireland not once but twice, it turns out.
Basques? Okay,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, no, they've proven this genetically. Like, the Spanish Basque people had come up and were related to the Celts. Some people for my whole lifetime, conspiracy theory style, said, hey, the Celts kept trading with the Basque. Now they have proven pretty much through genealogy and artifact research, and maybe it'd be overthrown, but I'm claiming for now that they actually did have a continual trade and two major immigrations into Ireland from the Basque region.
Yeah, but it's different. They weren't specifically put there for political ends. The plantation.
Yeah, no, totally, it's different.
Totally,
I agree. I just came from Hawaii. I mean, it's got Portuguese, it's got Japanese. I mean, all these people that were imported to work on the plantations because, you know, the Polynesians turned out to not be digging it too much. They didn't want to work on the plantations. So, yeah, no, that totally changes the culture. And then afterwards,
what about
you have to admit that it's a multiculture.
What about this country here, Andorra? I actually know somebody from Andorra, or knew somebody from Andorra. This is in the middle, just underneath Spain, and just underneath France and north of Spain, and just on the border. You've zoomed past it now. I can't see it. You had it in your.
Well, I typed it in, but I was zooming out to see where it was. But Andorra, type it in Google Maps. We've got, now it's taking its time, but it's right here, I think. Like you said, where is that? Yeah, South France.
South of
Near
France,
Nice.
adjoining the border between France and Spain.
It's weird how they draw country
Colonies.
borders on Google Maps. They're not very clear. You'd think it'd be a bright red line, the country borders, but on Google Maps, it's like, man, it's here. It looks like a county.
I confused the mountains before. I should have said Pennines. Apennines are, I think, in Switzerland, but Pennines are in the north of England.
No, but okay. So wait, let's just rewind to that. What's the geographic border that genuinely separates on a geographic?
Scotland and England.
Yeah.
The Pennines would probably be the closest.
It is
thing
the Pennines.
Yeah, it's.
You're sticking with the Pennines. Never heard of them, but okay.
And
Andorra.
Range.
My connection is weird. Okay, so here's Andorra right here. Little tiny place with beautiful beaches. It looks like. And where it is?
No, that's in a province of.
In Italy.
Province of France. Is it? No, in Italy. Okay, you've got the wrong place.
Oh well, it's in Andorra.
Just
province of Savona.
Scroll out. I will show you where France and Spain are. Come on, scroll out.
Well, I can recognize France and Spain. You know, don't pull this anti-American bullshit right there. There's France and Spain.
You see the border between France
and
Spain. Zoom in.
There's
on.
Bavaria or something.
No, that's
what?
Switzerland. That's Switzerland.
Austria. I don't know, whatever. No, there's Austria. Don't try to fool me. Look, it says Andorra's in Italy.
Okay, well that's probably just a town somewhere in Italy.
Probably. It's
you see that tiny little dot there between France and Spain, just on its border? It's a separate circle.
Oh, there, that?
Yeah, that thing. That's Andorra.
Oh, Andorra with 2 R's. Oh, you misspelled it.
Yeah, I actually.
The way you pronounced it sounded like. Just kidding. Okay, Andorra, cool. I didn't know. You know what? One of my old man projects is I want to memorize the few hundred countries, and Andorra is not one I feel very well that it existed with. Cool. No. This is like where they probably, what is it, 50,000 people in the whole country. So what about this place? Ooh, it's like a secret place. Is that a castle?
An abomination onto nature.
Where's Ibiza? That's where I'm moving, Ibiza. Is it Ibiza?
What?
Ibiza.
I want to go to Bhutan. I'm going to Bhutan. That's my one.
I heard there's excellent nightlife there. In Ibiza.
In Bhutan.
I don't know about Bhutan.
Oh, in Andorra? It's a wild place. Is it a rich man's Switzerland?
A rich man Switzerland. That's fucking hilarious.
Glad you appreciate that. I mean, I'm an American, but
No, that's good. It's like.
Is it?
Yeah, maybe an honest man Switzerland, but I don't know much.
Oh, is it a working man Switzerland? The other side?
I don't know. It's a Spanish kind of Switzerland. I don't know.
I'm trying to get the fucking satellite.
But for some reason, if you eat chocolate...
It's Switzerland-y. I was right in my guess there.
Switzerland-y. Okay.
Is it?
I don't know the correct...
It looks a little mountainy.
Swiss would be the correct way of describing something.
Oh, no, I like making new words.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
then
sorry.
Swizzerly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't get the satellite. I was going to try to see how much... what it's like. So, okay, let's rewind. So what is about this place? Interesting little country.
Your argument about land. This has, what's the distinctive land characteristics of this? It's the same sort of terrain as the surrounding.
Well, like in Oakland, in the city of Oakland, there's a really wealthy city called Piedmont. It's totally surrounded. Piedmont is a little city in Oakland that is a circle inside.
That's where my grandparents lived.
I think we might have talked about that before. And so it's so weird. I think we might have just like one exchange, but maybe not. But Piedmont, so right now the whole city limits is the rich, like you can keep your doors unlocked, but they've had some home invasions lately. Welcome to the modern 21st century. But traditionally it's like totally safe, isolated. The cops actually care, drive you home after they catch you drunk and things like that. And it's surrounded by Oakland. And I've known liberal, wealthy families that, they live in Longshore and stuff where they're on the edge of Piedmont, because fuck Piedmont. But really, you know, and it's carved out totally arbitrarily, and it should just be like the wealthy neighborhood of Oakland, but they decided, nah, we want our own schools and everything, and we need our own, and it's carved out. And I imagine some of these cities, you know, in Morocco and stuff, it's like people opportunistically were able to get their own country back in the days when it was common to be able to establish sovereignty, make up a little excuse. But in Andorra, I want to go there. It looks lovely. When I was a kid, we went to Switzerland and Eiger and stuff, and I have to say Switzerland's pretty fucking like impressive. But I want to go in summer or something. I don't know. It seems I've got a lot of fucking windows up in here.
I think another example would be there's kind of like what you're describing about. What was it? Cleveland? Did you say was the Oakland? No, what was the state?
Oakland is where they've carved out Piedmont in the middle of it, yeah. Whereas Oakland is like one of the murder capitals. There's lots of nice neighborhoods in it, and then Piedmont's the super rich neighborhood in the center of it, literally in the center, carved out on the hills.
Well, there's another.
Normally,
you might
go
want
ahead.
to look up called Lesotho. I'm going to put the spelling in here, okay?
Different sky. Where did you say you wanted to go?
Ibiza should be right there. It's a country in between France and Spain. Unless I remember it wrong.
No, it's in
Ibiza, Spain. It's an island.
It's not. It would be.
Google doesn't lie.
It's an island. It is an island.
So I was thinking about Andorra, but Ibiza's an island then.
Okay, well, it could be. It is. It says it's jurisdictionally Spain, but you know, like these other ones, it's out here in the ocean quite a ways. I'm sure it's got its own deal.
The Canary Islands are nice as well.
I've known some people from there, and from Seychelles, and also what's the other island? No, the Canary Islands, I guess, is the Spain where they've got some telescopes and stuff, right? Is that right?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the place.
They've got Tenerife, Minorca, and Mallorca.
When I was working in astronomy, I knew a woman that was from the Canary Islands because she'd gotten into astronomy there as a technician and stuff. So, to me, I want to go to Bhutan. Gross national happiness. It's the place that makes Tibet look like a bunch of fascists. It's right here.
They
it's
are
lovely.
Fascists. They just don't want you to know.
Tibet. No, they got taken over by China, so they're like, oh, poor us. But they're really, look, they used to go invade Nepal and Bhutan and all these places. So, and then look, Bhutan, it's the mountains. It goes from like 2,000 feet up to 6,000. It's one of the few entrances into Tibet. They're closed right now. And here's their capital. It's only got about 1 million people. They speak English as well as their Tibet languages, and I just want the Earth to come up. Come on, you motherfucker. Earth. Fucker. Anyway, I'm going to go to Thimphu. That's where I want to be. If you come as a tourist, they charge you $250 a day to be there. People come to hike in the Himalayas, but here's the thing: the government only keeps $20 of that. The other $230 goes to your guide, like just some local guy that is your guide, your B&B, your Airbnb host, and it can include your house and stuff. It's up to the guide, whatever they'll do for that price. And oh, what a great country! And they had a king who actually willingly turned it over to democracy. Just like 5 or 6 years ago, even though the public opinion in the country was like, no, we don't want democracy. We like you guys. You royal family, you're great. Because they really, yeah. And he turned it over to democracy, but their head of state, they still have kind of an English thing but the king is even more of an actual head of state still, but doesn't actually decide stuff. And
I gotta go, Piero. I just wanted to say it was kind of enjoyable, even though it was really super boring. But we should do this again.
I'm glad. That's what I'm going for. I think the enjoyable, super boring thing, it's like a Jonathan Richman concert. Slightly entertaining. Yeah, no, it provides contrast. when things get a little bit hot, or Michael does his performance art,
Do
it's like,
spooks?
oh, it means
He
something.
trolled us right down to bad
He
stock
did.
tips.
He did. Right down.
Terrible
Right down to.
stock
You're right. You're right. He Kramered us.
All right, I'll see you next time.
All right. I think this is a
Bye,
good time
Vivian.
to leave. It's a lot of stuff to do. Thank you, everybody, and
Bye,
Vivian.
Vivian.
Good conversation.
Bye.
Thanks for coming in. So I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks, Vivian. You want to have a final comment?
Yeah. Sorry, I kept talking so much.
That was great.
Just got caught up in the stuff. Hopefully next time we chat will be better. I don't know when I'll be back next. Maybe next week, maybe not next week. I don't know. Hopefully
Okay.
sometime before Christmas. See you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, take it easy. Yeah, thanks for taking part 2. That was awesome. Come back. All right, cheers. Bye, everybody. Way longer than I intended, but it's 11 o'clock, but since I woke up at 3, it's not that late, really. All right, bye.